Welcome to Novel Love Hearing. Get ready for heart-pounding action, thrilling adventures with fresh and unique elements, a touch of romance, and a dash of harem. Everything you're craving is right here. We're excited to have you join us on this journey. So come along to Novel Love Hearing, we're waiting for you. As a small favor, please consider sharing Novel Love Hearing with your friends, family, in YouTube comments, on Discord, Reddit, or anywhere else you hang out online. Happy listening, and enjoy the ride. He took a step towards the physics building, but the moment he crossed through the gates, he felt a chill down his spine. The sound of a faint click came from beneath his foot. System, you've stepped on a pressure-sensitive infantry landmine. The landmine will explode in 3 seconds. Damn it. Just as Song Jian finished reading the system prompt, an explosion sent him flying. The boom echoed in his ears, leaving his mind blank and his right leg numb. After a long while, Song Jian managed to sit up with some effort. Nearly 700 vitality points had plummeted to just over 200. This meant the infantry landmine had a higher firepower than his T-11 high-explosion grenade, causing over 400 points of damage. This was actual damage after deducting the values added by his special ability and defense equipment. He felt something wet on his nose. Wiping it with his hand, he found it smeared with blood. Looking down at his right leg, it was clear the bone had been broken. It was at an awkward angle, completely limp. Surgical treatment. A white light enveloped Song Jian's right leg. There was a crack as the severed bones forcefully rejoined, slowly beginning to heal. Only then did Song Jian feel a sharp pain originating from his right leg, making him suck in a cold breath. After casting surgical treatment twice more, finally, his leg was healed. Luckily he had this healing technique, otherwise, Song Jian, with a crippled leg, would have to crawl back to the safe house. While waiting for his vitality points to slowly recover, Song Jian opened the combat record. System, player Feng Hai has set a landmine that caused you 489 points of damage. You may exercise the right to legitimate self-defense. If you kill him within the next 180 seconds, you won't gain any infamy points. Feng Hai. Song Jian's eyes narrowed, a hint of murderous intent showing through. Just then, a furious shout came from inside the physics building. Who's there? Who's so blind to have stepped on it? Damn it, how am I going to defeat this boss now? Song Jian paused. Soon, he saw a player rush down the stairs. Close behind him, a zombie wielding a silver longsword slowly gave chase. Upon seeing Song Jian near the entrance, Feng Hai was taken aback. Then, he gasped in shock, his face turning pale. Feng Hai knew exactly how powerful his own landmine was. It was his trump card to hunt the level 15 elite boss. Any regular player stepping on it would be hard-pressed to retrieve their intact corpse, yet the man standing before him was completely unscathed. This was something Feng Hai couldn't accept. Was it you who stepped on the infantry landmine I placed? Feng Hai couldn't help but ask. Yes. A hideous smile crept onto Song Jian's face. He drew his crimson fire heart-ape sword, and rhetorically said, "It hurt like hell." Feeling the murderous aura coming off Song Jian, Feng Hai started to panic. Behind him was a level 15 elite boss and, in front of him, a player who was able to withstand an infantry landmine without any apparent injury. His power was obvious. Brother, calm down. Feng Hai hastily waved his hands. That was a trap I set to kill the boss, not specifically for you. Hey hey. Song Jian chuckled, before suddenly pouncing towards Feng Hai. Feng Hai screamed, and vanished on the spot, leaving only a wooden pole, about half a man's height, behind. The zombie boss, holding a silver longsword behind Feng Hai, swung his sword with a whoosh, cutting the wooden pole into 2 halves. The boss then looked around in confusion, stood motionless for a moment before turning around and walking towards the stairs. Song Jian had only been trying to scare Feng Hai. His real target was the boss wielding the huge sword. Sword silk. Song Jian darted behind the boss and stabbed forward, 3 silver sword chi, thin as silk, materializing around his body, stabbing towards the boss. Showing an angry expression, the zombie boss swiftly turned around, his black eyes locked onto Song Jian. In an instant, the boss lifted its silver longsword and slashed it forward. A sword chi, icy and cold like frost, flew towards Song Jian. Chapter 273, Can't Become a Concubine. Song Jian felt the chilling cold emanating from the opponent's giant sword, and his face changed immediately. With a clang, his crimson fire heart-ape sword collided with the opponent's silver giant sword. A coldness transmitted through the opponent's giant sword, and white frost spread from the point of collision towards the crimson fire heart-ape sword, quickly covering the middle part of the blade. At that moment, the dark red crimson fire heart-ape sword let out a humming sound, and a faint red flame shadow emerged on the surface, counteracting the coldness coming from the opponent's giant sword. Swish swish swish, 3 sword silks pierced through the boss's body, causing more than 300 points of damage. The boss was furious, letting out a roar. With both hands gripping the sword, it chopped at Song Jian, stirring up a sharp cold wind around it. Large snowflakes appeared out of thin air, dancing in the air. Large patches of ice spread from the ground in all directions, and soon, a thin layer of ice appeared on the surrounding walls. The temperature dropped by more than 10 degrees in an instant. An ice and snow tornado over 5 or 6 meters tall came slashing towards Song Jian with the boss's sword strike, aiming for the ceiling above him. The ice tornado released a strong energy, like a giant white beast accompanied by a series of howling sounds. The stone pillars supporting the physics building's hull could not withstand the impact, and one of them twisted and shattered with a piercing crackling sound, visible to the naked eye. Immortal Sword Body, activate. Facing this sword strike, Song Jian did not hesitate and directly activated his primordial chaos indestructible sword body. Golden light radiated on the surface of Song Jian's body, and the 8 long sword shadows spun around him. Broken Wing Dance. Song Jian swung his dark red long sword, chopping fiercely at the ice and snow tornado. Bing, the long sword plunged deep into the tornado, and the massive impact force made the ice and snow dragon pause for a moment before a terrifying explosion followed. The collision of the two great forces shattered the ice tornado, and the surrounding area was filled with ice and snow debris. The cold energy filled the entire hall in an instant. The strike knocked Song Jian back 2 steps, interrupting his broken wing dance, and he was unable to execute the next 2 attacks. Under the flurry of ice and snow, the zombie boss wielding the silver giant sword slashed down at Song Jian's head. Song Jian barely had time to react. He let out a low shout, swung his sword upward to parry the opponent's weapon, and stabbed forward, sinking the dark red blade into the opponent's throat. Before he could pull out the sword, Song Jian caught sight of a dark shadow striking towards his cheek. The zombie boss's elbow directly struck Song Jian's cheek, followed by a slash that released a wave of white light. Rapid Sword, activate. Enduring the pain from his cheek, Song Jian retreated and blocked the attack with his sword. The two figures quickly exchanged blows in the hull of the physics building. Song Jian's attack speed increased dramatically, swinging his sword wildly and using the fastest speed to inflict oppressive damage on his opponent. Feng Kai, hiding behind a pillar, watched in astonishment as Song Jian and the zombie boss fought fiercely. He never expected someone could actually fight against this level 15 elite boss. After more than 10 moves, the two figures separated following a brief contact, and a great force sent Song Jian flying towards the main entrance of the physics building before rolling down the stairs. Bloodstains were left behind on the stairs from Song Jian. He got up from the ground, kneeling on one knee and gasping heavily for air. Cough cough, feeling an itch in his throat, Song Jian coughed hard, blood filling his mouth and seeping out from the corner of his lips, looking extremely miserable. A towering figure wielding a silver giant sword appeared on the stairs of the physics building's main entrance. With its appearance, the air began to fill with ice and snow. This boss is even more formidable than the level 20 elite boss Ghost Fire Beast in the Cantalou Maze. Song Jian slowly stood up, thinking to himself. The attributes of this boss in front of his eyes clearly were not as formidable as the Ghost Fire Beast, but the opponent's sword technique was too powerful, suppressing Song Jian from beginning to end, without giving him any chance. Swish, the zombie boss suddenly leaped forward, and while in midair, swung its sword at Song Jian. A fierce cold aura gathered around its long sword, and in an instant, the surrounding frosty power rapidly condensed into a 5-6 meter long ice giant dragon. It roared towards the sky and pounced downwards. A dragon? Ha ha. A mocking expression appeared on Song Jian's face. Hum, with a soft sound, the hexagram summoning array appeared beside him, and a half-human height black dragon hatchling appeared, roaring angrily at the ice dragon pouncing from the air. Roar, a hot dragon breath blasted at the ice giant dragon. Instantly, the long dragon formed by the cold sword chi shattered inch by inch, unable to withstand the black dragon hatchling's dragon breath attack. Gazing at the zombie boss pouncing towards him, the silver vertical mark on Song Jian's brow slowly opened, and a silver light column shot out from the pupil, hitting the zombie boss who couldn't dodge in midair. Eyes of Death. A series of damage numbers popped up from the top of the boss's head. The black dragon hatchling flapped its wings and rushed towards the zombie boss in the air. A basketball-sized fireball condensed in its mouth, the color changing gradually from crimson to purple-black. Bang! A moment later, a purple-black fireball spewed out from the black dragon hatchling's mouth, striking the zombie boss's body fiercely. After spewing the fireball, the black dragon hatchling showed a trace of fatigue on its face. Flapping its wings, it returned to Song Jian's side, with its legs seeming to tremble slightly, clearly putting forth all its strength in that attack. The zombie boss's momentum was halted, and then it was hit hard by a purple-black fireball, crashing towards the physics building. In the midst of a loud rumble, the physics building's entrance shattered, and several pillars in front of the door were cut in half, splattering a large amount of smoke and dust. Song Jian's heart tightened. The physics building began to shake slightly, and if the battle was too intense, causing the building to collapse, those mission items might cease to exist. Seeing a figure sneaking a glance at him, Song Jian waved his sword and pointed at him, shouting, "Come here." After hesitating for a moment, Feng Kai finally walked out slowly, wearing a flattering smile on his face. "Big brother, how can I help you?" "Hold this boss off for a few minutes, I'll go up and find something," Song Jian said, pointing at the zombie boss that was slowly getting up in the dust. Feng Kai's face showed fear, and he hurriedly said, "Big brother, I really can't beat it, I can't withstand even one move." "If you can't, you'll die now." Song Jian's eyes showed killing intent as he held his sword against Feng Kai's neck. Three minutes, I can't do it." Feng Kai had a grieved expression on his face. "Fine, besides my black dragon pet, I'll find you a few more helpers." After saying that, Song Jian began to use the blood pool summoning skill, and soon, 30 blood crows and 30 blood zombies appeared beside him. Chapter 274, 8 Directions Soul Extinguishing Sword. Seeing Song Jian summon so many allies to help him, Feng Kai's face immediately showed an expression of joy. However, upon inspecting the levels and attributes of these allies, a disappointed look quickly replaced his joy. These level 7 and level 8 creatures. They're not even fit to be cannon fodder, what use can they be? Feng Kai quietly mused to himself, but he didn't dare to voice his criticisms in front of Song Jian. "Use them any way you like, it doesn't matter if they all die." Song Jian, noticing Feng Kai's displeasure, quickly offered consolation. Okay, boss," Feng Kai replied, forcing a smile and nodding his head. At that moment, the zombie boss once again rose amid the crumbling bricks, charging towards Song Jian. "Hold it back!" Song Jian yelled. Although Feng Kai had been attacking the boss, Song Jian's damage was clearly much higher. The boss's hatred had long been firmly set on Song Jian, making it quite a challenge for Feng Kai to lure it away. "Boss, why don't you hold it off for 15 seconds while I set up a landmine?" Feng Kai quickly suggested, shouting out his idea. Before even waiting for Song Jian's response, Feng Kai began setting up a landmine in the center of the vacant area before the physics building. The power of infantry landmines is formidable, but once placed, they can't be moved. Monsters must be lured into the trap, setting off the explosion. The act of deploying infantry landmines also required time, making it a restrictive weapon to use. Song Jian, who was originally about to charge into the physics building, turned his head back to glower at Feng Kai. However, as Feng Kai was concentrating on placing the landmines, he failed to catch Song Jian's threatening gaze. 15 seconds passed in a flash. Song Jian, gritting his teeth, engaged in combat with the boss. He dared not continue attacking and attracting its attention, he could only desperately block its onslaught. By the time Feng Kai had finished setting up the landmine, Song Jian's vitality points had already dropped to less than half. "Aren't you done yet?" Song Jian asked, his face pale. Done. Feng Kai wiped the sweat off his forehead and shouted loudly, "Boss, lead it over here, be careful not to step on it yourself." Song Jian immediately turned pale. At his current vitality points, if he were to step on it, it would mean instant death. Aiming to help Song Jian, Feng Kai had marked a red circle around the landmine out of fear that Song Jian might not see it. After slight hesitation, Song Jian decided to use the school flag to designate Feng Kai as his temporary teammate. Instantly, a white halo similar to the one under Song Jian's feet appeared under Feng Kai. This was the bonus from the brilliant aura, which directly increased Feng Kai's damage output. Simultaneously, the faint image of the landmine Feng Kai had deployed also appeared before Song Jian's eyes. Just as Feng Kai had marked it, the landmine was right in the middle of the red circle. Seeing the image of the landmine gave Song Jian some calm. The power of infantry landmines had left a deep impression on him, and he was now a bit fearful of it. Clang! The zombie boss raised its massive silver sword, and the cold energy above its head condensed into several transparent long swords. 8 Directions Soul Extinguishing Sword. The zombie boss let out a roar, and the transparent long swords on its head shook slightly, making a humming noise, as if they were preparing to launch. Song Jian felt a chill down his spine, a hair-raising feeling of terror. Like a frog being watched by a snake, he felt like he could be caught and swallowed at any moment. At this moment, the sense of danger the zombie boss gave Song Jian far exceeded that of the level 20 elite boss, Ghoul Beast. Song Jian said nothing, turned around and headed to where the infantry landmine was located. Now, he had to shift the zombie boss's hatred onto something else so he could enter the physics building and search for the task items. With a boom, he pressed hard against the ground, causing 2 bricks on the ground to shatter, and rushed towards the physics building like an arrow. Die. The zombie boss squeezed out a silhouette from its throat, and, with a swing of its huge silver sword, the condensed cold long sword turned into a series of white light laces, shooting at Song Jian like guided missiles. Boom, boom, boom explosions echoed everywhere, and a vacant lot not far away seemed to have been plowed. The brick-paved floor was blasted into crushed stone, and large sections of soil were turned over by the explosion. Song Jian was tossed aside by the explosion. Dirt and blood covered his body as he lay face up on the ground. If not for his slightly undulating chest, Feng Kai would have thought Song Jian was already dead. Boss, boss. Seeing Song Jian's miserable state, Feng Kai didn't dare to approach. The blood crows and blood zombies standing behind him were also frozen in place, unmoving. The zombie boss slowly walked towards Song Jian. It could sense that Song Jian was still alive and was intent on delivering the killing blow to eliminate all threats. About 3 to 4 meters away from Song Jian was the infantry landmine placed by Feng Kai. As the zombie boss approached, a red glow began to emanate from the surface of the infantry landmine, rippling outward in waves. The diameter of the glow was about a foot in length. As long as the boss stepped into this range, it would trigger the landmine explosion. Song Jian struggled on the ground, trying to stand up, but he was unable to. His body was covered in blood and dust, and even his face was obscured by grime. Watching the boss, Song Jian was constantly adjusting his position, slowly moving away from the infantry landmine. When the boss was less than a meter away from the infantry landmine, Song Jian suddenly pulled out a potion and threw it at the boss. Weakness potion. With a bang, the potion shattered at the feet of the boss. The dust from the medicine bottle covered the boss. The next moment, the boss stepped into the glow of the infantry landmine. Boom. With a loud noise, a powerful explosion roared under the boss's foot. One of its robust legs was blown apart, spinning off to the side. A piercing scream resounded. The surrounding temperature dropped by 12 degrees, and snow even began to fall from the sky, covering an area of several tens of meters. The moment the infantry mine was triggered, Song Jian quickly sprung from the ground and dashed towards the physics building. As he brushed past Feng Kai, he gave Feng Kai a you-know look. At the same time, the previously motionless blood crows and blood zombies started to swarm the zombie boss. Despite their low levels and weak power, their sheer number could consume some of the boss's time. The power of the infantry mine was unexpectedly formidable, and it successfully shifted the zombie boss's hate towards Feng Kai. Feng Kai let out a loud shout, and a spear emerged from his back. He grabbed the spear and lunged towards the boss. Chapter 275, Self-Destruct Device. At this moment, the zombie boss, with one of its legs already blasted off, remained in a crippled state, its mobility largely diminished. Feng Kai held onto his long spear, did not fight back directly, but kept harassing and attacking the boss. The blood crows and blood zombies also rushed towards the boss. Even though they were no match for the boss, being cleaved into halves by the boss, they successfully delayed the boss, contributing their part. Now, around the boss, ice and snow swirled around. Once the blood crows flew within 3 to 4 meters of the boss, their speed dropped, and their bodies gradually began to freeze. Feng Kai noticed a frost laceration debuff in his status bar. This level 3 debuff reduced movement and attack speed by 30% if within 5 meters of the boss. There's also a certain chance of getting frozen. Feng Kai understood that the boss had begun to fight desperately, which was not sustainable. His current task was not to kill the boss, but to last until Song Jian emerged from the physics building, since Song Jian would naturally deal with the boss. Go for it, have a go. Didn't I originally want to fight this boss alone? Feng Kai murmured to himself, gritting his teeth while fiercely jabbing with his spear. All of you will die. 8 directions. Soul extinguishing sword. The one-legged zombie boss, the lower its vitality, the fiercer its fight. Amazingly, it used frost force to replace its severed leg, and soon enough, a large block of ice had taken its place. Though movements were still not very easy, turning around posed no real issues. So it can do that too? Hey pal, you're doing a pretty good job with your prostheses. Instead of staying here as a boss, don't you think it'd be more promising to work in prosthetics? Feng Kai quipped, retreating step by step. A dozen transparent icy swords emerged above the boss, flying towards the retreating Feng Kai. Feng Kai fled towards a small grove in front of the physics building. With a series of booms, a third of the grove was blown apart, revealing the bare ground covered in frost. Even the trees near the edge of the explosion were covered in frost, giving off a chill of midwinter. Feng Kai slumped in front of a fractured tree stump, his face filled with terror. He had witnessed the boss use this move against Song Jian. The effect seemed extreme, but Song Jian seemed to incur little damage. However, when the attack was directed at Feng Kai, he felt as though he had met his end. Too terrifying. Feng Kai murmured in terror. One of the frost longsword's shadows hit him, dropping his vitality by a third. Thankfully, It was directional and not targeted. Otherwise, even leaving a complete corpse behind would be wishful thinking. Originally I wanted to take this boss on my own. Feng Kai was in pain. Initially, he pinned his hope on landmines, but now he discovered that without a simultaneous blast of 5 or 6 infantry landmines, it's challenging to inflict lethal damage on the boss. However, he could only set up one landmine at a time, making things awkward. After the boss stepped on one and suffered severe damage, it became furious with Feng Kai. But he didn't have time to set up the second mine, and had to dodge the boss's attacks. After releasing large magic tricks twice in a row, the boss also seemed tired. It limped towards Feng Kai with an ice block for a leg, making a crack noise at each step, leaving traces of ice shavings. Feng Kai became afraid of the boss. He didn't have many skills, only the ability to set infantry landmines and basic gunmanship. Taking setting up infantry landmines as his primary skill, Feng Kai hardly needed to produce the landmines, 10 would generate each day automatically. With an increase in levels, their power would increase too, making them his most potent attack. Initially, he assumed that he could kill this boss alone. Now in retrospect, that was just his misinterpretation. Feng Kai felt an impulse to run away. The villain, although locked on him, wouldn't chase you endlessly like ordinary monsters, as long as you ran far away. Escaping should be easy. 3 minutes, I said I could delay the monster for 3 minutes, but it has only been over a minute. Feng Kai was in turmoil. Looking at the boss slowly approaching him, he yelled and made a decision. He climbed up from the ground, held the long spear tightly, and rushed towards the boss again. Ding ding dong dong in front of the boss, Feng Kai had no resistance left in him. Due to the increased vitality recovery speed from the main quest, Feng Kai hadn't run out of vitality yet. In fact, Feng Kai fought so desperately not only because of the promised 3 minutes, but also because he had ambitions for the boss. Such a powerful boss, if killed, would surely drop great loot. Of course, the main piece would be taken by Song Jian, but at least Feng Kai should get a share. Without any contribution, even if Song Jian gave him some goods, Feng Kai would probably feel embarrassed to take them. 3 minutes, ah boom. Once again, Feng Kai was sent flying by a strike from the boss. He fell heavily to the ground, feeling as though all the bones in his body were broken. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. Feng Kai glanced at his vitality, which had dropped to a third. With such low blood volume, if the opponent released another big move, he might die right there. 3 minutes, Feng Kai murmured, standing up once again with gritted teeth, gulped down a potion, and clung to his long spear with trembling hands. Just then, a severe explosion came from the 3rd floor of the physics building. A figure flew out of the window, holding something shimmering with blue light. Thud. Song Jian crashed onto the ground from the 3rd floor, floating up a damage of over 60 points. Damn, there's even a self-destruction mechanism. Song Jian was frightened. He nearly lost this unique device in the blast. Fortunately, he blocked with his body at the last moment and managed to retain the device in the last second. A light blue sphere was tightly grasped in his hand, with a mini operating table floating in the center of the transparent sphere. Seeing Song Jian coming out of the physics building, Feng Kai's eyes lit up, calling out, "Boss! Save me!" Chapter 276, Skill Scroll. The task of establishing the laboratory was 90% complete, all that was missing was the polymer analyzer from the level 20 monster area. Song Jian was quite satisfied with the progress of the task. Upon hearing Feng Kai's shout, Song Jian carefully put the ball of light in his hand into his inventory, then turned to look at Feng Kai. Seeing the zombie boss wielding a huge sword and slowly approaching the half-depleted Feng Kai, Song Jian gave a slight shake of his head, stomped hard on the ground with his right foot, and an energy cluster in the shape of a saber tooth materialized rapidly in front of his right foot, before shrieking towards the boss. A deep groove was scored into the ground and the earth teeth assault struck the boss's back with a loud bang. The entire energy cluster exploded, seeming like a vicious beast tearing savagely into the boss. Caught off guard, the boss staggered forward. Bang! A weakness potion splashed onto the boss, reducing its defense by 35%, a highly lethal blow for the boss. At the same time, Song Jian also used a bottle of fire lizard medicine on himself. A flame appeared on the dark red blade, even Feng Kai's long spear began to emit a glow of flames. Flart sigh. Light gleamed in Song Jian's eyes. A giant red cross appeared on the surface of the boss's body and began scanning the boss automatically. In the end, the cross settled on the center of the boss's back. Gaze attack. The vertical pupil on Song Jian's forehead slowly opened, and a dazzling silver beam of light burst forth towards the back of the zombie boss, creating an illusion like a laser. Boom boom boom. Every second, there would be a violent explosion on the boss's back. A series of damage numbers approaching 100 were produced, causing the zombie boss's vitality to drop significantly in 5 seconds. finally stopping at 1/3 left. With a chilling roar, the boss turned around, its eyes bloodshot, its gaze fixed on Song Jian. The aggro had once again returned to Song Jian. 8 directions soul-extinguishing sword. With another hoarse roar, the zombie boss bravely endured the attack, raised the silver longsword in its hand, and a rapid stream of cold air began to condense above its head. Damn, not this move again. Feng Kai's face paled, he hastily rolled and crawled to a safer distance, looking at the zombie boss in terror. What was I thinking before, courting such a horrific entity? Fear welled up in Feng Kai's heart. Without the immortal sword body, Song Jian was forced to charge with his crimson fire floor-taped sword against the boss, which had less than 1/3 of its vitality left. For Song Jian, the current boss is akin to a gift bag that automatically walks around. Broken wing dance. Bang bang bang, 2 impacts made the zombie boss continually step backwards. With his last strike, Song Jian leapt up high and aimed a heavy blow at its head. The boss unleashed an angry roar, the dozen or so illusions of the ice swords above its head had not fully formed. Seeing Song Jian in midair slashing towards it, the boss sensed an enormous threat. It brandished its sword towards Song Jian, and the incomplete ice sword illusions flew towards him. Song Jian's face changed slightly, he'd felt the power of these ice swords firsthand. However, now he was hovering in midair with nowhere to hide. Even if he wanted to, he could only grit his teeth and strike at the sword illusions head-on. Boom boom boom, 3 or 4 sword illusions collided with the crimson fire heart-taped sword, resulting in loud crashes, and Song Jian had to bear the heavy damage. Bang! Song Jian's descended and landed as the crimson fire heart-taped sword he was holding collided with the boss's silver giant sword, creating a thundery rumble. An energy wave directly lifted the boss into the air. The boss's body was left in midair. Song Jian forcibly repressed the urge to cough up blood, he swung his sword and 3 strands of sword silk appeared on the surface of his body. After using the sword silk skill, he immediately activated the rapid sword skill. In an instant, all his attacks were unleashed on the boss like a torrential rainstorm. The 8 directions soul-extinguishing sword he had taken recently had cost him nearly half of his vitality points instantly dropped from nearly 700 to just over 200. Roar! A huge desert scorpion beast illusion appeared next to Song Jian out of thin air. As soon as it appeared, its giant scorpion tail stabbed towards the boss. With a soft sword chant, Song Jian jabbed his left index finger forward, and a 3-meter-long silver sword sheet plunged into the boss's back, piercing through its body. The boss, which was floating in midair, let out a painful scream. Its face twisted, and the blood vessels around its eyes swelled and protruded, as if they would burst open at any moment. Die! Song Jian's burning sword once again stabbed into the boss's back, reaping its last bit of vitality. The boss's body heavily fell to the ground. In a state of defenselessness when airborne, all the damage it received was added on, attacking highly piled up. Song Jian's final attack even dealt 180% substantial damage. Bang! The boss's body, like carved from ice and snow, shattered instantly when it hit the ground. Even the silver giant sword in its hand spun and got stuck in a broken tree stump. Feng Kai's gaze was immediately drawn to the silver glowing 2-handed sword. His eyes gleamed. You like it? It's all yours. Song Jian looked at Feng Kai and said. Even though his occupation was sword controller, he still preferred the one-handed sword and held no love for the 2-handed sword. Besides, his dual-wield slot was occupied with a school flag. Even though its grade was considerably lower than the silver giant sword, it was a growing weapon, and its upper limit was unknown. And if not for Feng Kai's help this time, he wouldn't have been able to collect all the task items so easily. Most importantly, he saw a few pieces of spoils amongst the scattered ones next to the boss's corpse, including a skill scroll that was emitting silver light. Song Jian went straight to the boss's corpse and collected all the spoils. Apart from the silver skill scroll, the rest were just materials and not worth much. Looking at this silver scroll, Song Jian felt an attraction as if it was faintly calling him. Could this be the sword technique used by the boss? Song Jian wondered, and immediately checked the properties of the skill scroll. The boss's 8-direction soul-extinguishing sword had left a deep impression on Song Jian, short cooldown, large power, and it was an area of effect skill. If he could acquire this type of sword technique, Song Jian's strength would certainly increase significantly. However, Song Jian quickly became stunned. The silver quality skill scroll in his hand was not the boss's 8-direction soul-extinguishing sword, but another sword technique. Chapter 277, Rebellion. Song Jian looked at the silver quality skill scroll in his hand, his eyebrows furrowed. Spiritual sword control technique? What the heck is that? Spiritual sword control technique, activated, level 1, skill effect, conjure a spirit sword, causing 150 points of spirit damage to a specified range of targets, cooldown time, 30 seconds, Skill cost, 30 spirit points. Hiss, isn't this just the dirt-poor version of the 8-direction soul-extinguishing sword used by the boss? After reading about this sword technique, Song Jian couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Nevertheless, he ultimately chose to learn it. The scroll turned into a silver light and disappeared. In Song Jian's skill column, spiritual sword control technique was added, pushing his main quest another step further. With a thought, Song Jian swung his sword forward. His spirit points decreased by 30 points, and a translucent long sword gradually condensed above his head. Damn, this is ridiculous. They said it was instant, but the time it takes to form is too fucking long. It's been at least 3 seconds. My expression can't even keep up. After the spirit sword finished forming, Song Jian discovered that he seemed to be able to control this long sword, as if controlling his own limbs. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Song Jian controlled the long sword, slashing and swinging it through the air. No one could see the sword, making it a perfect method for sneak attacks. However, just as Song Jian was overjoyed, the spirit sword hovering in the air exploded without warning. The explosion left his ears ringing, and it felt as if his brain had been hit by a heavy hammer, leaving him dizzy. System, you've suffered a backlash from the spiritual sword control technique, taking 150 points of spirit damage. Hiss, this spirit sword is unstable. How did it explode suddenly? Thank God I have a lot of vitality points, otherwise, I could have just lulled myself. Song Jian wiped the blood from his nose and thought grumpily. On the side, Feng Kai held a silver longsword, his face reflecting his indecision. The double-handed sword was clearly superior to his lance, but he didn't have a matching sword technique. To maximize the power of the longsword, he would need to study a matching sword technique. The double-handed sword conflicted with his lance. Both can only be selected as the main weapon, and it was hard for Feng Kai to decide. Song Jian bid Feng Kai a casual farewell, dissolved the temporary partnership, and headed towards the area filled with level 20 creatures on his own. Meanwhile, his slave Chi Yun hadn't returned to Manor Castle and was stopped by a man in a black cloak. Captain, how come you're here? I thought you'd already left this city. Chi Yun said, surprised at the sight of a gloomy Mahjong. Mahjong had abandoned him in the beginning, which had made Chi Yun angry. But after thinking about it, if Mahjong had chosen to save him, both of them would have been unable to escape. They would either both become Song Jian's slaves, or both be killed by him. Chi Yun, are you really willing to be his slave? Even if he is God's chosen one. A hatred flared in Mahjong's eyes. Captain, he's too powerful. We are no match for him. The information collected by the gathering Area 101 was drastically incorrect. Chi Yun shook his head. It's not that the information was incorrect, Chi Yun. We had also confirmed it on the battle scene, and his strength when he killed the Vanguard team should not be much different from the information. Mahjong stared into Chi Yun's eyes. It is just that the level of God's chosen ones is rising too fast. They can level up themselves by hunting monsters, while we can only slowly cultivate our power. Captain, are you saying that Song Jian has grown from a common level 5 or 6 person to a careerist in just over half a month? Chi Yun's face showed a shocked expression. It's not impossible, Chi Yun. Mahjong stepped forward, clutching his shoulder. He has now become an archenemy of Gathering Area 101. If I report the situation now, by the time the next execution squad is sent, who knows how much he will have grown. Time is too crucial for us. Gathering Area 101 is our home, don't forget that your son is also in it. Chi Yun shivered, his face reflecting the struggle within him. Captain, but I... Chi Yun, once you kill him, you can be released from being a slave. He is only level 13 now, and we still have a chance. If he continues to grow, we won't stand a chance. Mahjong slapped Chi Yun's shoulder heavily, his face showing an expression of disappointment. Chi Yun's innocent son came to his mind. If Mahjong reported the full process of this pursuit to Gathering Area 101 and they found out about his becoming Song Jian's slave, his son would surely not survive. The thought broke something inside Chi Yun. He looked at Mahjong and nodded. Captain, I'll do whatever you tell me to. A satisfied smile spread over Mahjong's face. With our current strength, no, even with a full squad, we may not be his opponent. However, before entering the city, I bought a bunch of information about Doomsday City in the black market. A strange smile appeared on Mahjong's face. In the eyes of others, this city is known as Zombie City, but to me, it's an undeveloped treasure. Do you remember the Zeus Shield Company? Zeus Shield Company? Chi Yun trembled. Before the Great Doomsday Disaster, it was the most famous company worldwide. Their gene modification liquid could make an ordinary person instantly possess superpowers and become a powerful genetic warrior. This city has a branch of the Zeus Shield Company. They must have stored plenty of gene modification liquid. As long as we can obtain it, we will instantly gain great power. Killing a level 13 chosen one wouldn't be a big deal at all, said Mahjong fanatically. One of the reasons he had accepted this assassination mission was for the Zeus Shield Company branch's gene modification liquid. He had originally planned to raid the company after completing the mission, but things had not gone as he had imagined. Captain, I'll listen to you. Chi Yun was well aware of the power of gene modification liquid. His eyes suddenly lit up. Looking at Chi Yun, Ma Jiang's face held a trace of a smile. Mentioning Chi Yun's son was a threat, but mentioning the gene modification liquid was an outright bribery. After all, Chi Yun was forced to be a chosen one's slave. As long as there was hope, he could be won over. And indeed, he succeeded. At the same time, Song Jian, who was running towards the area with level 20 creatures, suddenly received a system prompt. System, your slave Chi Yun's loyalty to you has decreased by 30 points. He could betray you at any moment. Betraying? Song Jian's face darkened. Initially, since the other party was a healer, he thought Chi Yun had potential. He didn't expect him to decide to betray him eventually. Don't get it. Why would he betray me? Could it be that? Song Jian immediately thought of another person who escaped from their team, reportedly their captain. If they insist on refusing to repent, they might as well die. Song Jian smirked coldly, not worrying about Chi Yun's betrayal. He just continued to rush in the direction indicated by the task map. Chapter 278 Zeus Shield Company. If the 15th level monster area sees scant human activity, then the 20th level monster area can certainly be considered forbidden to current players. Song Jian treaded carefully on the street, fearful of attracting the attention of the beasts that lurked there. He was there to find the last polymer analyzer, not to hunt monsters and level up. According to the mission map, the last polymer analyzer should be on the 13th floor of the Zeus Shield Company building, as marked. That floor held a laboratory specifically designed for the research of Gao's weapons. By the time Song Jian reached the area indicated on the map, the enormity of his task dawned on him. An 18-story building now lay before him, still bearing the name of the Zeus Shield Company even after all these years. The building had been abandoned many years prior, and had clearly seen some turmoil since. At the 7th floor, an explosion had blown a massive hole, surrounded by charred marks. It had likely been the epicenter of a raging fire, turning the glass windows into layers of pitch black. Just then, an enormous zombie, towering over 3 meters high, appeared before the opening, casting its view downwards. This behemoth was draped in heavy armor, which almost entirely enveloped its body, leaving only the red eyes and mouth visible. It held a Gatling-style weapon in its right hand, with a bullet chain stretching from the ammunition box on its back to the weapon itself. Level 20 Zeus Shield Guardian, Elite, Vitality Points, 2,800 out of 2,800, Spirit Points, 300 out of 300, Characteristics, Ultimate Defense, Ultimate Attack, Skills, Firepower Suppression. Looking at the creature's attributes, Song Jian frowned slightly. The creature had somehow managed to hide its characteristics. Only monsters above the 10th level were capable of this, but he was only 7 levels below this one. The Zeus Shield Guardian gave Song Jian a chilly look, then resumed its path, disappearing back into the 7th floor opening. A level 20 elite boss. Song Jian's heart sank. He wondered how many more such creatures loomed in this massive building, considering a single piece of task equipment now seemed harder to obtain. At that moment, silhouettes of monsters appeared on the 1st floor of the building. These significantly larger-looking zombies appeared equipped with simple protective armor and Uzi submachine guns. Each of them had a unique appearance. Some had gray fur covering their bodies, others wore dark green scales, and one even trailed a long tail behind it. Level 20 ordinary monsters, gene zombies. Song Jian frowned, finding the situation somewhat tricky. Anyway, I have to give it a try and see if I can lure them out one by one and kill them. If it doesn't work, I'll have to resort to morphing into Dark Cloud and flying there, said Song Jian, looking up towards the top of the building. Morphing into Dark Cloud would easily allow him to reach the 13th floor. However, if a fight breaks out, the clamor would definitely attract monsters from other floors, making Song Jian face the entire building of monsters with just a single attack. What's worse, the morphing into Dark Cloud skill would then be in the cooling period, leaving him no option but to fight without the chance to escape. Battling floor by floor would be somewhat time-consuming, but much safer. Soon enough, a Gene Warrior spotted Song Jian as he approached the front door of the 1st floor. The Gene Warrior rushed towards Song Jian, looking like the legendary werewolves with sharp fangs and 2 hands that had turned into wolf claws, bearing nails over a foot long that glittered with sharp, metallic light. Level 20 Gene Zombie, Ordinary, Vitality Points, 1,400 out of 1,400, Characteristics, Super Recovery, Skills, Claw Assault. Its speed greatly exceeds that of the 15th level monsters. Sword Jian frowned slightly and directly activated his rapid sword skill, charging towards the monster. Only in this way could he keep up with the rhythm of the Jin zombie. Broken wing dance. The crimson fire heart-ape sword in Song Jian's hand effortlessly tore through the zombie's protective clothes, slashing a wound more than 3 feet long on its body. However, Song Jian saw the wound healing astonishingly quickly as he withdrew his sword. In just a few seconds, there was no trace of it. The numbers +2, +3, +2 floated in green above the Jin zombie's head. Song Jian was taken aback and immediately accelerated his attack. Whoosh, whoosh, the first 2 attacks of the broken wing dance landed on the Jin zombie, and the third attack overpowered the beast's claw assault, knocking it into a state of suspension in midair. Song Jian waved his sword, causing 3 sword silks to appear out of thin air. With a SH, they pierced through the Jin zombie's body. Roar! The suspended Jin zombie roared defiantly, its hideous face distorted in rage. The bloodthirsty gleam in its crimson eyes seemed to declare a fight to the death against Song Jian. Fight to the death? You wish. Song Jian scoffed coldly. With a flick of his left hand, a 3-meter-long silvery sword light shot out, piercing directly through the creature's forehead and protruding from the back of its skull. In an instant, the monster's vitality dropped significantly. This attack had inflicted critical damage, substantially weakening the monster. Thump! The body of the Jin zombie fell to the ground. In just a few moments, it had recovered over 60 vitality points. Startled, Song Jian observed that the greater the damage it suffered, the faster it seemed to recover. I can't drag this out. I have to take it down as quickly as possible, or I'll fall into its rhythm. With this thought flashing through his mind, Song Jian decided to use his newly acquired sword technique. Spiritual sword control technique. His spirit points dropped a notch as an ethereal long sword condensed above Song Jian's head, thrusting towards the Jin zombie. At the same time, Song Jian's own long sword did not idle, continuously hacking at the monster's body. The sword of spirit pierced the monster's chest in an instant and disappeared. The Jin zombie suddenly started to tremble, clutching its head tightly with both hands. A shrill scream came from the Jin warrior, resembling a howl of a wolf. Bloodied snakes seemed to ooze out of its 7 orifices. Startled by the monster's reaction, Song Jian instinctively retreated, a light blue 150-point damage amount floating above the monster's head. Just 150 points of spirit damage, huh? The sword silk inflicted at least close to 400 points of damage earlier, and you did not react much. So, why the big fuss now? Song Jian wondered. Seeing the monster rolling on the ground, clutching its head in agony, Song Jian hurriedly advanced, slashing his swords at the monster and drained its last bit of vitality. Looking at the monster's body slowly burning to ashes, Song Jian frowned slightly, staring at the spiritual sword control technique in his skill bar and recalling the minute details of the just concluded battle. Something's up. Song Jian thought to himself. Chapter 279, Gene Modification Liquid. The power of the spiritual sword control technique surprised Song Jian. Is it because of the psychic damage? Song Jian theorized. But the eye-killing technique also inflicts psychic damage, and I haven't seen any monster react like this. Could it be that the spiritual sword control technique specifically targets a monster's consciousness and mental strength? Song Jian suddenly thought about how he had used the spiritual sword control technique before, and the pain of the backlash was so severe he felt as if his head would explode. It was worse than death. From the way this monster is reacting, could it be experiencing the same thing I went through? Song Jian speculated. Indeed, the spiritual sword control technique mainly damages the spirit, and its power is 10 times greater than the backlash Song Jian experienced. The feeling is like having one's entire head cracked open, something no creature could endure. After thinking about it for a while, Song Jian still couldn't figure it out. He put it aside and focused on the loot dropped by the mutated warrior. It was a syringe emitting a white glow. Gene Modification Liquid, damaged, increases your strength attribute by 2 points permanently and hastens vitality recovery rate by 50%. Usage requirements, 10 points of body physique. Item description: this item was a biological weapon researched by Zeus Shield Company. Gives ordinary people great power in a short time. Those with less than 10 points in body physique can also use it, but there is a high chance of causing a genetic collapse. Warning, it is an early stage product, and it creates a severe mental flaw in the user, reducing psychic attack resistance by 50. After reading the item's attribute description, Song Jian understood why all these zombies who had been injected with the gene modification liquid had these mental weaknesses. This reduction in mental attack resistance was probably so extreme that their psychic resistance had become negative. This explains the strong reaction to the spiritual sword control technique. Although the item boosts 2 points of strength and permanently increases vitality recovery rate by 50%, the side effects are severe, so Song Jian just hesitated for a moment before storing it in his bag. After pinpointing a weakness in these level 20 gene-modified zombies, the battles became much easier. More importantly, Song Jian was now killing monsters 7 levels above him, which gave him a bonus in experience gain that other players would envy. System, congratulations, you've successfully defeated a level 20 ordinary monster 7 levels higher than you, gaining a 700% experience boost. You've earned 5,800 experience points. Song Jian 1's experience bar filled up substantially, making the next level up seem much closer. The spiritual sword control technique had a cooldown time of 30 seconds. It shouldn't take more than a minute to kill a gene-modified zombie, making it easy to clear as long as he didn't get swarmed by multiple ones at once. Half an hour later, Song Jian found dealing with these level 20 monsters even easier than tackling the level 15 ones he had faced previously. After he finished off all the gene-modified monsters on the first floor of the building, he leveled up to level 14 with an additional 14% progress. More surprisingly, his expertise in the spiritual sword control technique had also increased by 28%. Seeing that he had gained a skill point, Song Jian checked the skill panel. The Earth Teeth Assault skill was at level 1 with 87% mastery, Kick was at level 1 with 65% mastery, Sword Finger level 2 with 77% mastery, Broken Wing Dance level 2 with 91% mastery, Sword Silk level 2 with 67% mastery, Rapid Sword level 2 with 34% mastery, Immortal Sword Body level 1 with 18% mastery. None of his active skills had reached full mastery to advance to the next level. His character skill Thick Face had already reached level 10 and couldn't be upgraded further, and passive skills could only be improved through practice. Most importantly, these passive skills weren't very powerful, and wasting skill points on them would be a squander. After some thought, Song Jian decided to hold on to his skill point and use it to upgrade the Broken Wing Dance skill once its mastery reaches 100%. The Broken Wing Dance had a short cooldown, was powerful and had strong crowd control, making it essential in every fight. Thus he could level up its proficiency pretty fast. Song Jian reckoned he needed to kill around 10 more monsters to meet the criteria for upgrading this sword technique. At level 14, just one more level up, he would be able to wear the silver quality leather armor in his bag, which he had been keeping for several days. Song Jian was confident that he could reach level 15 and wear it upon finishing his current mission. Despite killing so many gene-modified zombies, the only loot was the gene modification liquid. Song Jian had 6 tubes of the white-quality gene modification liquid in his bag. Not every gene-modified zombie dropped this liquid. And these vials of liquid all increased different attributes, such as agility, defense, attack, or other attribute damage. But they all shared a massive drawback, which was to give the user a substantial mental flaw. They had barely any resistance to psychic attacks, and their psychic damage was even increased. This side effect deterred Song Jian from using the gene modification liquid. Plus, only the same type of modification liquid could be used. Higher grade modification liquid could overwrite and absorb the lower grade ones, but an overdose of the same quality liquid could cause genetic disorder, leading to death or insanity in most cases. Having cleared the first floor, Song Jian made his way up the stairs to the second floor. Just as he left the first floor, 2 figures emerged in front of the Zeus Shield Company building in the distance. "Captain, is this the place?" Chi Yun asked as he looked nervously at the towering building. With level 20 monsters around, it was quite intimidating for him at level 13. Deprived of his sniper rifle and any means of attack, he would never dare to step into an area filled with level 20 monsters if left alone. "Yes, it is. I had to pay a hefty price for this information," Mahjong exclaimed, his eyes gleaming as he looked at the Zeus Shield Company building. Inside was a treasure trove, vast quantities of gene modification liquid that would fetch a significant price if brought out. More importantly, there was also a recently developed, perfect quality gene modification liquid. This perfect quality gene modification liquid was extracted from the fossil of an ancient creature that had survived for billions of years. That the fossil still had active genetic fragments was a miracle in itself. Before the apocalypse, it created a worldwide sensation, leading top biological scientists across the world to eagerly desire a membership in the Zeus Shield Company's laboratory. When Mahjong first heard that the Zeus Shield branch in Doomsday City held a perfect quality gene modification liquid made from genetic fragments extracted from an ancient fossil, he was skeptical. But after purchasing the information at a high price, Mahjong was immediately pumped. The information included an abundance of pictures and videos that provided clear evidence that this perfect quality gene modification liquid had indeed been transported to the building before the apocalyptic disaster. "It's real. The perfect quality gene modification liquid is indeed in this building," Mahjong muttered to himself as he strode towards the building. Chapter 280, Searching for the task items, Mahjong and Qi-yun walked into the first floor of the building, only to discover that the lobby was filled with monster corpses burning with transparent flames. Seeing this, Mahjong's face instantly darkened. Were these the genetic warriors of Zeus Shield Company in the past? Qi-yun asked with a surprised expression. The power of genetic warriors had always been a legend among the survivors, but no one had ever seen them, since it was a matter of decades ago. Even if there were still genetic warriors, they wouldn't be accessible to low-level mercenaries like them. How did they all die? It seems they were just killed. Could someone have entered this building ahead of us? Qi-yun looked up at Mahjong and couldn't help but ask. Be cautious, that person must not have left yet. Don't draw their attention. Mahjong whispered. Captain, do you think it could be Songjian? Qi-yun stared at the corpses of the genetic warriors, and couldn't help but speak, feeling something familiar about the wounds on their bodies. Him? Impossible. This is a level 20 monster area. These genetic warriors have superhuman bodies and immense strength, far beyond what he, a level 10 plus divine follower, could kill. Mahjong shook his head and sneered. In Mahjong's impression, Songjian was indeed powerful, but to kill so many genetic warriors, he still didn't believe it. What he didn't know was that although these genetic warriors were powerful, they had obvious weaknesses. Songjian happened to possess a sword technique that could target their weaknesses, making it even easier to kill these level 20 monsters than level 15 ones. He hadn't even activated his primordial chaos indestructible sword body, but had already cleared the entire first floor. The one who killed these monsters must be an extremely powerful adventurer. We're no match for them, and their target might not necessarily be the perfect quality gene modification potion. Mahjong thought to himself. Follow me. Be careful not to let them discover us, Mahjong whispered. Captain, what's so precious here that it's worth risking so much? Qi-yun hesitated. A person who could kill so many level 20 genetic zombies could easily kill the two of them too. Under normal circumstances, if they encountered such a powerful person, they would choose to leave quietly without disturbing the other party. However, Mahjong chose to follow this formidable figure for some unknown reason. What could be so valuable that the captain is willing to risk his life to obtain it? Qi-yun guessed in his heart, ordinary gene modification liquid wouldn't make him give up his life. There must be some special treasure here. Thinking of this, Qi-yun's eyes revealed anticipation. It seems that you've guessed it. Mahjong looked at Qi-yun and said, that's right, this company still stores large amounts of gene modification liquid. As long as we obtain it, we can have incredible power and immense wealth, enough for us to choose a city and become permanent citizens. But more importantly, there's a perfect quality gene modification potion here, made with the genes of ancient giants from billions of years ago. With it, we could become the top beings in this world. Just imagine, once we have that earth-shattering power, killing Songjian will be a piece of cake. At that time, you can also get rid of your slave status. I promise that the commitment I made to you will be fulfilled. Mahjong patted Qi-yun's shoulder, looking full of confidence. Captain, I'll listen to you. Whatever you say, I'll do. Qi-yun immediately became excited. Power and wealth were the greatest pursuits of people after the apocalypse. Even if it meant taking some risks, it was worth it if they could achieve their goals here. We're lucky not to have encountered these monsters directly. Mahjong looked at the burning corpses on the floor and shook his head. His information didn't mention that this building had become a monster gathering area. With his and Qi-yun's strength, they might not even be able to defeat the level 20 genetic zombies on the first floor. Songjian arrived on the second floor and pushed open the side door of the stairwell. A gene zombie covered in spikes suddenly turned its head, and their gazes met. The genetic zombie bared its sharp fangs and made a threatening gesture at Songjian. The spikes on its body surface shot out in an instant, flying at Songjian like bullets. Pop, pop, pop. 7 or 8 foot long spikes pierced the side door behind Songjian. He reacted quickly, rolled away from the genetic zombie's attack, and swung his sword at it. Rat-tat-tat. The genetic zombie held a submachine gun in its hand, firing at Songjian, leaving several bloody holes in his body. A series of damage numbers emerged from Songjian's head. Bang! The crimson fire heart-ape sword cleaved the opponent's arm and swept the submachine gun out of the genetic zombie's hand. Spiritual sword control technique. An invisible long sword formed above Songjian's head, slashing down ferociously at the opponent's head. How a miserable screech sounded as the genetic zombie clutched its head, its face contorted with pain, writhing on the ground. Songjian quickly killed the helpless genetic zombie, gaining a gene modification potion and 2 spikes from its body. These 2 spikes were also forging materials. After scanning them, Songjian put them in his inventory. The second floor consisted of rooms, which appeared as labs. Songjian took a step, ready to enter the second floor, but thought better of it and retreated. He took a steel bar from his inventory, inserted it into the handle on the stairwell side door, and twisted it into a corkscrew shape, completely sealing the door. Song Jian continued climbing upstairs. His goal was the polymer analyzer on the 13th floor, not to kill all the monsters in the building. However, after obtaining the mission item, there would be no harm in leveling up for Song Jian here. As long as he didn't encounter an exceptionally powerful boss monster, leveling up here might even be easier than in the level 15 monster area. So, every time Song Jian went up a floor, he would use some materials from his inventory to seal the stairwell side door. When he reached the 7th floor and sealed the side door, he heard heavy footsteps from within the floor. "That's the boss I looked at earlier." Song Jian's heart sank, and he didn't dare make a sound. He waited for the boss to walk away before he carefully continued to the next floor. Chapter 281, Vampire Zombie, Extra Rewards for every 10,000. Zeus Shield Tower had a total of 18 floors, with the strength of the monsters increasing as one ascended. The gene zombies found on the first floor were likely the remnants of early failed experiments. On the 13th floor, these genetic zombies possessed greater physical strength and were equipped with more advanced gear. Although they were also at level 20, they felt like monsters from an entirely different league to Song Jian. Standing by the stairway door of the 13th floor, Song Jian carefully checked whether any monsters were guarding the door outside. Thankfully, outside the door were only 2 ordinary level 20 gene zombies. Both gene zombies were humanoid, with vacant eyes as they shuffled from one end of the corridor to the other. They wore no protective gear and had no weapons in their hands, so they looked no different from common mutant zombies. They shuffled about the corridor back and forth, as if they were robots programmed with a predetermined path and never changing their walking posture. According to the mission map, the polymer analyzer was in a lab diagonally across the side door. Going in there would certainly alarm these 2 monsters. Could Song Jian risk a battle in the lab that might damage the polymer analyzer? With this thought, Song Jian took a deep breath, gripped his crimson fire heart-ape sword and waited patiently for the mutant zombies to approach. When the 2 mutant zombies drew near, Song Jian used the spiritual sword control technique instantly. The invisible spirit sword slashed towards the nearest mutant zombie. In an instant, a mournful howl echoed throughout the corridor, as the mutated zombie clutched its head and rolled on the floor. Its body underwent a horrific transformation, muscles bulging and covered in thick black hair. The clothes were ripped apart by the swelling muscles. The originally bloodless, pale face contorted and morphed as the sound of bones grinding filled the air. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a muscular werewolf over 2 meters tall. The other mutant zombie, whose gaze was originally vacant, snapped to attention the moment it saw Song Jian. A strange smile appeared on its face, its fangs emerged, and its crimson pupils twinkled with a bloodthirsty glow. Song Jian felt his vision going dark when the mutant zombie lunged at him with surprising speed, grasping his head, opening its mouth wide, and prepared to sink its teeth into Song Jian's neck. Sword finger. A silver sword she pierced through the mutant zombie's chest and shot out from the front. Bang! The zombie in front of him suddenly exploded into countless palm-sized bats, fluttering their wings as they flew backwards. Song Jian was stunned momentarily. It felt like he had seen such a scene somewhere. It seemed familiar. Not far away, those bats regrouped to form a middle-aged European man with blonde hair, dressed in a black suit. His face was deathly pale, but his lips stood out from his face due to their excessive redness. As he stared at Song Jian, he elegantly pressed his right hand to his chest, made a slight bow and said, "The taste of fresh blood. It has been decades since I last tasted such powerful blood. Thank you, stranger, for freeing me from that zombie-like state of chaos. In return, I can drain all the blood from your body and leave you with a complete corpse." After speaking, the gene zombie revealed a greedy and mysterious smile. Like a lightning bolt, it lunged towards Song Jian, leaving a deep scar on Song Jian's chest. If Song Jian hadn't instantly retreated 2 steps back and used his crimson fire heart-ape sword to parry, this blow might have disemboweled him. Song Jian glanced at the werewolf still rolling in pain on the ground. He wasn't sure how soon it would recover from the agony of the spirit sword. This werewolf gene zombie was obviously a strength-based combatant, while the seemingly vampire-like gene warrior was agility-based. If the 2 of them teamed up against him, Song Jian would likely be forced to make a hasty retreat. A slight mistake could cost him his life here. Rapid sword. Song Jian's eyes couldn't keep up with the speed of the gene zombie. He could only rely on his instinct and the attack speed boosted by rapid sword to compete with it. The vampire zombie darted like the wind, each attack adding another mark to Song Jian's body. Licking the blood on its fingernails, a sickly intoxicated look appeared on the face of the vampire zombie. In just a few seconds, more than a dozen wounds had been inflicted on Song Jian. Fortunately, though the opponent's attack was fast, the damage caused by each was insignificant, only around 20 or 30 points. With Song Jian's vitality recovery rate, Even if he took the blows head-on, it would still take dozens of minutes to deplete his vitality. However, it seemed that the werewolf zombie had recovered, and though its eyes held some fear as it looked at Song Jian, there was more anger and cruelty. Whoosh! Another attack like the wind. By the time Song Jian felt the piercing pain in his shoulder, the vampire zombie had already quickly distanced itself by a meter or two. Sword silk. 3 silver threads materialized out of nowhere beside Song Jian. At that moment, the werewolf zombie roared and charged towards Song Jian, its front paws springing forth 3 sharp blades, glinting with cold metallic light. Thwack, thwack, thwack! The 3 strands of sword silk, originally intended to attack the vampire zombie, sensed the approaching werewolf zombie, and immediately converged onto it. One strand of the sword silk whipped the opponent's face, while the other 2 pierced its shoulder, nearly severing the entire right shoulder. Just as Song Jian let out a sigh of relief, the werewolf zombie glanced at its right arm, slightly adjusted the bone with its left arm, then twisted. In just 2 to 3 seconds, the right arm was reattached, completely unscathed. From the outside, there wasn't even a trace of injury. Song Jian inhaled sharply. This regeneration speed was even more terrifying than his own. To kill this werewolf zombie, it seemed that he might have to completely dismember it and burn its ashes. Luckily, the 2 gene zombies, although they appeared to be attacking together, didn't seem to have any coordination. The werewolf zombie often charged forward recklessly, blocking the vampire zombie's attack path several times. It made the vampire zombie bristle with malice. Of course, these 2 gene zombies were more rational than the failed experiments below and did not stage a desirable internal strife in front of Song Jian. Song Jian also gave up his defense, waving the crimson fire heart-ape sword, intending to trade blows and put his life on the line in a vigorous confrontation against them. Spiritual sword control technique. The cooldown ended, another transparent spirit sword started forming above Song Jian's head. The werewolf zombie seemed to sense something and quickly withdrew its blades from Song Jian's shoulder, stepping back 5 or 6 steps in a row with a vigilant look on its face. Whoosh! Seizing the opportunity, the vampire zombie lunged at Song Jian, its fangs aimed straight at his neck. This power-packed vital blood was irresistible to it, enticing like a premium, irresistible delicacy. Chapter 282, The Last Line of Defense. Boom! The spirit sword brutally hacked into the chest of the vampire zombie, instantly flipping it over on the ground. A sharp howl erupted from the mouth of the vampire zombie. The sound was so piercing that it shattered the window at the end of the corridor. A disdainful expression crossed the face of the wolfman zombie, who watched as the vampire zombie on the ground held its head and continued to roll around. After a moment of hesitation, the wolfman zombie continued to pounce towards Song Jian. Broken wing dance. Song Jian lunged at the wolfman zombie with his sword. After 3 waves of attack, the wolfman zombie had 3 deep holes in his shoulder, and in return, Song Jian had chopped off one of its arms. Song Jian's mouth was full of fresh blood. Looking at the wolfman zombie trying to retrieve its severed arm, Song Jian brought his sword down on the arm on the ground and stirred forcefully, instantly mutilating the sturdy arm into a mess of flesh. An arm, the wolfman zombie could reattach. But this mound of minced meat, Song Jian doubted it could regenerate into an arm again. Roar! The wolfman zombie leapt out an angry roar and lunged at Song Jian. Immortal sword body, activate. Upon uttering the command, a golden light emerged from Song Jian's body. 8 long sword shadows appeared out of thin air, slowly revolving around his body. Thump! His crimson fire heart-ape sword collided with a wolfman zombie's claws. Their eyes met, and to Song Jian's surprise, a sense of panic registered in the wolfman zombie's eyes. It seemed like it felt suppressed by his strength in that instant. Sword silk. 3 slender silvery lines rippled through the air with a whoosh, coiling around the wolfman zombie's neck. Thump, thump, thump! The instant they coiled around the wolfman zombie's neck, the 3 sword wires suddenly straightened, rigid as iron. With a whoosh, they cut 3 bone-deep slash wounds around the zombie's neck. Song Jian could even see the bone of the spine peeking through the wound. Whoosh! Before the wolfman zombie could react, Song Jian's long sword traced a dark red trajectory in the air, brutally cutting across the wolfman zombie's neck and chopped its head off. The vitality points of the wolfman zombie dropped significantly, but the decapitated creature still wasn't dead. Its limbless body lunged at Song Jian, both of its sharp claws piercing into Song Jian's body. For a moment, blood splattered, and Song Jian's vitality points dropped by a third. It doesn't die even if its head is chopped off? Song Jian was stunned. He lifted his right leg and forcefully kicked the wolfman zombie. He managed to completely deplete the wolfman zombie's vitality points only after hacking at it several times with his sword. The body, now headless, swayed for a moment before collapsing limp. Before Song Jian could catch his breath, a shadow was already pouncing towards him from the front. The figure of the vampire zombie, moving like a violent whirlwind, seemed to sweep in from all directions. Its terrifying claw-like hands traced light streaks in the air, lingering in Song Jian's pupils. Song Jian clenched the crimson fire heart-ape sword tightly in his hand, holding it in front of his chest, silently enduring the onslaught of attacks as fierce as a whirlwind and torrential rain, his vitality points plummeting rapidly. Bang! With a dull thud, Song Jian was pounded back 5 or 6 meters. The vampire zombie let out a sharp, guttural roar, licking the fresh blood off its claws, its face twisting into a horrifying grimace. Underneath its skin, lumps began to protrude like little serpents wriggling around. Its originally pale face slowly began to turn an iron-blue hue, and its fangs radiating a cold light turned red from the root. The vampire zombie became even more crazed and violent. Yet its eyes emanated a hint of confusion, as though its actions were close to primal instincts and its scant reasoning was slowly being lost. The vampire zombie, now more bloodthirsty, shrieked and pounced at Song Jian. Its speed quickened, flickering like a shadow. Whoosh! A cold light streaked across Song Jian's neck, and 3 streams of blood sprayed out. 3 deep lacerations appeared in his throat, blood gushing out. It looked as if he had suffered a brutal throat cut. Its speed is too fast, my eyes and senses cannot keep up with its movements. I can only passively endure this damage. I can't go on like this. Song Jian's eyes blazed with infernal determination as he pulled a potion bottle from his pocket and smashed it emphatically on the ground. At that moment, the vampire zombie, driven by the scent of fresh blood, lost all reasoning and roared as it pounced at Song Jian, its craving for the hot fresh blood consuming its senses. Bang! The potion bottle shattered under Song Jian's foot, enveloped by the obscured silhouette of the attacking vampire zombie. Song Jian spread his arms open. As the vampire zombie's razor-sharp claws penetrated his body, he fiercely embraced its form. Roar! With a bestial roar, the vampire zombie bent its head to bite into Song Jian's shoulder, continuously sucking his blood. Refusing to show weakness, Song Jian opened his mouth and bit down hard on the creature's neck. He didn't suck the blood of the vampire zombie. Instead, he tore savagely at its flesh, like a wild beast would. Simultaneously, as the 30-second countdown elapsed, Song Jian swiftly deployed the spiritual sword control technique. A transparent spirit sword appeared above Song Jian's head. Under his mental control, the sword struck continuously at the vampire zombie. Just as the prescribed 3 seconds approached, Song Jian directed the spirit sword to viciously impale the creature's body. The vampire zombie bled from its 7 orifices and struggled violently, attempting to break free from Song Jian's binding arms. Die! The sword in Song Jian's hand, the crimson fire heart-ape sword, shortened into a dagger. Gripping it, Song Jian stabbed it relentlessly into the vampire zombie's back. Black smoke wafted from the vampire zombie's body. But just as Song Jian was beginning to believe the creature was dying, it broke free from his grasp. Holding its head and screaming, the creature darted towards the stairwell, disappearing into the staircase in no time. Song Jian dropped to his knees, his body fell sideways, and he was convulsing incessantly. His vitality points had dropped to barely 1/10 with no signs of recovery. It seemed like the rate of vitality restoration was inhibited by something. There was a toxin in the vampire zombie's fangs. If not removed in time, Song Jian would become a blood slave under the control of the vampire zombie after some time. He would lose his self-consciousness, and without that, even if he could survive, what was the difference between that and being dead? The vampire zombie's poison spread within Song Jian's body and swiftly flowed along his blood veins towards his brain. Once the virus infected his brain, he would truly become a walking corpse. However, the vampire zombie's poison only flowed to Song Jian's neck, then halted. No matter what, it could not break through the last defense. In his skill bar, his inherent ability Thick-Skinned was emitting a faint light. The 10th level of the Thick-Skinned ability was Song Jian's last line of defense, putting up a persistent fight against the poison of the vampire zombie. Time trickled on. Song Jian didn't know how much time had passed, but he eventually regained consciousness. His originally bloodshot, red eyes reverted to their usual clarity. When he stood up, he felt a sudden lightness in his body, as if it had become somewhat more agile. Chapter 283 Chi-Yun. Song Jian, regaining consciousness, had a baffled look in his eyes. He gazed at his hands, inspectively scanning up and down his body. To his surprise, he found his body totally unscathed, all previous wounds evaporated. Even the grisly gashes on his throat were vanishing without a trace. His vitality points were already refilled to the max. No, rather, their upper limit had ascended, boosted by 120, rocketing straight to 800. This was almost equivalent to a mini-boss's vitality. Checking other attributes, his agility had astonishingly increased by 5 points. It was a miracle, equivalent to consuming 5 attribute fruits. His other attributes remained unaltered. Song Jian hurriedly checked the system's battle information. As predicted, the increase in all his attributes were due to the transformation initiated by the vampire virus erosion into his body. It was akin to having done a genetic modification on him. But thanks to his thick-skinned innate skill, the virus was expelled just in the nick of time, preventing a more drastic alteration of his physical attributes. The quest item. Song Jian suddenly had a thought and involuntarily sprinted forward. Putting forth a tad of energy, he ran 5 or 6 meters ahead, uncontrolled due to his newest modifications, nearly tripping. Explore new novels on Novelbin. What is? His face displayed an expression of surprise. But soon, he realized that the additional 5 points in agility had significantly upgraded his body's capabilities, to which he was still struggling to adapt. Slowly moving forward, step by step towards the laboratory door, as led by the quest map, Song Jian gradually adapted to his explosive agility, gaining control over his body's movements. As he pushed open the laboratory doors, a gadget over 2 meters tall emitting a white light came into his view. It was the final quest item that he needed. Walking briskly over to the device, the moment he touched it, the apparatus over 3 meters wide and 2 meters tall, weighing over 500 kilos, instantly morphed into a palm-sized energy ball which Song Jian clenched in his hand. The last quest item was finally in his possession. Initially, the quest's time limit was 3 days, but Song Jian was able to complete it within a single day. It's a pity, I'm unsure where to search for the 2 missing inventory items, otherwise, I could have completed the tasks together. Song Jian thought to himself. After rummaging through the entire 13th floor, Song Jian didn't find anything else worth his attention and decided to commence cleaning upwards. After all, having the spiritual sword control technique meant he could inflict additional damage to the genetically modified soldiers here. Leveling up in this building was much faster than anywhere else. As Song Jian was descending the stairs, he suddenly realized that the staircase side doors, initially secured by him on each floor, had all been smashed open from the inside. The monsters inside had all disappeared, vanished without a trace. Promptly, on the staircase, Song Jian spotted 2 human mummies. One of them was his renegade follower, Qi-yun. After Qi-yun followed Mahjong to this building, he had betrayed Song Jian, and since then, Song Jian was cut off from him. Unexpectedly, Mahjong and he had both ended up dead here. The 2 bodies had been drained of blood, their skin tightly clung onto the bones, looking like Egyptian mummies. This seems a bit like the work of that previous vampire zombie. After a close inspection, Song Jian speculated. On the neck of both bodies, there were 2 deep holes, traces left by the vampire zombies while sucking blood. Did these 2 come here seeking revenge against me? Song Jian wondered. But, I didn't tell Qi-yun that I was coming here. How'd he know I'd be in this building? After contemplating for a while to no avail, Song Jian shook his head, brushed past the 2 mummified bodies, and headed towards the manor castle. For some unknown reason, all the monsters that infested this building had disappeared, even the elite level 20 boss Zeus Shield's guardian was nowhere to be found. It was unclear if they were annihilated, or if they had abandoned the building. Having guarded this building for decades, they wouldn't have left without a good reason. But currently, there was no logical explanation for their sudden absence. Song Jian felt slightly regretful as he considered this. After all, this place was like a holy land of leveling up for him. With the spiritual sword control technique, the monsters here were powerless, becoming mere experience packets for him to harvest. What a shame. Song Jian gave a sigh as he glanced back at the building bearing the Zeus Shield Company's sign. The sky darkened gradually. Silence enveloped the surroundings and not a single sound came from the Zeus Shield Company's building. Just then, Qi-yun, who had turned into a mummy, started to stir. First, it was a finger movement, then his full arm. Ominously, his whole body rose from the ground at an odd angle. The personified Qi-yun no longer looked human, he was now just like a zombie. In his blood-red eyes peered a startled confusion. It seemed his past memories were lost. He looked at the mummified Mahjong next to him, having a familiar feeling but not being able to recall anything. After spending some time next to Mahjong's corpse, Qi-yun began to climb the stairs slowly. He didn't know where he was heading, but an idea would recurrently pop into his mind, urging him to reach the 18th floor of the building. It seemed like something very precious awaited him there. Qi-yun's legs wouldn't bend. Each flight climbed consumed him greatly, even to the point of crawling on the stairs a bit by bit. The resurrected Qi-yun seemed to have simplified a lot. The lone thought in his head never dwindled. He continued to strive for it, entirely disregarding the price he was paying, not making any judgment or assessments, solely focusing on reaching the top floor of the building. After several hours of crawling, the gear Qi-yun wore was worn out to zero durability, beyond repair. But he finally made it to the 18th floor. Leaning on the wall, he wobbly pushed open the side door, managing to stand and get inside the 18th floor. On reaching, Chi-yun felt as if he had located something extremely crucial, an overwhelming craving gnawed at him, similar to a junkie longing for a fix. Stumbling towards the laboratory door, through the glass, Chi-yun spotted a metallic pillar in the center of the lab. The pillar, reaching well over a person's height, was topped by a transparent glass dome. Within the dome, a vial glowed with dazzling, multicolored light. The glass dome was covered with a thick layer of dust, but it failed to mask the radiance emitted by the vial within. Need. Dry, cracked lips slightly opened, and from his parched throat, 2 syllables were pushed out. Suddenly, Chi-yun began vigorously pounding on the laboratory door with his fists. Thud, thud, thud. The heavy, repetitive knocking echoed in the vacant hallway, projecting an eerie sensation. Chapter 284, Mermaid returning to Manor Castle. Song-jian arranged the task items from the package one by one, causing surprise to flash in Dr. Absiding's eyes. How could this be? It's only been a day. Looking up at Song-jian, Dr. Absiding even suspected that Song-jian had collected these items long ago, and only went out to fetch them now. This is the equipment of Zeus Shield Company. While touching a symbol on the polymer analyzer, Dr. Absiding exclaimed, "If I had known you could enter Zeus Shield Company, I would have asked you to grab more equipment. They are not short on funds. If not for a mishap, I would have been a member of their company." Dr. Absiding fell into a reminiscence, sighed after a long pause and said, "What a pity, I was too young at the time and not proficient in bioscience. My research scope conflicted with Zeus Shield, so I didn't join." "The Zeus Shield, does it still exist?" Song-jian suddenly asked. "Of course, giants like them, even during an apocalypse, wouldn't disappear that quick. Moreover, I used to suspect that the zombie virus that destroyed this city originally spread from Zeus Shield Company, but I have no evidence to prove this." After a brief chat, Song-jian was kicked out by Dr. Absiding, who could now continue his research. As for Song-jian, he still had 2 lists in his pocket, and if he didn't collect all the materials on these 2 lists, Dr. Absiding probably wouldn't pay any more attention to him. Song-jian left the manor castle, planning to upgrade to the 15th level monster zone. He was already at level 14, and only 70% more experience points were needed to reach level 15, then he could equip that leather armor in his parcel. During the previous battle at Zeus Shield Company, the proficiency of Song-jian's skill Broken Wing Dance was raised to IA% at level 2. With his level 14 reward skill points, he could upgrade to level 3. The 3rd level of the Broken Wing Dance increases damage slightly. Meanwhile, the judgment on the 3rd segment of Floating Point also increased a lot. After performing a Broken Wing Dance, even a level 15 monster's vitality points will decrease by almost 300. While Song-jian was passing through the level 10 monster zone, he suddenly saw a large group of players frantically running on the road, as if there were some terrifying monsters chasing them. "Brother, run quickly, the monsters from Jianyang Lake have come ashore, there are so many of them, if you don't run you will lose your life." Seeing Song-jian standing still, a player in his 30s kindly reminded him. "Old Lee, don't bother with him, let's go back to the safe house quickly. Only the safe house can withstand those monsters." His companion tugged him, looked at Song-jian, and showed a vigilant expression. "Monsters? What monsters?" Song-jian couldn't help asking. "Fishmen, water elementals, so many monsters, all are level 15 monsters, run." The man referred to as Old Lee briefly explained and then ran down the street with his companions. Soon, Song-jian saw a large group of creatures with fish heads, gills on both sides of their necks, covered in green scales, and standing only about 1.4 meters tall. They were holding round-headed sticks in their hands and lunged directly at any living creature they spotted. These fish monsters were all level 15 ordinary monsters. On their way, they not only hunted players, but also other monsters. They killed on sight. Song-jian personally saw several level 10 mutated zombies surrounded by a group of fishmen, constantly smashing the zombies with sticks in their hands. In no time, these level 10 zombies were nailed to the ground. After killing these level 10 monsters, the fishmen did not waste them. A few fishmen lifted the smashed mutated zombies and went back the way they came. The zombies killed by the fishmen did not ignite into transparent flames, they were no different from ordinary corpses. More fishmen stormed into the shops on both sides, searching for anything edible. These fishmen were like locusts crossing the border, the places they passed were completely ransacked. A level 10 player had just finished searching a building and came out from the entrance when he ran into this group of fishmen. Before he could react, the group of fishmen swarmed him as if they were flies smelling blood. The player screamed in fear, frantically casting skills, with thunder and lightning appearing in his hands, hitting the fishmen. The fishmen affected by the electric attack trembled in place, but more fishmen kept lunging at the man. In no time, that player's mental strength was exhausted, he was knocked to the ground by a group of fishmen and soon, A mournful scream sounded. The group of fishmen was actually tearing the player apart in frenzy. Soon, a strong fishman leader in armor and carrying a long fork ran over. He roared at the surrounding fishmen, driving them away from the player they were biting. Then, it shouted at several fishmen and ordered them to lift the player's corpse, going back the way they came. A level 15 elite boss. Song Jian stared at the strong fishman in armor and carrying a long fork and murmured. Previously he thought about a fight, but seeing this level 15 elite boss, Song Jian halted his steps. If it were regular monsters, he could escape their siege, but with this elite boss, escaping from this group of level 15 monsters would be tricky. He ducked into a residential complex, hiding behind the door of a building. These fishmen were numerous but impossible to search the entire area of level 10 monsters, a lot of places would be missed out. Song Jian patiently waited for this group of fishmen to leave so that he could go elsewhere. However, before too long, Song Jian heard a few fishmen yelling as they rushed into the residential complex. They began to move towards the apartment buildings in small groups. Two of them selected the very apartment building where Song Jian was hiding. You two are just unlucky. Song Jian summoned the Crimson Fire Floor Tape sword and tightly clutched it in his hand. Soon, a fishman slammed a half-opened building door with a stick in his hand and swaggered in, followed by a thin fishman cowering behind him. Compared to the fishman in front, that fishman behind looked like a child. The behavior of the timid fishman seemed to infuriate the one in front. After smashing the door open, it yelled angrily at the fishman behind, waving the stick in its hand and acting threateningly. At this moment, the fishman's face showed a terrified expression. Fi pointed behind the front fishman and screamed in fright. Chapter 285, Regional Task. Looking at the terrified expression of the feeble little fishman in front of him, the burly fishman felt something was amiss and was about to turn around. Suddenly, he felt a pang of sharp pain from his back. Broken wing dance. Whoosh, whoosh, two bursts of sword light flashed by, instantly slashing the vitality points of the sturdy fishman significantly. Just as it was about to call out to its companions in fear and flee, a third attack came from the sky, cutting its head into two halves. The thin little fishman was so scared that he dropped his weapon. As he was about to turn and run, a blast of air from behind shot him into the air. Whoosh, 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 several more sword lights left dark red traces in the air. Song Jian easily took down this small fishman too. After casually picking up the materials dropped by the two fishmen, Song Jian was about to rush out. Suddenly, he saw a large group of fishmen storm into the neighborhood. With a slight frown, Song Jian slowly retreated back into a dark corner. Soon, a few fishmen noticed the two dead bodies. After a bout of clamoring, they hoisted the corpses and retreated along their original path. It seemed the dead fishmen were no different from players and monsters in their eyes. They were treated as goods or food. At this moment, Song Jian suddenly noticed a red warning light flashing in front of his system screen. Upon checking, he triggered a regional task when he killed the first fishman. System, you've killed an level 15 fish head monster, triggering a regional mission, the food crisis of fish head monsters. Mission instructions: due to their overwhelming numbers, the fish head monsters of Jianyang Lake have inadequate food storage and have started to invade their surroundings to plunder food. Mission objective: first stage, kill 50 fish head monsters. The second stage objectives will appear after you complete the first stage. System, this is a special regional mission. It can't be rejected or abandoned. Mission failure penalty: random decrease of 2 points in personal attributes. Mission reward: 500 doomsday coins. Looking at the mission targets, he had already killed 2 fish head monsters. He still needed to kill 48 more to complete the first stage of the mission. Originally, Song Jian only wanted to evacuate. After all, in this large-scale monster tide, individual strength was essentially useless and could even potentially trap him. However, upon seeing the word special regional mission, Song Jian immediately thought of the skill stone steal. The rewards from such sudden missions were considerable. Moreover, leaving now would result in an immediate loss of 2 attribute points, which was certainly unacceptable. With this in mind, Song Jian summoned the Black Dragon Hatchling. Now a level 9 elite boss, the hatchling could easily defeat a level 15 fishhead monster in one-on-one combat. Its strength was not to be underestimated. As for the Blood Crow and the Blood Zombie, it would be better to not summon these cannon fodders and save himself the embarrassment. A tender dragon chant echoed, causing a few fishmen planning to explore the residential building to shudder. They looked at each other and simultaneously turned tail and fled. It seemed that Dragon Might was also effective against these fishhead monsters. With this, Song Jian's confidence soared. He stepped out of the residential building and charged towards a group of 5 or 6 fishhead monsters. Weakness potion. A potion bottle shattered under the feet of the fishhead monsters. A cloud of gray powder, looking like fog, enveloped them. The Black Dragon Hatchling pounced at them excitedly, continuously spitting out blazing dragon breath. The monster's club hit the hatchling. Apart from reducing its vitality points by a dozen or so and enraging it further, it had no other effect. Soon, these level 15 fish-head monsters were killed by Songjian and the black dragon hatchling. Although the experience points were not as rewarding as those from Gene Warriors, they were still decent. Songjian had planned to level up by hunting down level 15 monsters. The commotion of the battle once again attracted other fish-head monsters in the residential neighborhood. Within a short period, a dozen or so fish-head monsters were lured over. Songjian slowly retreated towards the residential building. In an open area, even if his strength were to double, facing off against dozens of level 15 monsters simultaneously was beyond him. Entering the residential building, its narrow staircase could only accommodate 2 people side by side. Once he secured such a terrain, killing the group of level 15 monsters was much simpler. It took Songjian more than half an hour to kill all these fish-head monsters. Along with numerous material drops like fresh fish meat, sharp fish bones, they surprisingly also dropped 3 pearls for Songjian. Each of these pearls was over 20 millimeters in diameter and had a round and delicate texture. They were obviously invaluable. Even in the real world, they would be highly valuable. Exquisite pearl, white, valuable item, use effect, can be sold at the system store, each worth 100 doomsday coins. Can you take it out of the game? Yes. These 3 pearls amounted to 300 doomsday coins, a small fortune for an average player. Songjian played with them in his hand for a while. If he could find more pearls to make a necklace, the value would surely soar. Packing the 3 pearls into his bag, Songjian stepped out of the residential building. At this moment, a fish-head monster with a red crown was standing at the gate of the neighborhood, making a kaji calling sound, seemingly signaling its companions who had entered the neighborhood. After calling out a few times with no response, it looked puzzled. It stood in place, craning its neck and tried to scan around for a long time, but couldn't find any abnormalities, so it turned around. Songjian had originally intended to rush out and kill it, in order to prevent it from noticing the odd situation and leading the fish-head monster infantry over. Surprisingly, this creature was skittish and left merely after looking around for a bit. Just as Songjian was about to leave the neighborhood, he suddenly heard a hurried kaji sound behind him. Turning around, he saw a fish-head monster with a round club standing in front of the residential building he just vacated, wearing an expression of horror. Its call was shrill and piercing, like an air raid siren sounding throughout the vacant neighborhood. Damn it! Songjian quickly darted towards the fish-head monster. The crimson fire heart-ape sword in his hand flashed silver, and 3 sword silks appeared, lashing out at the fish-head monster. A smack, smack, smack. The 3 sword silks hit the fish-head monster's body, instantly shattering its scales. A huge force came over, and the fish-head monster, now at half health, was knocked flying like a ragdoll. With a stomp of his foot, a tusk-like ore charged at the fish-head monster, striking it hard against a wall and leaving a bloody human-shaped imprint on it. The fish-head monster struggled to get up and let out a piercing shriek. It turned to run into the neighborhood. Songjian was about to pursue it when he heard a rapid thump of footsteps from behind. Turning around, he saw the fish-head monster leader wearing armor and holding a long fork running towards the neighborhood. Chapter 286 Fish-head Monster Squad Leader. Songjian squinted at the level 15 elite boss. Level 15 Fish-head Monster Squad Leader, Elite, Vitality Points, 1800 out of 1800, Spirit Points, 200 out of 200, Traits, Underwater Attack Damage increased by 30%, Skill, Fountain Ejection, Trident Throw with only 1800 Vitality Points. It seemed that this Fish-head Monster Squad Leader was not very powerful, likely at the bottom in comparison to other level 15 elite bosses. Looking around, Songjian was hugely relieved to see that this boss had come alone, with no other fish-head monsters in sight. A single level 15 elite boss, one of the weaker among its kind, and with no small monsters accompanying it, was a gift delivered to his doorstep. It must have heard the shout of the earlier defeated fish-head monster and decided to investigate. Taking advantage of the fact that other monsters had yet to arrive, Songjian would deal with this boss first. With this in mind, Songjian held the crimson fire heart-ape sword tightly, and charged towards the fish-head monster squad leader. As they closed to about 7 or 8 meters, the fish-head monster squad leader suddenly raised its right hand, lifting the trident high. Songjian abruptly halted, realizing that his opponent was about to use the trident throw skill. As expected, with a whoosh, the fish-head monster squad leader threw the trident directly towards Songjian. The trident, rusted and dirty, looked nothing much but turned incredibly fast in midair. It left a white trail, aiming harshly at Songjian. Songjian swiftly sidestepped, and heard a loud boom. The power of the trident had far exceeded his expectations. It had transformed the ground where he had stood into a crater with a diameter of over a meter. The blast from the trident nearly tossed Song Jian into the air. A damage number in the 30s appeared above his head. Even from so far away, it caused damage. If I were closer to the center of the attack, wouldn't I have lost 300 to 400 vitality points? Song Jian was shocked and instantly became more cautious. The fish-head monster squad leader roared in frustration at not being able to kill Song Jian. With a gesture, the trident that had been stuck in the ground disappeared and reappeared in its hand. Upon seeing the fish-head monster squad leader raising the trident again, Song Jian narrowed his eyes. One must not let it attack me indiscriminately. Earth Teeth Assault. A canine-shaped mass of energy flew towards the fish-head monster squad leader. The black dragon fledgling, flapping its wings, and circled around a large area, then came out from the bush. It growled and spat dragon breath at the squad leader. Upon seeing the black dragon fledgling, the fish-head monster squad leader began to tremble. It wailed loudly at the dragon, flapping its hand at Song Jian all the while. Thunk, thunk, both Earth Teeth Assault and Dragon Breath had hit, making it roll forward and showing two damage numbers of above 70 points appearing on top of its head. Feeling that it was unable to explain itself, the fish-head monster squad leader tightened its grip around the trident. It ignored Song Jian and turned to charge at the black dragon fledgling instead. The black dragon fledgling flapped its wings, engaging the fish-head monster squad leader in a fierce and chaotic battle. This time, the fish-head monster squad leader was emitting a faint red flame around its body. Seeing the black dragon fledgling's dragon might, it seemed to have developed some resistance. It looked as though it wanted to kill the black dragon fledgling. Song Jian also charged forward with his sword. Although the black dragon fledgling was powerful, it was just a level 9 elite. It was clearly at a disadvantage against the fish-head monster squad leader. Many of its skills had been weakened due to the level difference, but the attacks from the squad leader actually had a level repression damage bonus. If it wasn't for Song Jian, the end result of this battle would surely be the black dragon fledgling becoming fodder for the fish-head monster squad leader. With Song Jian's participation, the fish-head monster squad leader was immediately at a disadvantage. It desperately resisted while calling for help, seemingly summoning other fish-head monsters. Song Jian felt a sense of urgency. He cast all skills except Immortal Sword Body without reservation, concentrating firepower aimed at killing this boss in the shortest time possible. Just when the squad leader's vitality points were down to less than a third, suddenly, a thick stream of water erupted from the solid ground. It lashed out like a tentacle, forcefully launching the black dragon fledgling away. The black dragon fledgling also had less than half of its vitality points left, and after being hit, its vitality points further dropped to less than a third. Song Jian knit his eyebrows, hesitated for a moment, then waved his hand to recall the black dragon fledgling back into the pet space. The black dragon fledgling could slowly recover its wounds in the pet space. If it got killed here, the loss would outweigh the gain even if the fish-head monster squad leader was killed in return. The water stream, which resembled a tentacle, continued to sway after launching the black dragon fledgling, and dissipated of its own accord, leaving no trace behind after 3 seconds. Before Song Jian could rush over, the fish-head monster squad leader wielded the trident. A stream of water surged from the ground less than a meter ahead of it. The fish-head monster squad leader looked at Song Jian with a cunning glint in its eyes. There was already a commotion nearby, and many fish-head monsters were rushing to gather here rapidly. If it dragged on any further, Song Jian would end up having to beat a hasty retreat, trapping him. Song Jian narrowed his eyes, and the vertical pupil in the center of his forehead opened wide. A silver column of light shot out, heading directly towards the fish-head monster squad leader. Boom boom boom, a wave of explosions echoed out as the silver pillar of light struck the fish-head monster squad leader. It seemed to burn like a fierce flame, causing continuous bomb-like sounds. Consecutive damage numbers floated above the fish-head monster squad leader's head and its vitality points were quickly dropping. It wanted to evade, but the silver column of light seemed to have a strong suction power, making it impossible to escape, forcing the fish-head monster squad leader to feel endless pain. Bang! At the end of the I-beam skill, the squad leader's body was propelled backward, harshly colliding with the wall behind it. Before it could get up, Song Jian rushed forward. With a whoosh, a dazzling silver sword chi bloomed from his index finger. He brought it down harshly. The harsh chi slashed directly at the fish-head monster squad leader. Rip! The fish-head monster squad leader's body was split into 2 pieces from the shoulder down, its foul organs spewing everywhere. Song Jian rushed forward, scooping up the few trophies that it had dropped, and sprinted towards the inner part of the district. At this time, a large group of fish-head monsters had already started swarming frantically from the far end of the street. But by the time they reached the corpse of the fish-head monster squad leader, Song Jian had long disappeared without a trace. Chapter 287 Jin Yang Lake. Ignoring how the fish-head monsters dealt with the corpse of their squad leader, Song Jian hid in a safe corner, examining the loot he had collected. The fish head monster squad leader dropped 3 items in total: a pair of shoes, a black pearl, and an old-fashioned black wooden box. Fish scale boots, green, shoes, equipment effect, increases movement speed by 8%, physical defense +3, magic resistance +2, special attribute, increase underwater breathing time by 50%. Equipment requirement, level 10. Can it be taken out of the game? No. Song Jian could just fit into these excellent quality boots, and he put them in his equipment bar right away. Black pearl, white, valuable item, usage effect, can form a bubble underwater, supplying the user with oxygen. The effect lasts for 30 minutes. Cooldown period, 2 hours, can be sold for 1,000 doomsday coins. Can it be taken out of the game? No. This item was decent, even for sale in the system shop. It was worth 10 times as much as the ordinary pearls just now. Song Jian took a glance and placed it in his item inventory. The remaining item was a worn-out black wooden box, its surface engraved with strange raised patterns. It seemed ancient and grand, as if it had endured the passage of time. If in the real world, it could be collected as an antique. Opening the box, there was an old and tattered parchment inside. On it were simple strokes, seemingly a map. Jianying Lake, Eye of the Fire God? What is this? A treasure map? Song Jian examined the map carefully and found it to be a treasure map leading to Jianying Lake. In the center of the lake, there was a symbol of a ring with the words Eye of the Fire God next to it. Jianying Lake was located at the edge of the city, also an area habituated by level 15 monsters. It was part of the wetland park and covered a large area. The fish head monsters he was facing lived in Jianying Lake. However, it wasn't inhabited solely by fish head monsters. Some players had been there before. Under the water, though, even the attributes of ordinary fish head monsters would increase significantly, making them more challenging to fight than monsters of the same level on land. Consequently, fewer players were willing to travel the long distance to Jianying Lake to level up. Putting the treasure map back into the wooden box and stowing into his item inventory, Song Jian snuck over the wall in the outskirts and after figuring out the direction, ran towards Jianying Lake. By then, most of the fish head monsters in Jianying Lake had already left to search for resources. There should be fewer monsters in their base. It was a good chance to see if he could snatch the treasure. The regional plot mission of hunting 50 fish head monsters had no time limit anyway. Having already killed more than 20, there must be many fish head monsters in Jianying Lake. It was also a suitable place to complete the mission. Song Jian ran all the way, avoiding the monsters he met and taking detours. It took him more than 2 hours to get to the wetland park. The wetland park was full of lush plants. The chromatic flowers bloomed brilliantly. Rows of man-made ditches overlaid the entire park like a spider web. However, they were dried up at the moment, covered in copious amounts of dust and fallen leaves. At the outer side of the park were few sparse level 10 fish head monsters and minor water elementals. They weren't different from other level 10 monsters, but they were few and far between, hundreds of meters apart. Killing monsters in this area would be too inefficient for leveling up. Moving further in, Song Jian quickly arrived at the edge of Jianying Lake. Suddenly, there were more monsters, and their levels rose directly to level 15. At the edge of Jianying Lake, one could see shabby houses built with wood. The food the fish head monsters hunted was hung in front of the houses to dry, emitting a faint stench in the surroundings. This was the base of the fish head monsters. Occasionally, semi-transparent figures of water elementals appeared under the water in Song Jian's sight. Each of these level 15 water elementals was over 2 meters tall, their bodies full of surging water elemental power. On their wrists were 2 shimmering golden bracelets. On land, these water elementals had the same attributes as other monsters. However, in water, their power increased by 30%, and their movement speed would also increase significantly. Even though Song Jian was currently level 14, he had to proceed with caution. Finding some stray fish head monsters around Jianying Lake, he spent some time killing the required 50 monsters for the regional task, earning the first stage reward of 300 doomsday coins. As Song Jian was waiting for the mission of the second tier to be issued, he received a sudden system notification. System, you have triggered the plot Defend the Base. The game system issues the plot mission Subdue the Fish Head Monsters. Completing the mission will yield generous rewards and war merits. System, the regional mission you triggered has been terminated. Please choose whether to accept the plot mission Subdue the Fish Head Monsters. With a creased brow, Song Jian speculated that the fish head monsters were likely to return soon. There wasn't much time left for him to locate the treasure. Not heeding the Subdue the Fish Head Monsters plot, Song Jian took out the treasure map and started scrutinizing it intently. The location marked on the treasure map was clear. It was right beneath the fish head monster base at the center of Jianying Lake. Although most of the fish head monsters had gone out to gather resources, there certainly wouldn't be a place near the base that was devoid of any fish head. How to evade these fish-head monsters and get to the location marked on the map was a problem. Also, the water elementals in the lake were a headache. When not in combat mode, the water elementals in the lake looked like a mass of pale blue liquid flowing along, difficult to distinguish unless looked at closely. After observing for more than half an hour, Song Jian finally identified a pattern in the patrols of the fish-head monsters. There were 6 teams in total, each consisting of 7 to 8 fish-head monsters. Each patrol shift had only 1 team underwater. There would be a reprieve of approximately 30 seconds when the 2 teams switched positions, during which he could seize the opportunity to enter the location marked on the map. Apart from these 6 teams, there were also some scattered fish-head monsters near the base. They seemed to be juveniles, only at level 10, frolicking around. The other problem was the water elementals. If his sprinting made too much noise, he was liable to bump into a water elemental unknowingly. He must get into the water in advance, hide on the side, and wait for the changing of the fish-head monster guards. This waiting period in the underwater would be at least 10 minutes, not including the distance from the coast to the center of the lake. However, with the fish scale boots and the black pearl, Song Jian should have no issue slowly approaching the center underwater. Song Jian scouted around and chose a place where no monsters lurk to quietly submerge underwater. An ordinary player could only stay underwater for 5 minutes. With fish scale boots, Song Jian could last 6.5 minutes. Additionally, with the effects of the black pearl lasting for 30 minutes, he could easily stay underwater waiting for the guard-changing vacuum period. He quietly entered the bottom of the lake and slowly swam forward, cautiously avoiding wandering water elementals. Song Jian came to a large rock that was only 7 or 8 meters away from the fish-head monster base. He hid his figure behind it and waited quietly. Chapter 288, Lord-level boss Song Jian had chosen a place teeming with water plants. It was hard to spot a person hidden behind the rocks unless one looked carefully. 6.5 minutes quickly passed and Song Jian immediately activated the black pearl, instantly wrapping himself in a bubble of air. As time ticked by, the troop of fish-head monster guardians began swimming upstream to the lake's surface, ready to switch shifts with another troop. Song Jian too, slowly left the rocks and swam towards the main camp's stone cave at the bottom of the lake. According to the treasure map, the Eye of the Fire God was hidden inside this cave. As Song Jian swam to only about 11 or 12 meters from the cave's entrance, a sharp screech echoed from the shore of Jianyang Lake. A disheveled small fish-head monster was stumbling towards the lake, screaming loudly as it ran. If Song Jian could see it, he would recognize it as the very same fish-head monster that had escaped him before. Alarmed by the small fish-head monster's warning, the troops guarding the fish-head monster's main camp immediately plunged into chaos. They all jumped into the water and began to frantically search their surroundings. Upon hearing the commotion overhead, Song Jian's heart sank. He immediately quickened his speed towards the stone cave. Suddenly, a sharp piercing sound echoed from behind him. He turned his head to see a harpoon whizzing through the water towards him, leaving a long trail in its wake. Song Jian veered sideways as the harpoon flew past him, embedding itself deeply into a stone at the bottom of the lake. "I've been discovered." Song Jian internally panicked as he turned to see a small squad of fish-head monster guardians swimming towards him rapidly. Underwater, these fish-head monster guardians were swift, their abilities having evolved considerably, comparable to level 20 monsters. To fight against a squad of fish-head monster guardians comparable to level 20 monsters, Song Jian might be able to annihilate them given some time. However, where was he? This was the fish-head monster's main camp. If fighting were to break out, it would surely attract other fish-head monster guardians. He might be able to take on 3 or 5, but as the numbers grew, even ants could kill an elephant. By then, he would probably not even have a chance to escape. With this in mind, Song Jian immediately swam towards the nearby cave. Only by entering there could he escape the pursuit of these fish-head monsters. The invaders identified, within moments, a dozen or so fish-head monster guardians were hot on Song Jian's tail. Their movement also alarmed the surrounding water elements. Massive amounts of water elements began to converge in their direction. 2 light blue water elements even appeared ahead of Song Jian. At this point, Song Jian had no choice but to plunge forward. Soon, Song Jian entered the alert range of the 2 water elements. They turned around and began preparing frost arrows to shoot at Song Jian. Frost arrows did not cause much damage, but they had an extremely annoying effect, chill delay. If they hit the target, it could slow the target's movement speed by 40%. Once hit, the target would be stuck until death. Song Jian quickly took cover behind a rock. The frost arrows left a long, white, frozen track in the water before smashing into the rock. Soon, a thin layer of frost covered the surface of the human-height rock, immediately lowering the surrounding water temperature by 5 to 6 degrees. Song Jian's eyebrows knitted in a frown. The 2 water elements were blocking the entrance of the cave. To get inside, he would have to defeat those 2 water elements first. However, These two water elements were also level 15 monsters. Moreover, they were underwater, all their attacks carried the chill delay effect. Even if he could ultimately defeat them, the time it would take for that would be enough for the fish head monsters and water elements behind him to catch up. When that happened, death would be inevitable. Just then, a frosty white ice elemental boss, made up of heavy ice blocks, slowly walked towards his location from about a dozen meters away from the cave. This ice elemental boss's body was a full circle bigger than the regular water elements. Its eyes, like two huge sapphires, shimmered brilliantly. Its body was covered with an armor made of solidified ice blocks. In its hands, it tightly held a pale gold trident. Level 15 Ice Elemental Overlord Frenzel, Overlord, Vitality Points, 4,800 out of 4,800, Traits, Enhanced Coldness, Bloodline of Frost, Skills, Intimidate, Dominion, Frosty Current, Chilling Beam, Trident of the God of War. A Lord-level boss? Song Jian was shocked and quickly shrunk behind the rock, for this was the very first Lord-level boss he had ever encountered. The two water elements didn't give up attacking Song Jian and kept summoning frost arrows. At this moment, the Ice Elemental Overlord walked over and upon seeing the two water elements, stopped in its tracks, raising its trident in their direction. The frost arrow that had already been conjured immediately disintegrated into scattered water elemental energy. The two water elements looked surprised and turned to look at the Ice Elemental Overlord. Upon seeing the Ice Elemental Overlord, the two water elements quickly bowed in courtesy and slowly backed away, not even daring to speak. The moment the Ice Elemental Overlord appeared, all the water elements tailing Song Jian instantly stopped in their tracks, bending their bodies in his direction. They did not dare to move a step closer. The Ice Elemental Overlord commanded all the water elements in Jianyang Lake, but the fish head monsters were not under its control. Seeing the Ice Elemental Overlord, the pursuing fish head monsters also began to panic. They dared not continue their chase, fearing that they would cause a misunderstanding with the Ice Elemental Overlord and get themselves killed. Until a Lord-level boss appeared among the fish head monsters, they wouldn't dare to approach this elemental master of ice in the middle of the lake. I hope it hasn't noticed me. Song Jian nervously hid himself behind the rock and in the dense underwater grass. A battle with this elemental master of ice underwater was pure suicide, unless he could lure it onto the land where he stood a chance of killing it. This is a Lord-level boss, surely it will drop some good stuff after I kill it. Song Jian's eyes glowed as he stared at the slowly approaching elemental master of ice. But with his current strength, killing the elemental master of ice underwater was nothing short of fantasy. All he could hope for was that its alert range wasn't too large to discover his presence behind the rock. Son, the Ice Elemental Overlord slowly moved away from the cave entrance and began his routine patrol around Jianyang Lake. As he started to fade out of sight, the fish head monsters and water elements behind him became jittery. Song Jian immediately came out from behind the rock and swam towards the cave, followed by a swarm of monsters. The water elements in the vicinity also began casting frost arrows. Song Jian had to swim towards the cave with all his might, knowing that even a single hit from the horde of monsters could cost him his life. As Song Jian entered the cave, he felt like he had passed through a thin membrane. The cave was very dry, and the transparent membrane at the entrance kept all the water out. Chapter 289, Eye of the Fire God. Boom boom boom. Several frost arrows bombarded the entrance of the cave, creating ripples on the transparent membrane, blocking all the attacks. Song Jian let out a sigh of relief and looked forward. This underwater cave didn't seem too big. A narrow staircase stretched from the entrance all the way down, leading to the depths underground. Following this staircase, he should be able to find the treasure marked on the treasure map, the Eye of the Fire God. As Song Jian's figure disappeared into the cave, the fish-headed monsters and water elementals that had been chasing him lost track of him. After searching for a while, they dispersed. When the fish-headed monsters ran from Wetland Park to search for supplies, they alarmed many players. Some high-level players, hearing about the fish-headed monsters' movements, not only didn't flee, but instead rushed towards the level IO monster area. When they arrived in the nearby area, they received the same regional plot mission as Song Jian and began to form teams to hunt down these monsters. Just as they were enthusiastically hunting the fish-headed monsters, it seemed as if all the fish-headed monsters suddenly received a message, and they hurried back along the same path, heading towards Wetland Park. System: a player triggered a special plot, unlocking the plot guarding the base. Nearby players can choose to accept the plot mission Subjugation of Fish-Headed Monsters. Complete the mission and receive generous rewards and war merits. Originally hunting the fish-headed monsters, the nearby players were instantly excited, as they rarely encountered other side missions or plot missions besides the main mission. The reason they came to this level IO monster area was because a regional mission had appeared. They knew that the more missions they completed, the faster their vitality points would recover when they received main mission rewards. This was the divine skill to ensure that they would survive the next time they entered the game. Who is so powerful that they can trigger a plot? What does this mean? The fish-headed monsters have run away, and I still have more than 20 fish-headed monsters left to complete my regional mission. What am I supposed to do now? Wetland Park? Where is that? Oh, a level 15 monster area. How are we supposed to handle that? It's already difficult to fight in this level 10 monster area. Level 15 is going to be deadly. Who can tell me what the use of war merits is? Whichever big shot triggered this plot, couldn't it have been half an hour later? Speaking of which, do you get extra rewards for triggering a plot? Does anyone know who triggered this plot? This sudden system message instantly caught the attention of all the players nearby. It was the first time they'd seen someone trigger a game plot, and they were immediately curious about the person's identity. Some even wanted to find the player and kill him to take his place, as being able to trigger a plot would surely yield a large number of extra rewards. In comparison to ordinary players, those who had already formed war alliances were even more excited. Only they knew the use of war merits. It's a great thing to upgrade the war alliance level and purchase special items at the War Lions shop. It's much harder to obtain than Doomsday coins. Apart from completing occasional extermination missions in the War Alliance, there was no other way to obtain war merits. Our War Alliance is only 300 war merits away from being promoted to level 2. We can't miss this plot mission. Everyone goes and tries to obtain more war merits. I already have my eyes on that level IO silver quality dagger in the War Alliance shop. I'll take part in this plot mission for sure. After completing it, I'll have enough war merits to buy that dagger. Let's go, let's go. Wetland Park isn't close to us. We have to hurry over, otherwise, we won't even get a sip of the soup. This plot mission triggered by Songjian practically alarmed half the players in Doomsday City. All players with a level above 10 flocked towards Wetland Park, leaving those who hadn't even chosen their professions behind, staring enviously at them. After all, that was a level 15 monster area, and going there without a certain level of strength was simply seeking death. At this moment, Songjian, who had invaded the fish-headed monster's HQ and triggered the plot mission, was still slowly descending the staircase. The underground staircase was spiral-shaped, with mysterious magic runes depicted on the rocks on both sides. These magic runes glowed, illuminating the entire staircase. The narrow and long staircase was thankfully devoid of monster guards. Songjian spent more than half an hour before finally reaching the bottom of the staircase and entering a spacious hall. The hall was about the size of a football field, surrounded by raging flames. The walls were carved with many paintings and strange characters. Numerous pillars stood on the ground, emitting a dark red glow. The entire hall resembled the Athenian temple in the real world, with a rough architectural style, full of an ancient, barbaric atmosphere. At the depths of the hall, there was a brick-built altar, on which a golden treasure chest was placed. Flanking the altar, there were two massive knight statues wielding giant swords and wearing heavy armor, seemingly guarding the treasure chest. Is this the treasure marked in the treasure map? Songjian's eyes were fixed on the treasure chest on the altar. The eye of the fire god should be in this chest. It must be the most precious treasure inside, otherwise, it wouldn't have been marked in the treasure map. Songjian walked towards the altar, his target being the golden treasure chest on top. This was the second golden treasure chest he had ever seen, and the eye of the fire god, according to his guess, must be a gold quality item like the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword. At this stage, players obtaining a blue quality item were already incredible, and most players had not even seen a golden item. As Songjian stepped onto the altar, he felt a cold chill, as if someone was looking at him with murderous eyes. This chill came from the huge statues wielding swords and guarding the altar on both sides. These two statues must be the guardians of the treasure chest. If I touch the chest, will they come to life and chase me? Songjian hesitated for a moment. However, after only giving it some thought, he gritted his teeth and continued walking towards the top of the altar. This was a gold quality item, and it was worth taking some risks for it. Soon, Songjian reached the top of the altar and slowly opened the golden treasure chest in front of him. Suddenly, a dazzling golden light burst from the chest, illuminating the entire hall. After that, the golden light retreated into the chest, and 3 items lay quietly inside. Songjian didn't hesitate and quickly collected all 3 items. The first item to catch his attention was a ring emitting a faint golden glow. Made of crimson gold, the ring had a cat's eye-like gem embedded in its band. Fluid colors swirled within the golden iris, making it look as if a real eye was staring at Songjian. Chapter 290, Auction House. The Ring of Fire God's Eye, golden, damaged, ring, guaranteed drop upon death. Equipped, it increases damage by 15%, comes with a Fire God shield, reflecting 30% melee damage. Special Effect 1, grants permanent immunity against being slowed or frozen by eye space damage. Special Effect 2, occasionally triggers Wrath of the Fire God when dealing damage to a target, dealing an additional 300 points of fire damage. This effect can only occur once within a 30-second duration. Requirement, Level 1, can it be taken out of the game? No. Item description, this item was the favorite possession of the fire god, Hephaestus. Due to the fall of the fire god, the item lost its godly status and became damaged, decreasing its value. However, if, one day, you manage to obtain the godly status of Hephaestus, you can repair this item back to its divine origin. Damaged gold grade? Divine artifact? Song Jian couldn't help but break into a smile of delight on his face. This item had the potential to turn into the divine artifacts. Players can only wear 2 rings at the same time, one on the left hand and one on the right. Song Jian currently wears the Ring of Storage and the Ring of Strength. However, he was able to use the Ring of Storage to expand his baggage section immediately, as he had not found any other rings before and had been carrying the Ring of Storage with him all the time to get a few more storage boxes. Now that he had the Eye of the Fire God, he naturally expanded the baggage section directly using the Ring of Storage. After clicking use, the storage ring turned into a ray of blue light and directly integrated into the baggage area. Soon, the storage section, which had only 16 spaces, quickly turned into a storage area with 20 spaces. Song Jian equipped the Eye of the Fire God instantly. All of a sudden, a warmth flowed out of the ring and surged through his entire body. After using the Ring of Storage, although the number of storage boxes decreased by a few, for Song Jian, who had just obtained a golden grade ring, the loss was still within the expected range. After putting on the Eye of the Fire God, Song Jian turned his attention to the 2 remaining items. These remaining 2 items were a small, deep red, triangular flag and a town return scroll. The red triangular flag, named Damaged Flag of the Fire God, is a white-grade item. When equipped, it can summon 2 fire elemental elves of the same level as the user to assist in combat every half an hour. The strength of these 2 fire elemental elves increases as the user levels up. If killed, they can only be resummoned after a period of 12 hours. The remaining town return scroll was something Song Jian had seen in the hands of the goblin merchant Kanan before. It was a life-saving artifact that, when torn in a dangerous situation, could directly return the user to a previously set safe place. This is really good. As expected of a treasure map, the rewards are indeed very generous. Song Jian looked at the flag of the fire god and the town return scroll in his baggage section and was very satisfied. Just then, the statues guarding both sides of him suddenly started to shake. The rock shells on their surfaces shattered instantly, with their eyes glowing a bright red, locking onto Song Jian. Song Jian was taken aback, not expecting these 2 statues to actually move. He was already surrounded by fish-headed monsters and water elementals outside the cave, making it impossible to leave. Now, he was being hunted down by these 2 statues, with nowhere to run. It seemed like he was in a hopeless situation. Just then, Song Jian quickly drew a town return scroll from his baggage section and tore it apart. Instantly, magic runes engulfed him entirely, turning into a white light and disappearing from the spot. The town return scroll was arguably the safest life-saving artifact, only that it was far too scarce, even among the players. Its existence was mostly just rumors and none could truly own it, especially when the players only had 1 life in this game. The preciousness of the town return scroll had been significantly elevated, and it was even comparable to a top-tier silver equipment. It was not easy for Song Jian to use this town return scroll here without hesitation. Just a slight regret would not have allowed him to use this town return scroll. Right when Song Jian disappeared into the white light, the 2 statues on both sides brandished their massive swords at the altar, smashing it into a pile of rubble. At this time, players overleveled and were rushing towards the wetland park, including some guild players with their guild's insignia, making them distinct from the ordinary loner players. However, Song Jian, the trigger of this storyline mission, had returned to his own manor castle. Since he hadn't set a safe return point, the system defaulted to using the town return scroll and brought him back to his safe house. Feeling that Song Jian had returned, the butler George hurried over. "Honorable Lord, I have a few matters to report to you," said George respectfully. "What is it?" "George, as long as it is related to our domain, you can make decisions on your own. As I recall, I've given you this authority before." Song Jian sat in a rocking chair and slowly closed his eyes. Being chased by a large group of fish-headed monsters and water elementals in the Jianyang Lake earlier had kept Song Jian's nerves on edge, and any moment of carelessness could have easily cost him his life. Now he could finally relax and take a breather. "Actually, my lord, our domain has been developing quite well recently. There are some things I need to report to you." George replied respectfully, "The shops we built recently have started to make a profit." Over the past few days, we've earned 130 doomsday coins, but we've also spent 67 on buying food and 23 on buying seeds and other materials. Before George could finish, he was cut off by Songjian, who waved his hand and said, "George, you don't have to report such things to me. As long as the balance of income and expenditure can be achieved, that's enough. If there is a shortage of money, just ask me. In the future, you should take more care of the development of our domain. Also, if Dr. Absiding has any demands, they must be met promptly. If you can't meet them, remember to report to me." Songjian waved his hand, ready to dismiss George, but George hesitated for a moment before continuing, "My lord, recently, some gods chosen have begun to build safe houses around our domain. This will affect our expansion plans in the future. Are there any with substantial abilities?" Songjian asked casually. "We haven't discovered any as of yet." "Then continue the plan, and notify them to surrender when the time comes. If they refuse, wipe them out." Songjian sneered. "Yes, my lord." George nodded, and continued, "There's a strange building that has appeared about 10 kilometers away from our domain. According to the gods chosen, it's called Auction House. I think this news might be useful to my lord." "Auction House?" Songjian's eyes lit up, and he quickly sat up from the rocking chair. Chapter 291, Self-Destructing Robot. The Auction House, an addition from this game update, was designed exclusively for players. Before players, also known as God's Chosen Ones as per the game's NPCs, appeared, there were no auction houses in the entire game world. The auction house is a convenient place where players can post items they no longer need. All players in Doomsday City can see these items. This is much more convenient than previous street vending. However, selling items in the auction house incurs a 5% listing fee, so the prices of the items listed are generally quite high. Upon hearing the term auction house, Songjian became greatly interested. He could sell items to NPCs in various locations via the radio station, but this was highly inconvenient as it incurs hefty postage fees. It wasn't nearly as convenient as the auction house. With this in mind, Songjian couldn't sit still. He immediately stood up, got on his motorbike, and sped off toward the auction house. Arriving at the auction house, Songjian found it to be a place similar to a doomsday supermarket. The surrounding area was quite empty. No monsters dared to approach this place. The area within a 500-meter radius was devoid of danger. Inside the auction house, Songjian realized many items were listed by anonymous 11 sellers. It seemed many didn't want others to know what items they had put up for sale. The Doomsday City game had been open for some time now, and players had accumulated a lot of Doomsday coins. Some war leagues had even collected a considerable amount of funds. Through the auction house, the prices of everything were gradually returning to normal instead of being undervalued like before. If players were to vend like before, not only would the customer base be narrow, but they would also easily attract unwanted attention. This led to many players keeping high-quality equipment they couldn't use in their storage instead of selling them. After browsing the items available in the auction house, none of which were cheap, Songjian's original plan to buy low and sell high through the radio station was shattered. Songjian listed all the items he didn't need in his storage and then began searching for the items he did need. He was on the lookout for new equipment and skills. Soon enough, Songjian found a diagram for engineering machinery. The starting price was 300 Doomsday coins and had risen to 370. The buyout price was just 500 coins, and without hesitation, Songjian bought it at this price. Engineering blueprint, self-destructing robot. Use this to learn how to create the self-destructing robot. Usage requirement, engineering level 1. Self-destructing robot. Once a target is locked, the robot will automatically initiate a suicidal attack, causing 250 points of explosion damage. The robot's defense rate is 100 points, and it will automatically explode once it reaches 0. After directly buying the blueprint, it immediately appeared in Songjian's inventory. As he was about to put it to use, he remembered Dr. Absiding. Maybe he needed this blueprint more, and anything that needed to be crafted in the future could just be handed to him. As a leader, I should focus more on other things. I can delegate things like siege machinery and medicine production to my followers. Songjian thought to himself. However, he soon realized that skills like the medicine gathering skill and mining skill still needed to be leveled up to ensure he could gather materials efficiently when needed. He kept the 2 lists Dr. Absiding needed in his inventory, so that he would be able to collect the items as soon as he came across them. He put the blueprint back into his inventory and continued searching in the auction house. Soon, Songjian found 2 swordsmanship manuals. Both were low-grade quality and extremely overpriced, with only a few bidding on them. Sweeping sword style, active, level 1. Skill effect, causes 110% basic physical damage to the target after use. This skill can be released 3 times in a row, with damage to the target increased by 10% each time. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Equipment requirement, Sword. Sword Shadow Step, active, level 1. Skill effect, after use, users transform into a shadow, with a 30% increase in movement speed and a 50% chance to dodge range damage. Duration, 7 seconds. Cooldown, 3 minutes. Skill consumption, 10 spirit points. Equipment requirement, Sword. 11 These 2 skills were both applicable to his main quest, and were fortuitous finds for Song Jian. Song Jian's main quest was currently 90% complete as he already had 9 swordsmanship skills, and he only needed 1 more to complete the main quest. However, after the update, whether he completed the main quest or not, he could freely exit the game, and the in-game time passed at a certain ratio to real-world time. 8 hours in the real world equated to 1 month in the game world. Only 11 days had passed in the game, and there was still plenty of time left for Song Jian to find the last swordsmanship skill. And with these 2 new skills mastered, Song Jian's strength had increased, making it easier to deal with level 15 monsters. After spending more than an hour in the auction house without finding any more needs, Song Jian shook his head and returned to his manor castle. He pushed open the door to the sub-castle and quickly walked into Dr. Ebsiding's laboratory. The doctor was conducting an experiment that Song Jian couldn't understand and looked very focused. After a long time, there was a soft shattering sound from the experiment table. Dr. Ebsiding took a deep breath, grabbed a few biscuits from near the table, stuffed them into his mouth, and lay down on a chair, resting with closed eyes. It seemed the experiment had failed and Dr. Ebsiding wasn't in a good mood. "Doctor, I'd like to give you a present. I hope you will like it." Song Jian carefully walked up to the doctor, took out the machinery blueprint and handed it to him. Dr. Ebsiding managed to swallow the biscuits with difficulty and glanced at the blueprint in Song Jian's hand. "Self-destructing robot? I lost interest in this primitive toy when I was 9.1. Dr. Ebsiding commented coldly, then closed his eyes to rest and cogitate again. Song Jian's hand holding the blueprint froze instantly. He hadn't expected this outcome. How silly of me. He is a master-level character, how could he be interested in such a basic blueprint? Song Jian chastised himself. But does this mean he won't make any low-level items for me in the future? A thought suddenly popped into Song Jian's mind. Explore new novels on Novelban. Come with his abilities now, the materials he requires for crafting will surely be of high grade just like those 2 lists he gave me, still untouched in my inventory. But he refuses to craft the easy-to-collect low-grade goods. So, what's his use to me currently? Song Jian scowled at Dr. Ebsiding, his face turning grim. Chapter 292 Help. Song Jian originally thought he would no longer have to craft engineering instruments and had even prepared to find other trade masters like pharmacy master, forging master, etc., to become his followers. However, judging from Dr. Ebsiding's attitude, the blueprint for self-destructing robots in Song Jian's hands had no allure for him. For a master-level figure like Dr. Ebsiding, he was not interested in crafting such low-level siege weapons. Here came the problem. Song Jian had no idea where to collect the materials for advanced items, and while the materials for these low-level items were easy to collect, Dr. Ebsiding didn't want to make them. So, what now? Well, there was nothing to it. He would just have to rely on himself and make do. Song Jian, with no other choice, had to learn the blueprint for the self-destructing robot himself. Making these robots was much easier than crafting T-11 high-explosive grenades, though they caused less damage. However, in terms of cost-effectiveness, the robots were better. To construct a self-destruction robot, it required 5 pieces of standard iron ore, 3 batches of gunpowder, and a piece of magic stone. Making gunpowder required saltpeter, sulfur, and charcoal. Both the standard iron ore, saltpeter, and sulfur could be collected in ore mines, while charcoal came from refining standard lumber, and a magic stone had to be purchased at the system shop. Even if Song Jian didn't gather it himself, he could buy standard lumber from other players. When common players first get into the game, the quickest way to make money is to gather lumber and stone to sell. Some even bear the pain of gathering with their bare hands, so there is a large quantity of wood and stone available at relatively low prices. But there wasn't so much of the iron ore, saltpeter, and sulfur needed from the mines available. While there were job class players above level 10 willing to search for and collect ores in the dangerous subway stations, only the boldest dared to go, and there were still not enough ores to go around despite the high demand, keeping prices high. Could it be that I'll have to spend some time as a miner, gathering ores? Song Jian asked himself as he assessed the situation. Just as Song Jian was wondering whether to go mining, he suddenly received a system alert, system notification. The gene modification liquid, damaged, you consigned to the auction house has been sold. After deducting the handling fee, You received 483 Doomsday Coins. System notification. The gene modification liquid, damaged, you consigned to the auction house has been sold. After deducting the handling fee, you received 398 Doomsday Coins. Song Jian had thrown all the more than 20 bottles of gene modification liquid he got from the Zeus Shield Company into the auction house, and to his surprise, they sold out in no time. Although they all have the same name, these gene modification liquids have different properties. Some increase strength, others agility, or endurance, and others offered additional properties like improving vitality recovery or night vision. Hence, they were in high demand. Despite the side effects, not many players or monsters could carry out psychic attacks at this point, so many players are willing to overlook the lowered psychic resistance side effect. It's worth noting that these could increase personal attributes by 2 or even 3 points, which was similar to the attribute fruits. At present, a single attribute fruit could sell for over 1,000 Doomsday Coins but was hard to come by, so these gene modification liquids quickly became hot commodities as soon as they appeared on the market. The revenue of 10,000 Doomsday Coins in a flash made Song Jian somewhat wistful. He began to wonder where the monsters in the Zeus Shield Tower had gone. If he could wipe out all of them, maybe it would mean tens of thousands more Doomsday Coins in the bank. With this revenue, Song Jian's Doomsday Coin count had risen above 15,000, enough to make him something of a minor tycoon with every step he took now filled with confidence. Most common players, even if they constantly economized and hoarded Doomsday Coins, probably only had 2 or 3,000 at most. Many more lived hand-to-mouth, with less than 100 coins to their names. Even some of the smaller guilds had less capital than Song Jian. Just then, Song Jian received a message from Liker. He hadn't heard from the girl in quite a while and was curious how she was doing, whether she had found a job, and what her current level was. "Kir, do you need something?" Song Jian opened a private chat channel and asked. Brother Jian, came to Songgong River quickly. There is a rock boss here and it's tough. I can't beat it on my own, come help me. Came Liker's alarmed exclamation and some intense fighting sounds over the private chat channel. Songgong River? Send me your exact location, I'm on my way. Replied Song Jian, his eyebrows knitted in concentration. Liker sent the coordinates to Song Jian, who saw that it was located only about 6 kilometers away from his manor castle. Don't panic, hold out a little longer, I'll be there soon. Song Jian hung up the call, summoned his motorcycle and set off towards the coordinates Liker had sent him. As he left his territory, Song Jian noticed a new structure rising on his land, a tall chimney billowing out thick smoke. Half of the building was a huge furnace with NPC employees constantly feeding fuel into it. Before long the furnace was roaring to life. Is this a forging room? Song Jian, squinting, identified this distinctly odd structure. If a player chooses to learn the forging trade, they would need a forging room to create items and improve their forging skills. However, building your own forging room was not an easy task. It was not just expensive, but the land it occupied rivaled that of a safe house, so few players could afford to build their own forging rooms. As such, the solution for many was to rent. George, the butler, saw an opportunity here and decided to invest in building a forging room on Song Jian's territory to rent out to other players for a profit. Song Jian had pretty much handed over all the management of his territory to his housekeeper, George. He didn't feel he had the talent or the capability to manage it as well as the NPC, who had shown utter loyalty since he got him. They had even achieved a great trust intimacy level, just one level short of adoration. Therefore, Song Jian was very comfortable in trusting George with the management. Songgong River was a level 15 monster zone. It was not far away and took Song Jian just a little over 10 minutes to arrive by motorbike. At this point, by the river bank, a creature covered in a thickly armored shell, resembling a giant turtle, was engaged in an intense fight with Liker. Chapter 293, Rock Tortoise Beast. The Songgong River cut across the entire Doomsday City with many monsters lurking along its shore. Liker currently stood in the area where the level 15 monster mutant rock tortoise resided. Though the mutant rock tortoise had high defenses, it moved slowly, making it an ideal target for a ranged fighter like Liker to kite around. At this time, Liker, donned in vine armor and wielding an even more exquisite-looking silver crossbow, left a beautiful trail of scattered silver lights in her wake as she moved. "Ker!" Song Jian shouted from afar. By now, Liker had completed her main job quest, but Song Jian still couldn't figure out what job she had become. He guessed she was some kind of ranged fighter, perhaps an archer. "Little brother Song Jian, hurry over. This giant tortoise is so tough. I've been hitting it for over half an hour." Liker brightened noticeably at the sight of Song Jian, a radiant smile plastering her face. Without wasting any time, Song Jian tightly gripped his Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword and charged at the level 15 elite boss, the mutant rock tortoise beast. Broken Wing Dance. In a dazzling flash, Songjian sprinted forward and brutally hacked at the mutant rock tortoise with his blood-red longsword. -45, -48. A pair of damage figures, both below 50, popped up over the rock tortoise's head. Caught off guard, Songjian looked on, slightly baffled. His current attacks, even on a 20-level Lord-level boss in Jianying Lake, should yield higher damage than this. Launching the third strike of Broken Wing Dance, Songjian vaulted high into the air to deliver a fierce chop onto the mutant rock tortoise beast. Boom! A powerful wave of energy erupted from the crimson fire heart-ape sword. However, the beast was hardly affected. Far from being lifted off the ground, the tortoise's massive limbs didn't even shift. This giant tortoise is really tough to crack. Songjian exclaimed in surprise. Yeah, it's super tough. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered you, little brother Songjian. Li Ke responded vigorously with an adorable nod. Despicable humans. The rock tortoise beast roared in fury, stomping on the ground and sending a ripple of energy wave in all directions, causing the earth to ripple like water and send up waves of dust. With a powerful leap, Songjian flung a weakness potion at the rock tortoise beast while in midair. The beast had formidable defenses, but the weakness potion could reduce them by 35%. It was the perfect tool against high defense monsters. Bang! The potion shattered beneath the rock tortoise beast, shrouding the mountain-sized beast in a gray mist before slowly dissipating, leaving a gray hue on its body. Whoa! With a startled exclamation, Li Ke lost her footing and was thrown into the air. Seeing this, Songjian expedited his attacks, intending to divert the tortoise's aggression from Ke to himself. Sword Silk. Sweeping sword style. Spiritual sword control technique. Songjian threw all his skills at the rocky tortoise beast in one fell swoop, causing an instantaneous explosion of damage. The beast, which had just lunged at Li Ke, suddenly paused. Its eyes glowed blood red, and it turned its head, roaring at Songjian. Boom, boom, boom. Like a heavily armored truck, the rocky tortoise beast charged towards Songjian. The power of the spiritual sword control technique remained unabated. Even though it didn't cause the mutated rocky tortoise beast to writhe in pain like those mentally deficient genetic zombies, it caused the beast to completely lose its sanity, becoming even more violent and wanting to tear the annoying human in front of it into pieces. The rocky tortoise beast rushed up to Songjian, raising its mound-sized forelimb, and stomped heavily towards him. Having been through so many fights, Songjian wasn't disturbed in the face of the mutated rocky tortoise beast's assault. With a thought, he immediately displayed the sword shadow step, swiftly moving to the side of the rocky tortoise beast, evading its tramping attack. He wielded the crimson fire heart-ape sword and frantically hacked at the boss. Equally not to be outdone, Li Ke swiftly got up after landing, aimed at the mutated rocky tortoise beast, and also began a full firepower attack. Various kinds of translucent crossbow bolts, each carrying different types of energies, were fired one after another at the beast. They were so fast that they appeared as a thin continuous line. Time passed quickly. Songjian fought while constantly drawing the rocky tortoise beast's ire, continually avoiding its attacks. On the other hand, Li Ke focused on aggressive, carefree offense. Half an hour later, the rocky tortoise beast's vitality points had dropped by 1/5. To Songjian's annoyance, the recovery rate of this level 15 elite boss's vitality points was not slow. Its vitality points recovered by 80 or 90 points every few seconds. If the damage wasn't sufficient, it would not even be able to surpass the boss's restoration rate, let alone defeat the boss. Compared to other ordinary elite bosses, the mutated rocky tortoise beast could recover more than 700 vitality points a minute, essentially negating the damage of 2 or 3 of Songjian's skill attacks. If it weren't for the potent weakness potion, they would probably have been unable to drain even 1/5 of its vitality points in half an hour. After fighting with high efficiency for more than half an hour, a trace of fatigue appeared on Songjian's face. At this moment, he had to avoid continuously not only to dodge but also launch frantic attacks. The high-intensity battle was quite draining, and if he wasn't careful, he could be attacked by the boss. Time passed by every second, and the vitality points of the mutated rocky tortoise beast slowly decreased. Now that they had gotten used to its rhythm of attack, killing it was just a matter of time. "Little cheap brother, I'm almost out of spirit points," Li Ke suddenly shouted from afar. Having been fighting for over an hour, Songjian recognized that this was a war of attrition. So, he had very strictly controlled his spirit consumption. But now he was left with less than a third of his spirit points, not even enough to cast eye-killing. Considering that Li Ke had managed to hold out until now, Songjian was feeling quite pleased already. "Then keep attacking it normally," Songjian replied, simultaneously summoning the black dragon hatchling with a wave of his hand. Although Li Ke's normal attack damage was not bad, it was of no use against this massive rocky tortoise beast. Each attack could only inflict a few tens of points of damage, even the boss's self-healing speed was faster than this. The difference was even more stark without Song Jian's assistance. When the black dragon hatchling appeared, it let out a dragon's roar, but the mutated rocky tortoise beast appeared to completely ignore its dragon might. Its attacks did not weaken in the least, which made the black dragon hatchling quite furious. "Don't you even respect me, a high-level beast?" The black dragon hatchling blew a breath of hot dragon breath at the mutated rocky tortoise, but it was blocked by its heavy rock shell, leaving only a burnt trace. However, the real damage inflicted was very limited. At this moment, the rocky tortoise beast's vitality points had fallen by 2/5, almost half. Suddenly, it took a deep breath and let out an angry roar. In the circle with a radius of around 10 meters around its body, basketball-sized rocks appeared in the air. The surface of these rocks was burning with raging flames. At the beast's roar, these 100 fiery rocks, like a meteor rain, heavily dropped to the ground, leaving a long tail flame. Damn it, such a terrifying group attack skill? Song Jian's face changed drastically. Unable to flee from the attack range, he could only resist it. For a time, explosions echoed around, engulfing Song Jian entirely. Chapter 294, Upgrade. Faced with the sudden onslaught from the boss, Li Ke's face changed dramatically. She was 6 or 7 meters away from the boss when she detected something was wrong and immediately used a skill resembling teleportation to quickly escape the attack range. However, Song Jian wasn't as fortunate. By the time Li Ke reacted, Song Jian was already swallowed by an explosion. Little brother Jian. Li Ke was scared out of her wits, standing paralyzed in place, even forgetting to attack. PFFT, PFFT. Song Jian ran out from the smoke and dust, his face covered in soot, looking totally disheveled. That previous big move had resulted in him getting hit by at least 3 burning rocks, his vitality points lost more than half instantly. If it weren't for his current high vitality points, he might have been killed in one strike. After the big move, Song Jian still had an adverse burned status, losing 13 vitality points per second for 8 seconds. Is the release speed of this big move so fast that it doesn't even give me time to respond? Song Jian couldn't help but quip. If there was a team, one move would wipe out more than half of us. After releasing the big move, the mutated tortoise beast looked visibly tired. It curled up its 4 limbs and lay down by the riverbank, partially exposing its head. Song Jian's eyes brightened and he rushed over without waiting for his vitality points to fully recover. Sword Silk. Sweeping Sword Style. Broken Wing Dance. In an instant, the boss had several damage numbers of over 100 floating above its head, and fatigue status appeared in its status bar. Kir, attack quickly. Seeing Li Ke in a daze at the side, Song Jian quickly called out to her. Okay, alright. Li Ke also had a look of shock on her face. She hadn't expected that the previous big move had no effect on Song Jian. Instead, it made him more aggressive and his damage had greatly increased. At that moment, a massive projection of a desert scorpion beast appeared out of thin air and joined the attacking team. Under the onslaught of the team, by the time the boss's fatigue state ended, its vitality points had already dropped to 1/3. This fatigue state had at least saved Song Jian half an hour's worth of attack time. The ensuing fight reverted back to the previous state of slowly whittling down the opponent's vitality points. Song Jian had to carefully allocate his skill damage to counter the boss's vitality recovery speed while also being alert for another big move by the boss. The desert scorpion beast projection had disappeared and wouldn't reappear in a short time, which greatly reduced Song Jian's damage. Song Jian was reluctant to haphazardly use Sword Shadow Step and was always ready to release Immortal Sword Body. The previous big move didn't cause critical hits, but if 3 critical hits had occurred in one go, it would have directly killed Song Jian. Although the probability was low, he had to remain vigilant. The weakness potion was used up quickly, already 10+ bottles gone since the start. Without the defense reduction from the weakness potion, fighting the boss would have been even more difficult. When the boss's vitality points dropped to 15%, it finally launched another big move. This time, Song Jian released Sword Shadow Step and Immortal Sword Body. He charged at the mutated tortoise beast, amidst the falling burning rocks. Heart's Eye. Song Jian's eyes sparkled. A giant crimson cross continuously scanned the body of the mutated tortoise beast. In no time at all, the cross stopped at the beast's left eye, its only weak spot. Sword Finger. Taking advantage of the roaring sound and the spreading smoke and dust, Song Jian withstood several burning rocks, rushed up to the front of the tortoise beast, and stabbed forward with his left index finger. A 3-meter-long silver sword she emitted dazzling light, shining brightly even in the smoke and dust. PFF. The dazzling sword she pierced into the left eye of the tortoise beast. Blood sprayed out and a critical hit damage number of over 300 floated up from the top of the beast's head. Roar. The tortoise beast let out a crazed roar and raised its head as if preparing another skill. Foot kick. Song Jian kicked the rocky tortoise beast hard, and his right foot felt as if it had struck a sheet of iron, causing a piercing pain. However, this hit interrupted the rocky tortoise beast's preparation to release its skill. Its roar stopped abruptly, and at that moment, a spinning purple-black fireball fell from the sky, striking the monster's held high head dead-on. Bang! The purple-black fireball exploded on its head in an instant. A wave of purple-black flames engulfed the rocky tortoise beast's massive body. Roar! A young black dragon let out a higher roar, a hint of fatigue appearing on its face. Flapping its wings, it flew to Song Jian's side. Song Jian's attack didn't stop. He directly activated the rapid sword skill, drastically increasing his attack speed. The crimson fire heart-ape sword in his hand left a trail of dark red streaks in the air, slashing fiercely onto the rocky tortoise beast. Fast, fast, fast. Song Jian's attack speed seemed to break through the sky, even creating illusions in his swing. Taking advantage of the boss's fatigue status, he crazily output all his skills, dumping all of them onto the boss. -89, -96, -102. A string of damage numbers sprang from the boss's head. The mutated rocky tortoise beast, having fallen into a state of fatigue, seemed to sense its imminent death. Panic flashed in its eyes, but at this point, it couldn't move at all and could only passively receive a lot of damage. 3, 2, 1. The fatigue state ended, and the mutated rocky tortoise beast suddenly stood up, glared fiercely at Song Jian, and headed towards the Songgong River. Shoot, it's trying to run. Song Jian was alarmed and quickly checked his status. At this time, his spirit points had just recovered to 54%. Without wasting any more time, Song Jian immediately used the I-beam kill. His vertical pupil opened, and a silver beam burst out, hitting the mutated rocky tortoise beast in the blink of an eye. Boom, boom, boom. A series of explosions sounded on the rocky tortoise beast's body. Huge chunks of rock fell from it. Finally, with a miserable cry, it fell down on the ground, not even 6 meters away from the Songgong River, turning into a pile of giant rubble. A golden light burst from the young black dragon. The experience gained from defeating the rocky tortoise beast helped it level up, turning it into a level 10 elite boss. The leveled-up black dragon let out an excited roar, and even without Song Jian's command, it entered the pet space by itself and started sleeping deeply. Song Jian was surprised and immediately checked the pet's attributes. Finding no anomalies except for the deep sleep, he let out a sigh of relief and closed the pet interface. The experience from a level 15 elite boss was plentiful, but not enough for Song Jian to level up again. It only increased his experience bar by 8%. That's amazing, Brother Jian is amazing. Li Ke exclaimed excitedly and ran towards Song Jian. Song Jian smiled faintly, resisting the fatigue. He pulled Li Ke and walked towards the rocky tortoise beast. Chapter 295, Mineral Seed. Having defeated the enormous rock turtle beast boss, Song Jian began to search through the pile of rubble. Although this rock turtle beast boss was only a level 15 elite, its power was comparable to a level 20 elite boss. Even a well-organized team would struggle to kill it without strong DPS and an mount to hold its aggro. They might even end up exhausting their supplies and getting wiped out. Therefore, the items dropped by this boss would surely be much better than those of an ordinary level 15 elite boss. Song Jian was quite looking forward to it. Wow, not bad. It actually dropped a silver quality shield. This can definitely be sold for a high price. Those warring alliances might even fight each other bloody over it. Song Jian's eyes sparkled with delight. Rock turtle shield, silver, shield, equip effect, defense plus 10, defense rate plus 34%, strength plus 2, constitution plus 3, vitality points plus 200. Special effect, boulder fortitude, active, instant cast. Increases self-defense by 30 after activation, reduces 25% of attack damage, reflects 10% of melee damage, self-immobility for 5 seconds, equip requirement, 10 points in strength, equip level, 15, can be removed from the game. No, even among silver equipment, such stats were considered exceptional. Equipping it greatly increased one's defense, and vitality points were boosted by 260. Most level 10 players probably didn't even have that many vitality points. As for the 10 points in strength required, that should be easy for anyone in a close-range defense profession to meet. As strength and constitution were core stats for them, they would spare no expense in increasing them. Apart from the shield, the boss also dropped a pet egg, a few pieces of dark iron ore, and an oblong gray stone the size of a fist, pulsating like a heart. Pet egg, rock turtle beast. After hatching, a level 1 elite rock turtle beast pet will be obtained. Vitality 500 out of 500, spirit points 100 out of 100, characteristics, ultra defense, ultra recovery, skills, taunt, reflect damage, pet description. This pet carries a trace of black tortoise bloodline, immune to intimidation from all creatures. Purification of the bloodline can enable the pet to evolve. This pet egg is nice. A rock turtle beast is a natural mount. Song Jian said, surprised. Turning to Lee Ker, he asked, Ker, you're a long-range profession player. With this pet to tank for you, it'll be much easier for you to level up. Do you want it? Lee Ker frowned slightly, glancing at the boss that was now a pile of rubble and a dusty pet egg in Song Jian's hand. After hesitating for a while, she finally nodded and reluctantly took the pet egg. Hatch. Lee Ker immediately hatched the pet egg. A burst of light radiated from the pet egg, and more light shot out from within. In no time, countless rays of light enveloped the entire pet egg. With a crack, a mini rock turtle appeared in Lee Ker's palm. It's so ugly. Lee Ker complained. Take good care of it. It's a pet with a black tortoise bloodline. It might evolve into a divine beast someday. Song Jian consoled. Little Purple, come out and meet your new buddy. Lee Ker raised her hand, and a jade purple pet appeared above her head. This pet was Lee Ker's first, and it used to be the size of a palm. Now, it had grown to the size of a soccer ball and reached level 10. Unfortunately, although it looked pretty, it was just an ordinary quality pet, incomparable to the elite boss-born rock turtle beast pet. However, it was clear that Lee Ker favored Little Purple over the rock turtle. The small rock turtle scrambled restlessly on Lee Ker's hands, making weak cries towards her. Lee Ker seemed quite experienced, quickly taking out a finger-thick strip of meat from her inventory and holding it to the rock turtle beast's mouth. The rock turtle beast swallowed it in one bite. After several pieces of meat were fed to it, the rock turtle beast warmed up to Lee Ker and kept rubbing its head against her palm. Hee, tickles. Lee Ker laughed, then put the rock turtle beast on the ground. The palm-sized rock turtle closely followed her, looking fearful and pitiful. Song Jian smiled faintly, his gaze falling on the remaining ore and a stone that resembled a beating heart. The ore was ordinary dark iron ore, a type of forging material that could also be used in the manufacture of engineering instruments. However, the pulsating stone seemed peculiar. Mineral seed, special, can be planted, use effect, plant this item in the spirit field, and there's an 85% chance of harvesting 10 random 1st to 3rd rank ores, a 50% chance of harvesting 3rd to 5th rank ores, a 30% chance of harvesting 6th to 7th rank ores, a 10% chance of harvesting an 8th rank ore, and a 1% chance of harvesting a 9th rank ore. Planting time, 6 hours. Planting requirement, occupies 2 spirit field spaces. Item description, this item cannot be moved after planting, and after 300 hours, it will form a small ore mother, increasing production. This thing is quite good. Though the yield is a bit low. Song Jian looked curiously at the inconspicuous mineral seed. With this item, it was like having a small mine. To other players, this item might seem a bit useless. Besides occupying 2 spirit field spaces, it only produces 10 ores every 6 hours. If you were to mine ores in a mine instead, even a beginner miner could gather dozens or even hundreds of times more ores in 6 hours. Now, players' levels are low, and they dare not venture into the subway station to mine. However, as time passes, and players' levels and strength increase, allowing them to safely enter and exit subway stations, the usefulness of the mineral seed would decline even further. By then, it might be more beneficial to use the 2 spirit field spaces for planting other things. It still has some value at this stage, I'll take it back and plant it to give it a try. Song Jian thought to himself. Ker, I'm taking this mineral seed. Song Jian showed her the mineral seed and said. Lee Ker glanced at the gray mineral seed and waved her hand nonchalantly. Take it, take it. She looked down at the small rock turtle closely following her and muttered, if I had known the spoils were these dusty items, I wouldn't have come to fight this boss. I don't like any of them. Neither of us can use this shield, let's sell it at the auction house and split the doomsday coins. Song Jian glanced at the silver quality shield and said. He estimated that the silver quality shield would be worth at least 5,000 doomsday coins. If several battling alliances competed for it, it wouldn't be surprising if the price exceeded 10,000 coins. Alright, big brother Song Jian, we've finished fighting the boss, so I'm leaving. Bye. Lee Ker waved at Song Jian and then summoned a red warhorse. She rode off on a warhorse and soon disappeared from Song Jian's sight. Hey, I was going to say. Before Song Jian had a chance to speak, Lee Ker had already run far away. Shaking his head helplessly, Song Jian collected the items and rode his motorcycle towards his manor castle. Chapter 296 Shadow District. Back at his manor castle, Song Jian immediately cleared 2 spirit fields and planted the mineral seeds, then instructed someone to guard it, collecting every 6 hours. Since the types of ores produced were random, although the quantities weren't large, there was a great variety. Song Jian even allocated a large room to serve as a warehouse specifically for storing the ores produced by the mineral seeds. After setting everything in order, Song Jian went to the auction house and put his silver quality rock turtle shield up for auction, starting the bid at 5,000 doomsday coins and a buyout price of 20,000 doomsday coins. Inspecting his inventory, Song Jian saw a damaged fire god battle flag, a two-handed weapon that could summon 2 fire elementals to assist in battle. However, the slot it occupied was already taken by the 5th middle school flag he had equipped, a piece of gear that was more powerful and capable of evolution. He didn't have the heart to discard it. Considering the circumstances, it seemed that he would have to sell the damaged fire god battle flag for some doomsday coins instead. Just as Song Jian was about to pick up the damaged fire god battle flag to place it in the auction house, he unexpectedly received a system prompt. System, your weapon 5th middle school flag meets its evolution requirements. The system detects you have the evolutionary helper, damaged fire god battle flag. Do you want to consume the damaged fire god battle flag to evolve the 5th middle school flag? It met the evolution requirements? How? What are the requirements? Song Jian was dumbfounded, not understanding what was happening. Nonetheless, he knew to evolve his school flag, so he immediately selected that option. A flash of white light, the fire god battle flag disappeared from his inventory, and a layer of red flames ignited on the 5th middle school flag in his equipment slot. The gear was now sealed with a progress bar beneath that would take about 3 hours to complete the evolution. Without the attribute bonuses from his school flag, Song Jian's power took a slight hit. However, it didn't matter. In 3 hours, once the evolution was complete, the school flag would definitely be even more formidable. Closing his equipment window and preparing to leave, he suddenly heard a bystander exclaim, "Damn, such a strong shield, and someone selling it? Have they gone mad? What shield? Where? Let me see. We're short of a shield in our alliance, is it of blue quality?" Another person promptly circled around upon hearing his words. "Oh my god, it's a silver quality shield. I must notify our leader. With this shield, wouldn't the underground fight club's dungeon be a piece of cake? Damn, the starting price is 5,000 doomsday coins, and it's already increased to 7,500 doomsday coins now. Have people gone mad? Our leader has given me an order, we must win this shield no matter what it costs. 10,000 doomsday coins, Humphrey, let's see who dares to bid higher." Song Jian was taken aback. He hadn't expected the auction house would go haywire over a silver quality shield in just a few minutes. In Doomsday City, there are dozens of alliances. The price had already reached 13,000 doomsday coins within minutes. Song Jian felt a pang of regret. The buyout price he set was too low. Going by this speed, someone might really buy it out. Once an auctioned item is sold, it cannot be withdrawn. Even if Song Jian wanted to buy it back with his own money, it wouldn't be possible. He could only watch as the price of his shield steadily increased. Fortunately, when the price reached 15,000 doomsday coins, the number of bidders sharply decreased, and the increments of each bid also significantly dropped. It seemed like no result would be reached in a short while. Song Jian smirked and headed out of the auction house, setting off for the level 15 monster area to level up. Song Jian was only half a step away from level 15. The piece of leather armor in his inventory had been sitting quietly for quite some time now. He was eager and couldn't wait to put it on. In Doomsday City, there were quite a few level 15 monster zones. Song Jian chose the nearest one, the Shadow District. The Shadow District was dangerous with invisible assassin-class zombies everywhere, and it had the most roaming NPCs. Many level I5+ professional players loved to hunt monsters here. On the one hand, they could drop an assassin-class's core stealth skill book. On the other hand, they might get lucky and recruit the NPCs here as followers. However, only those players confident in their own abilities would dare to venture into this region. Many players would be stripped of all their belongings and equipment before getting discarded like a dead pig soon after entering the area. Song Jian chose to level up here mainly because the monsters here provided 30% more experience points than those of the same level in other areas, and it was the closest to the auction house. As for the monsters here being able to turn invisible, to Song Jian, who owned a snake's pupil auxiliary equipment, it was nothing. Song Jian went through a filthy alley and into the Shadow District. Upon entering, he couldn't help but frown. Everything in front of him made him feel like he had stepped into a slum. The area was full of decrepit old houses, sewage everywhere, and the air was filled with a faint stench. As soon as he entered, he could clearly sense several malicious gazes assessing him up and down. These gazes were filled with greed and malice, like wild animals in the dark examining their prey, making him very uncomfortable. Walking down the road, mysterious figures appeared on both sides from time to time. Some were rugged and brutal, looking like street thugs, while others were completely wrapped in black hoods, even hiding their names and attributes. Song Jian cautiously watched his surroundings, wary of every creature he could see. Just then, he suddenly felt a chill down his spine. A gust of wind came from behind his head, and a sharp blade suddenly appeared midair, stabbing towards Song Jian's back of the head. Spinning around, he flicked his left index finger, and a silver sword she emerged with a dazzling light, illuminating the dimly lit street around him. What appeared before Song Jian was a hunched semi-transparent figure. His right hand gripped tightly onto a dagger made of bone, thrusting it towards Song Jian. Thud. The figure's bone dagger had struck Song Jian in the chest, gliding against his zombie overlord chestplate, emitting a metallic clang. A damage count of over 30 floated over Song Jian, while his sword finger had swept across the figure's shoulder, leaving behind a bone-deep wound. Level 15 Mad Assassin Zombie, Normal, Vitality Points, 910 out of 1100, Spirit Points, 300 out of 300, Specialty, Bloodlust, Skills, Stealth, Death Blow. Upon inflicting damage, the assassin zombie, whose figure had gradually materialized, had blood-red eyes. Its entire face twisted into a grotesque shape as it made a hoarse growl from its mouth. Looking desperate, it charged at Song Jian. Chapter 297, Hidden Mission Broken Wing Dance. Song Jian wielded the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword, charging towards the zombie assassin. After 3 moves, the floating zombie assassin roared wildly, but it was unable to control its own body. Rapid sword. Song Jian's attack speed instantly increased a lot. Even though it was just a basic attack, it created an illusion as if he was using a skill. A series of damage numbers floated up from the zombie assassin's head. By the time the zombie assassin's floating state ended and its body heavily fell to the ground, its vitality points had reduced to less than half. Then, before it even got up, a transparent psychic sword fiercely slashed towards it. This zombie assassin didn't even notice where the attack was coming from when it suddenly felt a sharp pain followed by the sensation as if its head was in a juicer. It immediately let out a mournful scream that made all the NPCs on the whole street shiver. Oh my, that was brutal. What did you do to that poor zombie assassin to make it scream so horribly? Several NPCs who originally poked their heads out of their doors were suddenly so scared that they shivered and immediately withdrew their heads. With a bang, they closed their doors tightly and hid inside the house, shivering with terror. For irrational monsters, the fear of the psychic sword was not weaker than Gene zombies. Watching the zombie assassin rolling on the ground clutching its head, Song Jian didn't even bother using his skills and directly used basic attacks to harvest the remaining vitality points of the monster. With a clear and crisp sound, a skill stone rolled out from under the zombie assassin's body. Song Jian picked it up and took a look, a smile appearing on his face. What a great start. The dropped skill stone was the core legacy skill of the assassin, stealth. An assassin without stealth was like a tiger without claws and teeth, not even as good as a Hello Kitty. Almost all professions could bully them. However, assassins who mastered stealth suddenly became top-notch killers, feared by all other professions. In the auction house, the price of stealth was consistently high. Some even directly offered 3,000 doomsday coins to purchase it but got mocked by a group of people. The price of such core skills was at least 5,000 doomsday coins, and they were rarely available. Good luck, the first monster dropped stealth. Song Jian's face was filled with a satisfied smile, putting the skill stone into his inventory. He had heard that someone had hunted zombie assassins here for 3 days and nights without getting stealth. It really depended on one's luck and face. After killing the zombie assassin, those malicious gazes secretly staring at Song Jian from the shadows all disappeared. Such a ruthless person was not someone they could deal with. Not wanting to wait, Song Jian directly opened his third eye and looked around. Soon, he discovered that there were at least a dozen stealthy zombie assassins wandering aimlessly on the whole street. The names of these zombie assassins were all blood red, belonging to the actively attacking monsters. Once a player entered their alert range, they would actively attack the players. After opening his vertical pupil, Song Jian charged towards the nearest zombie assassin and struck it out of its stealth state with a single sword swing. Without stealth, the zombie assassin lost many of its powerful first move skills and could only fight Song Jian head-on like a warrior. However, a zombie assassin that had lost its stealth and first move skills had a strength barely comparable to a level 10 ordinary melee monster, and it was no match for Song Jian. After a series of skills, Song Jian hadn't even lost a tenth of his vitality points, yet he had already taken down a monster higher in level than himself. Although the experience given by the zombie assassins was not as much as that of Gene warriors, they were much easier to kill. Song Jian could even fight 3 or even 4 of them simultaneously. His efficiency was somewhat faster than hunting Gene warriors. Before long, Song Jian had killed a whole street full of zombie assassins. The mournful screams of the zombie assassins before death occasionally echoed through the entire street. Almost all NPCs hid in their houses, making the whole street deserted and forbidden. Having killed so many zombie assassins, only a pile of cloth and about 300 doomsday coins had dropped, not to mention skill stones. Not even a single ordinary material had dropped. However, being able to harvest one stealth skill stone made this monster killing trip very profitable. Moreover, His level had also increased to 87% of level 14. He would soon reach level 15. At this moment, an old man in a clean white robe, shakily leaning on a walking stick, slowly walked to Song Jian. It was unexpected that an NPC dressed so spotlessly would appear in the street filled with garbage and sewage. There was a feeling of mismatch between this NPC and the environment. "Thank you, heaven-sent divine follower, fearless warrior," expressed the old man gratefully to Song Jian. "Thank you for getting rid of the villains on this street. Because of these infected ones, we haven't been able to leave our houses for a long time." Song Jian sneered in his heart. All the NPCs on this street were not originally from the Shadow District. The original inhabitants of the city were few and far between. Most of them appeared in the city only after the players showed up and under the arrangement of the system's divine will. This old man's posture as if he was a native of the Shadow District made Song Jian feel disgusted. "It's nothing. It's what I must do." With an air of righteousness, Song Jian had naturally learned how to talk with these NPCs after being in the game for so long. He just needed to follow their lead to possibly get some side missions or even hidden missions. Moreover, it was obvious that the appearance of this old man was a kind of hidden reward for killing all the zombie assassins in the entire street. He must be able to benefit from this old man. "Fearless warrior, I am the speaker of this district. In the depths of the Shadow District, there is a hidden library. However, this library has now been occupied by demons. I wonder if you could help us drive away the demons there so that the children here can learn some knowledge?" The old man looked at Song Jian with hope in his cloudy eyes. "Children? Are there any children here?" Song Jian muttered in his heart. The whole street was full of adults, and he had not seen any trace of children. "System, do you accept the hidden quest clean the library?" "Of course, I am willing to accept this mission." Regardless of the complaints, the quest had to be accepted. The completion evaluation of the main quest was not only related to this but also the generous rewards of side quests. "Please follow me, warrior." After Song Jian accepted the quest, a glimmer of light flashed in the old man's eyes, and he walked towards the depths of the Shadow District with the help of his walking stick. Chapter 298, Mutated Soul Body. Song Jian followed the old man, heading towards the end of the Shadow District. Along the way, virtually all the NPCs in the houses began to whisper amongst themselves. Some even peeked out from the gaps of their doors. "Another one. So powerful, maybe he can. He's hopefully he can." Whispers drifted into Song Jian's ears. He couldn't make out what they were discussing, but clearly, it revolved around the task he had accepted. Cough cough. The old man suddenly coughed, glancing towards the houses on either side. His previously murky eyes now held a hint of sharpness, silencing the whispers around them as silence was restored. "Warrior, this way, the library is just ahead." The old man looked frail, as if he might collapse at any moment. Song Jian nodded, becoming a little more cautious. "It seems this hidden task of cleaning the library is not as simple as I thought." Song Jian privately mused. Soon, led by the old man, Song Jian arrived in front of a dilapidated building. The building looked like a three-story country house, with much of the exterior paint already corroded and stripped off, revealing the blue bricks underneath. The surroundings were littered with rubbish and fallen leaves. It didn't seem anyone had cleaned up in a long time. Nobody has approached this place for a long time since demons have occupied it. The old man sighed. "Warrior, the demons are in the library. You must kill them all and restore the peace here." Song Jian nodded, not saying a word as he headed straight towards the library. The old man, leaning on his cane, stood by the door, his eyes following Song Jian until he disappeared inside the library. At that moment, a beam of slanted sunlight cast a shadow. The old man's shadow became distorted, appearing much taller and covered with sharp spines, even two curved horns appeared on his head. Quickly, the sunlight shifted, and the old man's shadow gradually disappeared, as though what just occurred was only an illusion. Song Jian entered the library alone. He looked around at the dust-covered tables and books, the thick layer of dust on the shelves indicating they had been untouched for decades. Instead of a library, it resembled a haunted house. Just then, a translucent soul body appeared from the corridor next to the bookshelf. On seeing Song Jian, it roared, "Blasphemer, all you invaders will die." The semi-transparent soul body wore heavy plate armor and held a double-handed sword, much like a knight from the medieval times. Level 15 Mutated Soul Body, Normal, Vitality Points, 1900 out of 1900, Spirit Points, 500 out of 500, Traits, Ethereal Body, Skills, Leap Holy Light Ethereal Body. Song Jian frowned. This name reminded him of a soul body monster he encountered before, except that monster's ability was called Void. Looking at the status bar, indeed, the ethereal body trait offered a 60% reduction in physical damage. Physical attacks likely wouldn't be of much use against this monster. If Songjian were a mage, hunting this monster would undoubtedly be exciting. Regardless, Songjian wasn't out of options. He pulled out a bottle of fire lizard medicine and applied it. Instantly, a flicker of burning flame appeared on his crimson fire heart-tape sword. The fire lizard medicine imbued the attack with fire property. Coupled with Songjian's invisible sword chi, dealing with this kind of soul-body monster was quite simple. Spiritual sword control technique. An invisible long sword materialized above Songjian's head. As he swung his crimson fire heart-tape sword, the invisible sword also swooped towards the mutated soul body. Swish swish swish, a series of damages exceeding 200 points floated above the mutated soul body's head. The spirit sword damage was incredibly high, and almost every strike resulted in double critical hit damage. The mutated soul body couldn't even close the distance to Songjian, passively absorbing the endless pain the spirit sword awarded. Boom. As the 3-second mark hit, Songjian made the spirit sword explode, inflicting over 300 points of vitality point damage to the mutated soul body yet again. Just one skill brought the mutated soul body's vitality points to below 1000. This is even easier than the zombie assassins. Songjian brandished the blazing long sword, applying other sword skills as he dashed towards the mutated soul body. The mutated soul body wailed continuously. It didn't even manage to use any skills before Songjian exterminated it. A heavy sigh sounded as the mutated soul body clasped its hands together. The armor across its body fell off piece by piece. The double-handed sword also disappeared. Finally, only a simple cloth robe remained. A beam of white light descended from above the deceased mutated soul body's head, sucking it into midair, where it vanished. All that remained was a gray orb burning with a white flame. Mutated soul seed, white, consumable, increases holy damage by 30 points, lasts 30 seconds. The effect can be stacked up to 100 times. Songjian collected the mutated soul seed. Although it was engulfed in a white flame, it didn't feel hot at all. This item would be most effective against specific monsters. After a glance, Songjian stowed it in his inventory. Songjian began roaming the library, hunting all the monsters inside. Do soul bodies also count as demons? And these soul bodies seem no different from humans, so they shouldn't be demons. Then where are the demons the old man from the district mentioned? Songjian mused, becoming more curious about this hidden task he was given. Soon, a mutated soul body rushed towards Songjian from behind a row of bookshelves. They began to fight. In less than 3 minutes, Songjian killed the monster. The experience points gained were handsome, and the mutated soul body dropped another mutated soul seed. Songjian paid it no mind, picked it and stashed it in his inventory. In this manner, Songjian began searching the first floor of the small building. In just over half an hour, he had searched the entire first-floor library and killed over 30 mutated soul bodies. His experience points were at 93% at level 14. Moreover, oddly enough, besides the soul seed, these mutated soul bodies had no other loot. All of them dropped a soul seed, and these soul seeds could be stacked. At this point, Songjian had amassed 39 mutated soul seeds in his inventory. After combing through the first floor, as Songjian approached the stairs to the second floor, he spotted a book emitting a faint white glow on a tilted bookshelf. What's this? It seems like something I can pick up. Songjian couldn't resist walking toward the book. Chapter 299 Sacred Parry. The bookshelf had been knocked over, leaning against a library wall and covered in dust. Beneath the thick layer of dust, a book was faintly emitting a white light. If Songjian hadn't observed carefully, it would have been easy to overlook this book and proceed directly to the second floor. In the game, items worth searching for had their own white light, even those with miscellaneous attributes. If there was no visible glow, it indicated that the item had no value, and players didn't need to waste time and energy checking each one. For instance, there were hundreds or even thousands of books in this library. If each one were to be searched individually, it would waste too much time and energy. Therefore, most of the books without glow were worthless. Even if they were picked up and skimmed, the words on them were blurry and offered no benefit to the players. Songjian stepped forward, dusted off the thick layer of dust, and picked up this book. Is this a diary? Hyuga must be the owner of this diary. Songjian casually flipped through it to find out that it was a diary of a low-level priest named Hyuga, which recorded sporadic trivial things. May 18th. The whole temple seems to be in a state of restlessness today. Even the red cloak priest doesn't have a smile on his face. I feel as if something big is going to happen. May 21st. Today Villanelle taught us the sacred prayer skill. Villanelle taught very well and had great patience. I spent more than an hour to grasp it. I'm really stupid. The sacred prayer skill is a necessary skill for the Dawn Priest. Perhaps in the future, I can also become a Dawn Priest. To prevent forgetting, I'd better record the prayer while I remember it. June 2nd, man-eating monsters have appeared in the city. The bishop told us that this is a devil invasion of the human world. It is the test of God. If we fail, the doomsday will come. Everyone is terrified. June 9th, today Sophia Holy Night gathered us and told us that it is becoming more and more dangerous outside. Maybe one day we will also take up arms and fight with those monsters. Sophia Holy Night taught us a life-saving skill, Sacred Parry. This skill can allow us to escape from the threat of death once. I must record it in detail and strive to master it soon. July 19th, more and more people are starting to leave the city. Fewer and fewer believers come to the temple to pray. This morning, Carl told me that he heard strange voices talking to him in the library. He is scared. July 29th, the roaring sounds of the monsters outside are too loud. I can't sleep at all. I can only get up and pray to the deities to save us. The companions around me are starting to become more and more strange. They seem like strangers now. In the middle of the night, there is a voice whispering by my ear. I can't hear it clearly, but it makes me feel comfortable, so comfortable. September 3rd, today Carl asked me to accompany him to the library. He said he had something to tell me. I wonder what he needed to tell me in the library. Carl is becoming stranger and stranger. The diary ended here. This man named Javier must have encountered danger in the library, perhaps killed by a demon. Closing the diary, Song Jian sighed. From this diary, Song Jian gleaned a lot of information about the situation before the doomsday catastrophe. However, he did not find the temple mentioned in Javier's diary here. All he found was a library that had been abandoned for who knew how many years. This library could possibly be the one described in Javier's diary, but according to Javier's description, this library should be part of a temple. It was curious how it ended up in the Shadow District. Just then, the diary, which had been emitting white light, began to slowly break down into tiny sparkling white dots and float into the air after Song Jian read it. In just a short while, the diary vanished completely, as if it had never existed. Song Jian also received 2 prompts. System, you have read Javier's diary. It gave you the method to practice the sacred prayer skill. The system detected that you are not long-range magic class. This method of practice has been removed. System, you have read Javier's diary. It gave you the method to practice the sacred parry. The system detected you as a melee class sword controller. Meet the conditions to practice this skill. You started to comprehend the method to practice sacred parry. Soon, a progress bar appeared in front of Song Jian's eyes, slowly moving forward. In this state, Song Jian didn't dare to move. The text of sacred parry appeared in his mind. 5 minutes passed, the progress bar finally reached the end. The system prompted Song Jian that he had mastered the skill sacred parry. Looking at the first system prompt, Song Jian felt a bit disappointed. If only he had come across this diary before accepting his occupation. He would have been able to learn the sacred prayer skill, and might have encountered the occupation of a dawn priest, but now he had accepted the role of the sword controller, a melee class. He naturally couldn't learn this method of the priest class skill. However, Song Jian wouldn't have been able to reach the Shadow District, this library, or this diary, had he not accepted his occupation. As a matter of fact, Javier's diary records quite a few skills of the Dawn Priest and the Dawn Paladin, but other skills did not describe clearly showing that Javier hadn't come across any profound skills, merely learning these skills through observing and chatting with others. Naturally, it wouldn't enable one to comprehend. Only the sacred prayer skill and the sacred parry are the skills he himself mastered, therefore they are recorded with detailed practice methods. Though there are tens of thousands of player occupations, they can be roughly divided into ranged and melee, physical and magic. Hence, irrespective of the player's occupation, as long as they find Javier's diary, they can learn a skill from it. Although there was some regret, Song Jian's attention was quickly caught by the Sacred Parry skill. Sacred Parry, active, level 1, skill effect. After release, it can block the next damage to oneself within the next 3 seconds, and simultaneously reflects 110% of the damage received into holy damage and attack the opponent. Cooldown time, 3 minutes. Skill consumption, 10 spirit points. Successful parry returns consumption. Equipment requirements, melee weapons. After reading the introduction to Sacred Parry, Song Jian couldn't help but reveal a joyous expression. As expected of a life-saving divine skill, it could completely dodge the next damage he would receive. It was akin to the legendary divine skill Absolute Defense. If used properly, it could save his life once. What a pity that this skill isn't sword technique, or else I would have completed my main task. Though Song Jian voiced his regret, his expression showed no signs of being disappointed. After carefully searching again, he decided to head to the second floor. Chapter 300, Sacred Spirit. Upon ascending to the second floor, Song Jian scanned the surrounding area. The second floor looked similar to the first, with several tables and chairs for reading and rows of bookshelves. Many of these wooden desks and shelves were dilapidated and crumbling, with a slight touch turning them into dust. Most of them were toppled over in a haphazard manner, coated with a thick layer of dust. There were also many mutated soul bodies wandering aimlessly around the second floor, passing through any obstructing bookshelves or tables. The appearance of these mutated soul bodies differed greatly from those on the first floor. The ones on the first floor were armored, gripping heavy swords in the form of knights, while the ones here were dressed in white long robes, some clasping a codex in their hands, others holding a short staff, resembling clergy. The number of mutated soul bodies here was higher than on the first floor. After scanning them, Song Jian's gaze shifted to the disorderly bookshelves. The sacred parry he obtained on the first floor delighted him. He could only hope the second floor would hold similar surprises. Raising the flame skeleton repeating crossbow, Song Jian aimed at the closest mutated soul body. Whiz, 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 releasing the crossbow's inbuilt 3-shot skill, 3 flaming bolts shot towards the mutated soul body, -12 -8 -3 as a sword controller. The damage Song Jian caused using the skeleton crossbow was extremely low. Add to that, the mutated soul body's inherent 60% physical damage reduction. If it weren't for the crossbow's built-in fire damage, it would hardly scratch the enemy's defenses. The damaged mutated soul body roared and pounced at Song Jian, stopping 3 or 4 meters away from him. The pages of the codex it held began to flip automatically while it started to chant a spell. Immediately, a small cluster of rotating dark clouds appeared above Song Jian's head, and a thick bolt of lightning darted down towards him from the cloud. Is this a lightning spell? Song Jian hesitated briefly. In a split second, he executed the newly learned sacred parry. Suddenly, Song Jian, with the crimson fire heart-ape sword in hand, made a charging movement, and a faint golden aura emerged on his body's surface. Boom! The lightning strike descended right above Song Jian's head, but was blocked by the light golden aura on his body surface. The attack was parried, and afterwards, a radiant golden light enveloped Song Jian. A surge of power concentrated on his right hand which held the long sword. In one swift motion, he thrust it forward, a dazzling golden sword she pierced towards the mutated soul body, bam! With a muffled sound, the golden sword she exploded on the mutated soul body's chest, immediately causing it to stagger backward, and a damage number of over 100 points floated above its head. This sacred parry skill is really impressive. Song Jian cracked a slight smile and directly executed the sword shadow step, charging towards the mutated soul body. The mutated soul body, which had been counterattacked by sacred parry, revealed a confused look. The scene before its eyes seemed familiar, yet it couldn't recall where it had seen it before. Seeing Song Jian transformed into a shadow and pounced at it, a fierce emotion welled up in its heart. It made a hee-hee roaring sound, and the flipping speed of the codex in its hand increased. Kick! Song Jian, who had rushed to the front of the mutated soul body, viciously kicked it. The chanting mutated soul body now resembled as if someone had choked its neck. The spell was abruptly ended. A damage number of over 80 points immediately floated above its head. Sword Silk. Broken Wing Dance. Rapid Sword, activate. After a series of skills, the mutated soul body let out a tragic cry and turned into a soul seed, burning with white flames. Apart from this mutated soul seed, there's no other loot. But the experience is quite high, significantly higher than the level 15 monsters I fought the day before yesterday. Song Jian thought to himself as he went for another mutated soul body. After spending a little over an hour, Song Jian exterminated all the mutated soul bodies on the second floor. His experience points increased to level 14, 98%, and he also harvested over 60 mutated soul seeds. Now, he had over 100 mutated soul seeds in his bag. Unsure of what they were useful for, he decided to stow them away for the time being. After clearing out the monsters on this floor, Song Jian began to meticulously search the books in the shelves, hoping to find a book that could record a skill. After spending about 10 minutes perusing over 10 rows of shelves, he didn't make any new discoveries, which left Song Jian feeling disappointed. With a sigh, Song Jian continued his journey to the third floor. Upon reaching the third floor, Song Jian found that the third floor was eerily empty, without anything, or so it seemed to be. Song Jian noticed a gigantic magic array etched on the floor of the third floor. The magic array was sketched entirely in a blazing red pigment, resembling fresh blood. Despite the considerable amount of time the place had been abandoned, the magic array looked vivid as if it had just been inscribed. Destroy it, destroy this magic array. Once this magic array is destroyed, you can eradicate the demon here and restore tranquility to the whole block. From beside Song Jian, a soft voice suddenly rang out. The voice was full of allure, very pleasant to the ears, and it made people irresistibly want to do as it told. Song Jian looked dazed, stepping forward unconsciously. Suddenly, a refreshing energy surged in his mind, freeing him from this bewitching state. Seeing himself less than a meter away from the magic array gave Song Jian a cold sweat. What happened just now? Song Jian opened the system information prompt, and sure enough, he had been tempted by some mysterious power. Fortunately, his inherent skill thick-skinned came into play, rescuing him from this state. Song Jian looked at his taskbar and discovered the original task of eliminating the demon in the library had been modified to destroy the magic array in front of you. This made Song Jian frown. This task was too strange, making him have a vague bad feeling, as if he had been fooled. Just as Song Jian was contemplating whether to cancel the task, the hidden task underwent another change. An update appeared in the task reward column. Originally, the task reward was simply 3,000 Doomsday coins and 10,000 experience points. Now, however, it had changed to an item radiating a holy glow. Sacred Spirit. Using it can increase all attributes by 2 points? That's amazing. Song Jian couldn't help but widen his eyes, staring at the reward column of this hidden task. Song Jian checked the hidden task once more, fearful that any loophole might lead to a trap. After a long inspection, he finally nodded. As long as he destroyed the magic array in front of him, he could directly receive the Sacred Spirit. It was an amazing object capable of increasing all attributes by 2 points, and Song Jian was not going to let it slip through his fingers. Taking a deep breath, Song Jian walked up to the magic array, brandishing the Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword, and slashed fiercely at the magic array. Chapter 301, The Seal. The decision-maker of the Shadow District, an old man who seemed to be frail and on the brink of death, was standing in front of the library without moving an inch. His face looked somewhat distorted, and his eyes were full of anger. Sacred Spirit, this treasure that I carefully crafted from the souls of 10 Dawn Paladins I killed myself, I have to give it to this greedy human. Unforgivable. Greed is the original sin, the original sin. Damn humans, they can't even resist the demon's voice. A little bit more, just a little bit more, as long as I can destroy the magic array, I can truly gain freedom. This time it was the closest. Go on, with just one sword stroke, the array can be destroyed. Your strength has already gained my approval, and it should be able to destroy this magic array that has imprisoned me for more than 10 years. Freedom, the breath of freedom. I feel like I have already touched it in advance. Like a madman, the old man stood in front of the library muttering to himself. The NPCs of the Shadow District slowly approached him and stood silently behind him. They seemed to be waiting for something. Bang! A loud noise came out from the library. The entire library began to shake violently, as if it was about to collapse the next moment. Ha ha ha, we did it, we succeeded. The old man, dropping his cane, laughed loudly to the sky. His body began to slowly grow bigger. His skin cracked and opened, looking rather terrifying. The NPCs behind him also cried out in fright, and they violently scratched their own skin, as if it was a set of worn-out clothes. They crumbled it up in large chunks and carelessly threw it on the ground. Soon, the old man turned into a 3-meter-tall great demon with 2 horns on his head and spikes all over his body. The NPCs behind him became smaller devils, with red faces and ferocious appearances. A golden item flew from the body of the strongest great demon, flying towards Song Jian. The demon stared at the golden item, his eyes revealing a sense of pain. The power of the contract must not be defied, any creatures that violate it will be suppressed by the system. Even the great demon dare not resist this mighty power. Besides, this great demon has been imprisoned for more than 10 years. The reason the magic array continues to exist is that it has been constantly absorbing its power to maintain the magic array. After more than 10 years of power draining, the strength of the great demon has plummeted to its lowest point. Boom! With a loud noise, the whole library collapsed. A human covered in dust emerged, holding a dark red sword in one hand, and in his other hand, held the sacred spirit that had flown off the great demon's body. That's mine. The great demon's eyes revealed a greedy look, and it roared, kill him. The variously shaped small demons behind him roared and charged towards Song Jian. Song Jian looked up, seeing the small demons swarming towards him, and was taken aback. How come there were so many monsters in front of him? These small demons were only ordinary monsters of level 15, but their number was so large that even Song Jian couldn't resist them all. Just as Song Jian wanted to escape, a clear girl's voice rang out in the air. Disperse all evil, divine seal. Song Jian looked up and saw a 17 or 18-year-old girl floating in midair in a red robe. Her golden hair was swinging in the wind. In her left hand, she held a codex emitting golden light, and in her right hand was a magic staff almost as tall as her. Priestess? Damn it, how can Dawn officers appear now? You should have already been exterminated. The great demon looked at the girl with fear in his eyes, and roared angrily. The young female priestess, with a solemn expression, was staring at the small demons below. Disgust appeared in her eyes. Countless golden divine words condensed in the air, eventually forming a golden divine seal floating in front of her. Suppress. With a stern shout, the golden divine seal flew towards the small demons. As it fell, the originally palm-sized golden divine seal quickly expanded, covering all the small demons. Boom! There was a shaking explosion. The dust burst out, and the energy spilled over. All the hundreds of small demons were killed instantly. Their bodies turned into plumes of black smoke that dissipated slowly between heaven and earth. The priestess slowly descended from the sky, looking at Songjian with an unhappy expression. You've released the demon of the abyss ahead of time. Otherwise, in a few more years, the magic array would have absorbed all its power and completely eliminated it. I'm sorry, I was tricked by him too. I thought it was just a regular hidden quest. Songjian slightly bowed to the girl and apologized. Meanwhile, he put the sacred spirit into his bag. All demons are adept at deceiving people, and people are all excessively greedy. The priestess said expressionlessly. Songjian suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He had noticed a problem with the mission at the end, but for the sacred spirit, he ultimately broke the magic array and broke all the constraints on the demons. There's still one great demon left. Do we need to kill it? Songjian pointed to a gruesome demon that was more than 3 meters tall in front of him and asked. The demon in front of him was extremely weak. It was just a level 15 elite boss. Songjian alone was also confident of eliminating it. We can't kill it now. The priestess shook her head. Its demon origin power has not been fully consumed. No matter how many times it is killed, it can come back to life. Speaking of that, the codex in the priestess's left hand started to flip pages automatically, and it started to look alike to the scene when mutated soul bodies attacked in the second floor of the library before. Divine Cage, Seal, Suppress. The priestess swung her magic staff with her right hand, pointed it at the great demon, and shouted harshly. The great demon's face suddenly turned ugly. He wanted to turn around and run away, but he was chased down and tightly bound by 3 golden chains made up of divine words. The golden divine chains passed through the body of the great demon, suppressing its body and soul. Finally, the body of the great demon began to petrify from bottom to top. After a short while, it turned into a stone sculpture of a struggling great demon bound by 3 chains. Ha ha ha, you can't trap me, I won't give up, we will meet again, and by then, it will be the time of your death. A gruesome face appeared on top of the demon stone statue. The face laughed loudly. The words it spoke were full of killing intention, and cold to the bone. It stared at Songjian with blood-red eyes, as if it wanted to swallow him whole. Chapter 302. Purchase. Staring at the face on top of the demon statue, Songjian couldn't help but complain. Why do you hate me? Your men weren't killed by me, and you weren't trapped by me. Injustice has its source, debts have their getter. Just at that moment, Songjian suddenly felt 2 ill-intentioned gazes on him. His voice suddenly diminished and he awkwardly rubbed his nose. Having sealed the great demon, the goddess priestess also showed a hint of fatigue with fine beads of sweat appearing on her forehead. Alright, it is now sealed. After 100 days, the divine text chains will have absorbed all of its origin power. At that point, it will perish completely once killed and won't resurrect again. The goddess priestess said. What about this statue, do we just leave it here? Songjian pointed at the ferocious face in the air above the statue and said, Are you sure you've completely sealed it? That's just the last vestiges of its demonic aura, coalesced together. It will dissipate slowly, there's no need to worry. The goddess priestess glanced at Songjian. The statue can only be left here, but don't worry, if anyone with malicious intent tries to free the demon, the divine text chain sealing the demon will automatically attack. There's no? Songjian took a look at the goddess priestess. Although her level wasn't high, only around 30, her strength was extraordinarily formidable. He wondered how she had cultivated her powers. Could it be that the Dawn Priest could evolve into a Dawn Officer in the future? I'm leaving, stay vigilant. The goddess priestess gave Songjian a meaningful glance before disappearing into the shadows. Stay vigilant? What should I be vigilant about? The great demon has been sealed. It can't come out. Songjian found it odd. Right at that moment, Songjian received 2 system notifications. System, you have received the Abyss Demon's evil curse, your luck -3, System, the Abyss Demon has started looking at you. After 100 days, the seal of the Abyss Demon will be broken, and it will come looking for you. If you are killed by the Abyss Demon, your body will be seized by it. Damn, what the hell, are you crazy? Songjian couldn't help but swear, injustice has its source, debts have their getter. Go find whoever sealed you. Why are you coming after me, do I look like an easy target to you? This Abyss Demon was clearly trying to bully the weak, most likely feeling that it wouldn't be able to defeat the goddess priestess. As a result, all its hatred was targeted at Songjian, especially since Songjian had taken its sacred spirit, it naturally became the demon's priority. In the daytime, The rune chains will fully drain the Abyss Demon's origin power, and it will no longer be able to resurrect. It only needs to be killed once to eliminate it completely. For the goddess priestess, this Abyss Demon no longer has the qualifications to be an enemy anymore, so might as well just hand it over to this human in front of her. Songjian is now cursed by the Abyss Demon and his luck has decreased by 3. This means that the likelihood of triggering any skills with a certain chance will decrease by 3%. The drop rate for defeating monsters will also decrease by 3%, and opening any chest or such drops by 3%. It's truly an unlucky predicament. Only after killing this Abyss Demon can the evil curse be broken. Hence, a battle between Songjian and the Abyss Demon is inevitable. The grotesque face on the statue of the Abyss Demon continually howled and shouted at Songjian, but soon dissipated into the air due to a lack of energy. The entire Shadow District went quiet, devoid of a single human figure. Songjian looked left and right before walking towards the district exit. He went to the auction house and listed the stealth skill stone. Then he checked the silver-grade shield he'd put up for auction earlier. It had reached a price of 18,000 doomsday coins and seemed to not rise any higher. This price had far exceeded Songjian's initial estimate. Even if he split this with Li Ke, they'd each get close to 10,000 doomsday coins. It was a pretty good deal. Now, his bag held more than 15,000 doomsday coins. Adding the price of the shield and the stealth skill stone, Songjian's final doomsday coins might exceed 30,000. Even the alliances in the city probably didn't have as many doomsday coins as Songjian. Storing this many doomsday coins in his bag was a waste. He needed to convert it into his own strength as soon as possible. After using the sacred spirit, all of Songjian's stats increased by 2 points. Now, his highest stat was not strength but agility. Not counting the additional attributes from the flame skeleton repeating crossbow and the school flag, his agility had already reached 16, and with equipment bonuses, it could reach 19. Even counting the equipment, his strength was only 16. He was only 2% experience points away from reaching level 15. His sword finger skill had the highest proficiency, already reaching 97% at level 2. It seemed that he would spend his next skill point on sword finger skill. Songjian opened the auction interface and started searching. After a long while, Songjian shook his head. The equipment listed couldn't even compare to what he had, which is why a silver-grade shield could reach such a high price. It seemed that there was a shortage of good equipment. How could anyone put it up for auction when they were using it themselves? Closing the equipment auction interface, Songjian opened the skill interface. There were even fewer skills listed than equipment, only 2 pages and just over a dozen skills. These skills were weak. Either they were attack skills with too little damage, had too severe of side effects, or required a special lineage or special weapon. And the prices were high. The cheapest skill started at 5,000 doomsday coins. They were just treating the other players like fools. Hence, none of these skills listed had received any bids. They were hanging there alone, waiting to be delisted when the time ran out. The auctioning player would even have to pay a listing fee for this. It was simply a major loss. Next, Songjian opened the materials interface. This interface was much richer, filled with an array of materials. The most common were wood and stone materials. Since they were so abundant, the prices were very low, only slightly higher than selling to the system store. The rest were various types of ores, which were quite costly, followed by numerous materials dropped by monsters. Cooking, alchemy, pharmacy, blacksmithing, engineering, all kinds of materials were available. Besides, there were some rare and odd items. Players didn't even know what they were used for. These were classified as special materials by the system and thrown into the auction house, priced ridiculously high, which deterred buyers. Songjian searched for the materials needed for the high-explosive grenades. Surprisingly, he found 7 to 8 kinds. Although they weren't cheap, they saved Songjian a lot of time and energy, so Songjian bought them all. He then purchased a large pile of materials needed to make the self-destructing robot. In an instant, the over 15,000 doomsday coins in his bag was halved, leaving him with less than 1,000. However, once the shield and stealth skill stone were sold, Songjian's purse would be filled again, so he wasn't worried. After buying a huge amount of materials, Songjian headed towards his manor castle. Chapter 303, Modification. Upon returning to Manor Castle, Songjian could not wait to start manufacturing self-destructing robots. The self-destructing robots, being disposable items, can be used all at once. A single robot could cause 200 points of damage, and if 10 were used simultaneously, that increased to 2,000 points of damage, enough to kill a level 10 elite boss outright. After placing all the materials onto the engineering crafting table, the machine began to operate automatically, subtracting, extracting, fusing, and processing the ores. In no time, Songjian saw the pieces of the self-destructing robots taking shape. Since it was component manufacturing, and Song Jian's crafting skill had already increased to level 2, the component crafting was highly successful with minimal failure rates. Nearly 7 to 8 parts were manufactured before there was a defective one. Having used up all the materials, a large number of parts were produced, and Song Jian's crafting skill level also successfully advanced to level 3. Now, it was up to Song Jian to do the assembly. If there were mishaps during assembly, there would be no self-destructing robot. Song Jian divided the produced parts into over a dozen piles, and began to install them one by one according to the instructions on the blueprint. After all, this was just a game. It was not as demanding as the real world. Song Jian only needed to assemble the dozen or so parts in order. The process was similar to building a Lego set. Soon, Song Jian had assembled his first self-destructing robot. System: you successfully created a self-destructing robot, increasing your crafting proficiency by 3 points, leveling experience by 300 points, and likewise obtaining a poor quality self-destructing robot. Song Jian checked it out. The robot he had produced looked dumb, like a toy sold in toy stores for more than $10. Its power was not as great as stated on the blueprint. It could only cause 110 points of damage from a range explosion, almost weak compared to the original version. The first one is just for practice. It's already good that I managed to create it, Song Jian shrugged and comforted himself. He didn't expect that assembling the robot himself would yield leveling experience. Prior production of T11 high-explosive grenades only increased crafting proficiency, without leveling experience. At the sight of the experience bar, which was only 2% shy of reaching level 15, Song Jian's mood immediately improved. Once he assembled the remaining dozen self-destructing robots, he'd likely get directly promoted to level 15. With the first one as practice, Song Jian's mood improved, making his assembling actions quicker and lighter than before. It's as smooth as flowing water. The rhythmic assembly sounds even felt like a pleasing melody. One by one, the self-destructing robots were assembled by Song Jian. Starting from the second robot, the power of the self-destructing robot had already increased to 200 points. By the fifth and sixth, the quality had become excellent, increasing the power to 250 points. The power difference between the first and the last robot was like heaven and earth. When the last self-destructing robot was finally assembled, Song Jian abruptly came out of his previous concentrated state, staring at the silver self-destructing robot, dumbstruck. This last robot differed greatly from the previous ones in design and color, now faded silver. It was more lively than before and looked like a piece of art carved by a master. As expected, Song Jian's level increased to 15. Before, he had been eager to reach level 15 so he could wear the ghost battle armor. But now, all his attention was on the silver self-destructing robot in his hands. A perfect quality self-destructing robot. Shocked, Song Jian looked at the attributes of the robot before him. System: the player has produced a perfect quality self-destructing robot, increasing crafting proficiency by 10 points, leveling experience by 1000 points. System: congratulations, player, for being the first person among the God-blessed to create a perfect quality item, awarding 10,000 points of leveling experience. Reward: 1 crafting table modifier stone. System: congratulations, player, you have acquired the right to engrave your unique seal on manufactured products. Crafting table modifier stone, silver. After use, it can improve the grade of the engineering crafting table by 1 level. Modifier stone? That's an incredible thing. But why can it only be used to modify the engineering crafting table? Song Jian looked at the modifier stone, glowing silver, in his backpack and thought gloomily. He owned a silver-grade portable alchemy crafting table. If it could be used on it, it could be directly upgraded from silver to gold grade, having not an ordinary impact. On the other hand, his engineering crafting table was only of ordinary white grade. If it was upgraded by 1 level, it would only reach green grade. The effect would certainly not be as significant as that of a silver grade improved to a gold grade. In fact, now more than 80% of players do not own crafting tables. To create items, they have to search around the city for fixed crafting tables. And a vast majority of players who own crafting tables are limited to white grade. If they knew that Song Jian was dissatisfied with upgrading his crafting table to green grade, they would undoubtedly drown him in their saliva. Since it could only be used to improve the engineering crafting table, Song Jian directly used the modifier stone. Suddenly, the crafting table was engulfed in a white light, and a progress bar appeared above showing that the modification would take 12 hours. All his self-destructing robots were finished, and he didn't need the crafting table for now, so he could wait patiently. As for the system's hint about engraving his own mark on items, Song Jian pondered a bit, opened the system interface, and began to design his own mark. Soon, Song Jian designed a clover emblem and engraved it on the last, perfect quality self-destructing robot. System: clover emblem registration successful. This emblem is now bound to your account. Others cannot use or design similar emblems. After finishing crafting all the self-destructing robots, more than 5 hours had passed. His school flag and battle flag had combined a long time ago, and now, a strange flag appeared in Song Jian's two-hand weapon slot. The flag had a sharp blade on top of it, more than a foot long, similar to a spear blade. The silk-smooth flag looked like it was cut from a piece of silk. Blue-red stripes, a flaming dragon occupying 2/3 of the flag, and on the far right of the flag, a deep blue pentagram pattern. The flagpole was more than 2 meters long, emitting a chill from its black body, and the attributes had also vastly improved. 5th battle flag, green, two-hand weapon, can evolve, equipment effect, agility +3, movement speed increases by 20%, defense increases by 15%, damage increases by 10%, special effect 1, alliance, can designate 5 people as temporary allies, after allying all allies' properties increase by 30%, special effect 2, brilliant aura, passive. The battle flag user and their allies will gain the Brilliant Aura buff. Brilliant Aura, attack speed increases by 15%, damage +20, special effect 3, summon Fire Elemental Spirit, active. The battle flag user can summon 2 Fire Elemental Spirits with the same level as the user to assist in combat. The Fire Elemental Spirits will stay until their death. The battle flag user can dismiss them anytime. After the Fire Elemental Spirits die or are dismissed, they can only be summoned again after an hour. Item level 10, item requirement. Level 10, can this item be taken out of the game? No two-handed weapon. 5th battle flag underwent a massive change in attributes. Song Jian's power improved significantly. Now, even if Song Jian faced a level 20 elite boss, he would be able to put up a fight. After checking the battle flag's attribute, Song Jian collected all the self-destructing robots and walked away from the manor castle. Chapter 304. The little match girl. Song Jian, now at the 15th level, with his ghost battle armor and the enhanced 5th battle flag weapon in his hands, was itching to test his increased power. This time, he skipped the 15th level monster zone and ran straight into the 20th level monster zone. Most players nowadays can't even handle the 15th level monster zone, not to mention the 20th level monster zone, which is completely dominated by mutant zombies. The mutant zombies here at level 20 don't differentiate between day and night. Even during the day, their attributes remain unaffected. Similarly equipped with vitality points, they aren't much different from the bosses at the 15th level. Just as he entered the 20th level monster zone, a mutant zombie draped in dark scales rushed towards Song Jian. Now, the mutant zombies were more like mindless humanoid beasts, exhibiting no human characteristics whatsoever. Spiritual sword control technique. An invisible spirit sword quickly formed above Song Jian's head, and following his thoughts, quietly flew towards the mutant zombie. At the same time, Song Jian jolted and charged with his crimson fire heart-ape sword to the zombie. Broken wing dance. Sword silk. Sweeping sword style. With a series of sword techniques deployed, the mutant zombie was unable to fight back. It could only roar in anger and finally turned around and ran away, clutching its head. It seems to have lost its mind in rage, but it still has an instinct to fear death. These higher-level monsters are great pretenders. Song Jian was surprised. The mutant zombies below the 15th level wouldn't flee. They would fight to their very last blood, giving one the impression that they would rip a piece of flesh off you even at death's door. However, the 20th level monster in front of him, although it portrayed a sense of madness, ended up fleeing due to the fear of death. It was clearly not as mindless as Song Jian initially believed. Sword finger. Song Jian quickly raised his left hand, forwards a stab. A silver sword chi promptly shot out, piercing the back of the mutant zombie's head and exiting from the forehead. Song Jian, now on level 15, had used the skill point he earned from leveling up on his fully proficient sword finger. Now, the skill sword finger had evolved to 3rd level. Its damage increased from 7100 to 9120, and the gold element damage increased by 30 points, reaching 100 points. In other words, sword finger could now deal approximately 200 points of damage to its target. Whoosh! The sword chi was both swift in appearance and disappearance. In an instant, the 3-meter-long sword chi vanished, leaving a deep hole in the skull of flea mutant zombie. The mutant zombie trembled all over and collapsed to the ground, as the sword chi drained its last bit of vitality points. My power has increased a lot, Song Jian said, his face glowing with a joyous smile. Ordinary monsters at level 20 no longer threatened him. Unless surrounded by hundreds or thousands of level 20 monsters, he was capable of calmly utilizing the terrain to kill them all. From now on, I can set my stage to the 20th level monster zone. Song Jian mused, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Just then, Song Jian received information from the auction house. His silver quality shield was sold at the bidding price, 10,000 doomsday coins was already in his inventory after the charges were deducted. Song Jian was startled and then sighed. There really were many rich people in this game. However, those who could afford to spend 20,000 doomsday coins on a shield were most likely not individuals, but powerful alliances. Who bought the shield wasn't of much interest to Song Jian. He divided half of his doomsday coins, planning to send them to Li Ke later. He was looking forward to the auction of the stealth technique skill stone. He hadn't set a fixed price for the stealth technique, only a minimum bid. Therefore, the auction would take some time. He would have to wait patiently. After checking the system prompt, Song Jian swung his sword and lunged at the next level 20 monster. The day passed quickly and a sunset appeared on the horizon. Half the sky turned red. This was probably the most beautiful sight of the day. In the game, even during the day, the sun wasn't always visible. It was often hidden by thick clouds and only revealed itself for a few minutes at noon. Having a full day of sunshine was a rare occurrence. Thus, the evening had become a valuable time for players to admire the sun. At this time, most players would stop all their activities, sit on the rooftops of their safe houses, watch the beautiful red sky, and observe the sun as it slowly set. At night, the mutated zombies, whose attributes were had during daytime, would regain their strength. Meanwhile, the level 20 mutated zombies, whose attributes did not weaken during the day, would increase their strength by 50%. Be it their attack, defense, or speed, all would experience a substantial increase. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, then decided to retreat first and not hunt monsters during the night. After all, the night was a paradise for the monsters. Even those usually unnoticeable elites and boss-level monsters would begin to roam the streets. If he was spotted by these bosses, it would be a life-and-death struggle. Even if Song Jian was confident, he wouldn't dare hunt and level up in the level 20 monster area during the night. Now, Song Jian preferred to fight against monsters 5 levels lower than him. His experience points increased significantly. After a day, his level 15 experience bar had already reached 34%. The proficiency of his skills Sword Silk and Earth Teeth Assault had both increased to 100%. He only needed skill points to upgrade to the next level and gain more power. Just as Song Jian was preparing to leave the level 20 monster area, he suddenly saw a little girl in a red cloak holding a bunch of matches walking towards him. "Sir, it's going to be dark soon. Do you need matches? I have the best matches in the city. A box is only 1 doomsday coin." The little girl seemed somewhat skinny, with a basket full of small paper boxes hanging off her left hand. Her bright big eyes full of anticipation nervously watched Song Jian. The little match girl? No wait, a little girl selling matches? Song Jian couldn't help but take 2 steps back, watching the suddenly appearing girl with a vigilant face. This wasn't an ordinary place. It was a level 20 monster area where every few steps you could find a mutated zombie. Any level 1 NPC who dared to walk around here would find themselves getting dragged into an alley by a monster. "Who are you?" Song Jian gripped his crimson fire heart-ape sword tightly and asked apprehensively. "Sir, my name is Maria Susan. Can you please buy a box of matches? I haven't eaten in a day." The little girl looked pathetic, tears welling up in her eyes. Song Jian's heart couldn't help but twitch as if a hand had clenched it tightly. After a moment of hesitation, Song Jian nodded, pulled out a doomsday coin and handed it to the little girl saying, "All right, I'll buy a box." "Thank you, kind sir. Here's your box of matches." The little girl handed him a box of matches with a happy smile on her face. She took the doomsday coin, bowed to Song Jian, and turned to leave slowly. Explore new novels on Novelban. Song Jian's eyes followed the little girl. He had once encountered a monster disguised as a little girl. A level 1 NPC appearing here was too strange. Song Jian felt a sense of unease. It wasn't until the girl's figure disappeared into the sunset that Song Jian let out a sigh of relief. His eyes then fell on the box in his hand. Chapter 305, Territorial Expansion Campaign. Song Jian's matchbox had nothing special about it, feeling very light in his hand as if there were not many matches inside. The matchbox didn't even have an attribute description, just like an ordinary scene item. Upon opening the matchbox, there were only 3 matches inside. Magical match, special, consumable, usage effect. Striking the match at night will lead to unexpected events. May good luck always be with you. It's a special consumable? Song Jian's eyes revealed a look of surprise. He had heard of such items before, similar to treasure chests that could grant various items upon use. Just for 1 doomsday coin, I made a fortune. Any item I get could easily cover the cost. If I had known, I would have bought all the matches in her basket. Song Jian couldn't help but think, even wanting to run after the little girl. However, night was fast approaching, and the match-selling girl had already disappeared. Song Jian hesitated for a moment, ultimately shaking his head and turning to leave the area, heading for the manor castle. Nightfall arrived, and monsters swarmed the streets, letting out loud roars and howls. No matter how many the players hunted during the day, there were always a large number of monsters appearing out of nowhere at night, seemingly endless. At this time, the players could only hide in their safe houses, shivering in fear and praying that the monsters wouldn't attack their safe houses. In fact, the reason the system allowed players to create safe houses was so they could have a place to hide at night. As long as they didn't deliberately provoke the monsters that came out at night, the monsters wouldn't actively attack the players' safe houses. Songjian's manor castle was brightly lit yet silent. The black dragon hatchling hunted happily around the manor, killing level 5 monsters. Already a level 10 elite, it could no longer gain any experience from killing these low-level monsters, but it still enjoyed tearing them apart with its claws and teeth. Its golden vertical pupils glowed with a bloodthirsty excitement, as if the constant killing was a natural instinctive activity for it. Songjian sat in meditation on the bed, patiently waiting as the Night Slayer faintly emitted a red light from his chest. After a short time, the clouds in the sky dispersed, revealing the bright moonlight. At this moment, the monsters' roars and howls grew even louder, their eyes turning red as they excitedly swallowed in the direction of the moon. A moonbeam shone through the window, enveloping Songjian in moonlight. A cool sensation washed over him from head to toe, causing him to let out a comfortable moan. The feeling of complete cleansing was simply too irresistible. Songjian soon immersed himself in this sensation, unaware of time passing. 15 minutes later, the moon was once again obscured by clouds, and Songjian slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his hands and arms. The skin was a glowing white, with veins and muscles clearly visible underneath. However, the unusual phenomenon soon subsided, and the cool sensation inside his body also disappeared, as if it had never existed. An urge to kill every living creature in sight surged in Songjian's heart, causing his face to become twisted and deformed. As the violent emotion rose in Songjian's heart, the blood pool in the basement suddenly began to churn, like boiling water. The blood-soaked zombies also raised their heads, making roaring and howling gestures, but without any sound coming from their mouths. At the same moment that violence flooded Songjian's mind, a wave of coolness fought back against the emotion, quickly suppressing it. The blood pool in the basement gradually returned to calm, and the blood zombies sat back, only their heads above the surface. Songjian's face remained calm, seemingly accustomed to this. Absorbing the essence of the moon could enhance his body's attributes, but he wouldn't give up. Although the side effects were somewhat headache-inducing, he had the innate attribute thick skin and didn't worry about his sanity being eroded by the violent emotions. So, he didn't care. Though he suppressed the violent emotions, Songjian still felt an itch to go and battle the monsters outside. After some contemplation, Songjian sighed and took out the matchbox he had bought earlier. He lit one match in the box, a small flame instantly ignited. The matchbox had only 3 matches, which could only be used during the night. Songjian was also curious and wanted to see what unexpected things would happen. As the match quickly burned out, Songjian received a message from the system. System, you've used Maria Susan's matches. An unexpected event occurred. Your vitality points decrease by 90%, and your monster kill experience reduces by 90% for 10 hours. Congratulations. Songjian gaped, looking at the matchbox with the remaining 2 matches, fighting the urge to throw it out the window and douse it in water. This is indeed unexpected. Songjian grumbled to himself, holding back a string of curses. At that moment, Songjian suddenly had an epiphany and slapped his forehead. Damn, pinned still under the curse of the Abyss Demon, with a luck reduction of 3. I can't believe I'm playing this treasure box game. It's like asking for death. Songjian couldn't help but mutter to himself. In fact, during the daytime, when fighting monsters, Songjian had already felt the effect of reduced fortune. His attack damage was consistently minimal compared to before. However, his increased strength allowed him to easily defeat the level 20 monsters, so he didn't care. Glancing at the matchbox with the remaining 2 matches, Songjian shook his head and put it in his bag. Now was not the time to test his luck. The night passed quickly, and daylight returned. Songjian stayed in the castle, his vitality points now less than 2. Even against a level 10 monster, he might be killed in one strike. It would be better to wait quietly for the negative effect to disappear before venturing out again. Plus, there was only a little less than 2 hours left. Just then, Songjian heard a rumbling from afar. A voice echoed throughout the Doomsday City. Player Sange initiates a territory expansion campaign. This will be a great battle. Congratulations to player Sange on a victorious start and obtaining more territory. Chapter 306 Luotaniu at dawn, just as the sky began to lighten, a solemn voice echoed over the city. Player Sange has launched a territorial expansion campaign. This is to be a great battle. We wish player Sange a successful start and more territories to conquer. Songjian frowned slightly, standing in front of the window, as he watched a player near him excitedly expand their domain. Sange stood exuberantly atop a tower, with a dozen other players behind him, watching as the range of his safe house slowly grew outwards. "Boss, we've finally taken the first step in the game's contention for power," one of the players behind Sange exclaimed excitedly. "Yes, in this regional mission, we've all fought hard to hunt down the fish-headed monsters. Our efforts have finally paid off. Our Brave World Alliance is probably the first alliance in the game to expand its territory," Sange said, filled with emotion. "Haha, though we can only expand by 10 meters for now, there will come a day when the entire city is ours to rule. We, the Brave World Alliance, are the top alliance in the game." Everyone began cheering excitedly, as if they could already see their glorious future. At that moment, Sange received a campaign message. "System, your territorial expansion campaign has encroached on player Iwotaniu's safe house. Do you wish to wage an expansion campaign against this player?" Sange's face suddenly changed, and he turned to ask, "Are there other players who have built safe houses nearby?" "Shouldn't be. We thoroughly searched the area a couple of days ago. No player had set up a safe house around here," said a player behind Sange, seeming a bit confused. "It's just one player, we can simply bulldoze over her," said a burly warrior player impatiently. "Exactly. Who has our Brave World Alliance ever feared? We're bound to take over the entire city sooner or later. Why should we fear fighting against a single player?" All players behind Sange raised their weapons high and shouted loudly. Sange nodded, not particularly concerned in reality. They were just facing an individual player, with a newly built safe house. Now that it had become an obstacle in the expansion of the Brave World Alliance, it would simply be kicked aside. "Launch an expansion campaign," Sange said with a serious look on his face. "System, you have initiated an expansion campaign against player Iwotaniu. Please completely destroy the other party's safe house within an hour. Brothers, let's go flatten that player's safe house," Sange yelled, raising his weapon high. The players behind him responded and bounded forcefully towards where the system led. Meanwhile, in the level 15 monster area, Iwotaniu was charging at a group of mutant zombies, wielding her square sky halberd. Iwotaniu, petite and adorable, was waving her square sky halberd, almost as tall as herself, excitedly hacking away at the mutant zombies surrounding her. The square sky halberd in her hands faintly emitted a silver glow, making a chilling, eerie piercing sound, and directly hacked level 15 mutant zombies into chunks of flesh. Dressed in a silver helmet and armor, and holding a square sky halberd, Iwotaniu was like a female version of Elvibu, rampaging through the level 15 monster area, almost unmatched. After a long while, Iwotaniu, panting heavily, retreated into a residential building and pulled food and water from her bag to recover her strength. Phew. If only I also had a war horse. Then who in this monster area would be my match? It would at least double my leveling speed. Iwotaniu muttered. Just then, she received a system notification. "System, player Sange has launched a territorial expansion campaign against you. You have the option to surrender or resist. If you surrender, your safe house will fall under player Sange's rule, and you'll need to pay him a tribute of 10 doomsday coins daily. If you choose to resist, Sange will launch an attack against you. You must defend your safe house for 2 hours. If you successfully defend it, Sange's territorial expansion campaign will fail, and you will receive a large number of campaign merits. If you fail to defend it, your safe house will be leveled, and all items within would be destroyed." Territorial expansion campaign? Iwotaniu paused, then quickly became furious. Stabbing her square sky halberd into the ground, she created a large pit. "I've barely established my safe house, and you're already trying to expand? Sange, remember this. I've got your name." Iwotaniu bit down hard on her silver teeth, finally making her choice. "I choose to resist. System, you will be automatically transported to your safe house in 10 seconds. Please be prepared. 10, 9, 8. After the 10-second countdown, a flash of white light enveloped Iwotaniu as she disappeared from her current location, instantly appearing in her safe house. Iwotaniu's safe house was a big tent, surrounded by an open space resembling a training ground. High walls surrounded the training ground, with 4 arrow towers on each side, doubling the amount of a regular player's safe house. In front of the wall stood rows of caltrops, their sharp points glinting coldly. The tips even had half a foot of spikes embedded with steel. The whole safe house resembled an ancient military camp. Stepping out of the tent, Iwotaniu looked at the distant tower, anger raging in her eyes. "You want to fight? Well then, let's fight. Today, I'll show you what I'm capable of." Iwotaniu snorted coldly, holding her square sky halberd, her figure flashing as she appeared on top of the wall. In the distance, a dozen players were charging toward Iwotaniu's safe house. Upon seeing Luotaniu standing on top of the wall, a gleam lit up in Sange's eyes. Luotaniu had fair skin, a delicate face, and a pair of vibrant, expressive eyes. Dressed in a silver helmet and armor and wielding her square sky halberd, she had an unusual allure. She's a girl. Boss, why not persuade her to surrender and ask her to be our sister-in-law? Haha. Yeah, boss, she looks quite good. Boss, go for it. We all support you. You must win her heart. The group of players glanced at Luotaniu and began to chuckle, completely dropping their previous murderous looks. Sange cleared his throat and stepped forward, stopping just outside the reach of Luotaniu's defensive structures. He shouted, "Miss, I'm the leader of the Brave World Alliance. Our recent territorial expansion inadvertently encroached on your safe house. I do apologize. Would you be willing to join us at Brave World Alliance and strive for mutual greatness together? Enough talk. If you want to fight, fight." Luotaniu snapped sharply, stepping heavily on the ground. She leapt off the wall. Midair, she pointed her square sky halberd directly at Sange. Chapter 307, Imperial Dragon Demon Palace. Sange never expected that there would only be one person on the opposing side, and they actually dared to rush out of the safe house directly. Usually, in territorial battles, wouldn't one have to rely on the defenses of the safe house to wear out the enemy before attacking? How was this girl not following the usual strategy? If Sange had known that the girl would act so recklessly, he wouldn't have rushed to the front alone. Wait a minute, I still have something to say. Sange's face changed, and he tried to stop Luotaniu. But at this point, Luotaniu's momentum had already reached its peak, and her murderous intent was so strong it felt tangible. Even her body was wrapped in a faint red dragon-shaped vigor. Bang! With a loud noise, the square sky halberd in Luotaniu's hand emitted a screech like a ghostly wail, chopping down at Sange's head. Caught off guard, Sange could only use his weapon to block, but it was useless. He was knocked to the ground by Luotaniu's halberd, his vitality points plummeting to near death as he fell into the pool of blood. The comrades behind him were all dumbfounded. They had initially thought it would be a simple battle of overpowering weaker players, but now their leader had been instantly killed by the enemy. This wasn't what they had expected at all. The Brave World Alliance members, who had been full of confidence when they started the territorial expansion battle, were now at a loss for words. Some even quietly retreated a few steps, hiding behind the others. Luotaniu, with the square sky halberd in hand, strode forward to Sange, stomped on his head, and grounded underfoot, looking down on him disdainfully. So it was you who wanted to destroy my safe house, forcing me to come back from the level 15 monster area. Do you know how much time I've wasted? Miss, this is all a misunderstanding. Whatever we've lost, our Brave World Alliance will compensate you, double. Sange spat out blood, waving his hands in terror. At this point, his vitality was less than 5%, and he seemed to smell death. No need, your head will do as payment. Luotaniu sneered, and stepped down hard on Sange's head. With a puff, Sange's eyes bulged out, bloodshot, as his body jerked one final time before losing all vitality. Turning to look at the rest of the dozen players, Luotaniu narrowed her eyes and showed a fierce smile, yelling, "Who's next?" What they had thought was a cute little girl turned out to be a fierce lady tyrannosaur. Even though there were more than a dozen of them from the Brave World, they all shivered with fear, shaking their heads and retreating. Humphrey, trash. Luotaniu spat at them, then turned back to start searching the items on Sange's body, thinking that they were all her spoils of war now. With the death of their leader, Sange, the territorial expansion battle was a complete failure. The Brave World players left in disgrace. Not only did they lose a massive amount of war merit and doomsday coins, but their safe house also dropped by one level. It had only recently been upgraded to a level 1 manor, and now it was knocked back down to a level 3 safe house. To upgrade back to a manor, they would have to endure another monster siege. Remembering their previous experience, every player's face turned ugly, not daring to reminisce about that battle. With the death of their leader, Vice Alliance leader Zhu Jin became the new leader. Seeing the morale of the Brave World at its lowest point, he knew they would be entering a period of hibernation for some time. At this point, Song Jian was hundreds of meters away, watching the scene unfold. Luotaniu's strength was beyond his expectations. She was so powerful that it was hard to believe she was a girl. Even Song Jian was surprised by the tangible murderous aura emanating from her. Just how many monsters did she kill to accumulate such an aura? Now, more and more players were setting up safe houses, and most were concentrated near the level 5 monster area, surrounding Camel Square. If Song Jian wanted to expand, he would inevitably clash with other players. Could it be, during the expansion battles, I'll have to attack the impregnable safe houses on my own? Song Jian frowned. Like the events of today, If the dozen brave world players were to attack Songjian's manor castle, they wouldn't even require Songjian's intervention. The defensive structures would be enough to slaughter the players on their own. However, while other players' safe houses may not have as strong defenses as Songjian's, the system still provides plenty of arrow towers and traps. Penetrating the defenses of a safe house wouldn't be an easy task. Having more people is still necessary, Songjian thought. At that moment, he suddenly remembered the blood pool in his basement. Now that it had been upgraded to level 2, he could summon 2 types of blood beasts, the blood crow and a zombie. Although the blood crow was weak and only good for harassment and reconnaissance, the zombie could be upgraded. If leveled up, they could potentially be useful in breaking through defenses. More importantly, as the blood pool level increased, more powerful blood beasts could be developed. With a higher level blood pool, he could summon more potent blood beasts, and with a wave of his hand, command hundreds or even thousands of blood beasts to attack other safe houses. The mere sight of this army would likely cause anyone to panic. I've been somewhat neglecting the functions of the blood pool. I should take the opportunity to raise its level, Songjian thought. He checked the requirements to upgrade the blood pool to the next level. He already had the necessary 500 units of stone, but for the remaining 2 conditions, he didn't know where to look. Rubies and dragon bloodstones should also be a type of ore, but I've never heard of any place that can mine such ores, Songjian thought. He had been to a level 30 ore site and never found any trace of rubies or dragon bloodstones there. Do I have to ask about it on the radio? Songjian hesitated for a moment, about to open the radio when a hazy green light suddenly rose from the ground in the distant sky, piercing the sky like a column of light. Who's building a safe house now? Songjian squinted at the green pillar of light in the distance. Soon, all players felt a tremor coming from afar, as if the earth was about to crack. This caused everyone to feel some panic. No, it's not a safe house being built. There wouldn't be so much commotion, Songjian said solemnly. At this moment, all online players simultaneously received a system notification. System, the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace has opened. Players above level 10 may explore. The Imperial Dragon Demon Palace will be open for 12 hours, so act quickly. Chapter 308, Stop Here. The system notification rang 3 times in a row, making sure every player noticed it. Every online player felt the previous vibrations emitted from the ground, so naturally, they wouldn't ignore the cheerful system message. Imperial Dragon Demon Palace? What is this stuff? Is it another secret place similar to a duplicate world? Songjian muttered to himself. NPCs often refer to these duplicate worlds as secret places, which, depending on their access requirements, are rated as first level, second level, third level. Bloody Underground Fight Dungeon Songjian established early, was a level 1 secret place. Even though the minimum level to enter was 5, many players only dared to try the regular difficulty dungeon after they became full-fledged professionals, as they only had 1 life after all. Songjian hesitated for a moment before dashing in the direction of the green pillar of light. After all, this was a location announced by the system to be worthy of exploration. Surely, there must be some good loot. Shortly thereafter, Songjian arrived at an abandoned factory where plenty of players had already gathered. Through the many shadows, Songjian saw numerous NPCs, their faces filled with excited smiles. At the abandoned factory, a dormitory building was split open right in the middle, revealing a large hole in the ground from which the green pillar was rising. Imperial Dragon Demon Palace, who would have thought it would appear here? What fantastic luck! The eyes of a Minotaur-like NPC twinkled with excitement as he muttered to himself. Why would the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace appear here? Isn't it supposed to be in larger cities and controlled by the big forces? A weakling like us doesn't even have the chance to approach it without being chased away. It's a great opportunity, we must seize it. But there are too many gods chosen here, they are quite annoying. Hee. The gods chosen may have great potential and improve quickly, but most of these present are only just becoming professionals. They pose no threat to us, so if there's a treasure later, let's not hold back. Most of these NPCs were transported here from elsewhere in the game, some with missions, some as combat trainers, and some seeking to trade with the gods chosen. Their presence in the game is solely to enhance players' enjoyment and serve their needs. However, at this moment, these NPCs began to gather around the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace, forming a loose alliance. Although their levels were higher than the players' levels, they were heavily outnumbered. Some players had noticed the strange behavior of the NPCs but were powerless to stop it. They could only huddle together according to their own alliances. Those who had not joined any alliances were loosely scattered around. From the surface, it appeared that the NPCs had the upper hand. Just then, a trio of players tried to approach the cave but were stopped by an NPC. What are you doing? A player brandished his weapon at one of the NPC elves in anger. Stay back, round ears. This is not a place you humans can approach. Don't risk your life. The elf NPC dismissed the trio with a cold glance. Damn, an NPC is so arrogant. Just a level 15 runt daring to block our path? He's got a death wish. One of the three players, wielding a submachine gun and dressed in combat gear, glared at the elf NPC. Before his comrades had a chance to stop him, he aimed his gun at the blocking NPC and pulled the trigger. Bullets fired in a continuous stream towards the elf. However, when they got within a foot of the elf, it was as if they hit a wall. Their kinetic energy depleted, they dropped to the ground. A wave of ripples fluttered through the air as the elf NPC flippantly retrieved a short spear from his back and thrust it at the gun-wielding player. The spear traced an arc in the air. The throw seemed slow, but the spear was incredibly fast and made a rushing sound as it flew toward the player's chest. Before the two companions could react, the gun-wielding player was sent flying, his chest splattered with blood and directly dropping into a near-death state. All the players were startled. Having the strength to instantly kill a level 10 professional, such an attack far exceeded the strength of a level 15 elite boss. Stop fighting, let's get out of here. One of the companions shouted immediately. The elf NPC, not wishing to cause any more harm, snorted coldly, took back his spear with a wave of his left hand, and dismissed the three players with a glance. They had bitten off more than they could chew. The two companions quickly revived the near-death player, and the trio skulked back towards the back of the crowd. The remaining NPCs glanced at each other and began to chase away players, securing the entrance of the cave that emanated the green light pillar. Although the move infuriated the crowd of over 100 players, they didn't dare to complain. Each of these NPCs had a strength exceeding that of a level 15 elite boss. Some even had levels as high as 20. Even if all the players at the scene teamed up, they wouldn't stand a chance against these NPCs. These NPCs are too domineering. They took all the good spots. Complained a player who was moved to the back. Right, they're just in-game NPCs. Wait until I level up and I'll slaughter them all. Quiet, this is probably part of the game plot. When the time comes, we'll just follow behind them. Yeah, it's probably part of the game plot. I mean, you see, they dare not even kill, at most, they'll severely wound. Songjian quickly arrived at the abandoned factory. He scanned the crowd and saw that there were hundreds of players gathered. His eyebrows creased in confusion. What was odd was that he couldn't spot a single acquaintance. He didn't even see Ilwo who he had just encountered. Did they not have any curiosity? Did they not want to partake in a storyline task announced by the system? Songjian slowly walked towards the cave. The players at the scene were taken aback by the sight of Songjian, a level 15 player, and led a path for him. A high-level player is here. Look at the armor he's wearing. Although he's hiding the glow, you can tell from the pattern and design that it's definitely a silver-grade item. Why is his hand empty? Is he a boxer? But that doesn't make sense either. Boxers usually have a pair of gauntlets, so what's his profession? The players speculated amongst themselves, while Songjian, seemingly oblivious to their comments, continued towards the mouth of the cave. At this moment, a dwarf NPC gave Songjian a glance. He somehow detected a distasteful aura from him, causing him to subtly signal his cohorts. 3 level 15 dwarf warriors armed with warhammers immediately stepped forward to block Songjian with cold voices. Halt. Chapter 309. Overwhelming. Songjian saw a group of NPCs gathered around the cave entrance, while the players stood at a distance. He already figured out what was happening, but he didn't care. The NPCs in front of him were not strong enough to scare him off. Seeing the 3 dwarf warriors blocking his path, Songjian sneered and squinted his eyes. What's the meaning of this? Is this your territory? The Imperial Dragon Demon Palace hasn't even opened yet, and you NPCs are already overbearing. Are you planning to seal this place off already? What, you want all the benefits for yourselves without sharing any? As soon as these words were spoken, the surrounding players felt a bit displeased and looked at the NPC group, with most of them showing hostility in their eyes. At this moment, more and more players were rushing over, and the number had already exceeded 150. However, there were only about 50 NPCs surrounding the cave. Although some other NPCs were catching up, they still stood far away upon seeing the situation, apparently planning to watch the show first. It was normal for high-level NPCs to have an advantage over low-level players, so they tended to look down on them. Players wanting to get quests from NPCs would usually be polite, and some even tried to please the NPCs. However, when players united, their deterrence power was enormous. Moreover, players could kill monsters to quickly level up and surpass the effort of NPCs within a few months or years. This led to NPCs not daring to oppress the players too much and calling them blessed children. Seeing Songjian agitating the players' anger with just one sentence, The faces of the dwarf warriors changed at once, and they were so furious that they wanted to burst into a rage. We only said 2 words, "Where did you see us blocking this place?" Players around started to slowly gather, with a hostile demeanor. The dwarf leader saw the scene and quickly stepped forward with a cold snort. "Blessed children, don't listen to his nonsense. The Imperial Dragon Demon Palace is sealed with powerful monsters, and you are not strong enough to face them. Moreover, we didn't stop him because of the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace." The dwarf leader pointed at Songjian and shouted, "His relationship with our dwarf race is now one of hatred and enmity, and all dwarves will fight him to the death." Upon hearing this, all players were relieved, realizing that the NPC's blockade of the cave was indeed part of the game's plot. They guessed that it would only be after fighting with the monsters inside that players would be allowed to enter. As the tension dispersed, the players lost their drive and returned scattered again. Some even started sizing up Songjian with sinister intentions, wondering if they could be rewarded by killing him since he had a relationship of hatred with the dwarf race. Songjian was taken aback for a moment, recalling the scene at the Doomsday Blacksmith shop. He had been tricked by the dwarf blacksmith Aberdeen into gathering ore at a subway station, only to find out it was a level 30 monster area. If it wasn't for the Ratman, he would have been close to death. Afterward, he managed to deceive Aberdeen into helping him repair his weapons for free by promising to collect obsidian. As a result, Aberdeen held a deep hatred for him, and incidentally caused his relationship with the dwarves to become one of hatred. "Fight to the death?" Songjian sneered and looked at the 4, "With just the 4 of you, you dare to say such words in front of me?" Haha. Songjian was now quite confident, as even a level 20 elite boss wouldn't pose a threat to him, let alone these 4 who were more like level 15 elite bosses. Arrogant. The dwarf commander's face turned red with anger and waved his hand. The 3 dwarf warriors silently swung their hammers and rushed towards Songjian. Songjian waved his right hand, and a stream of fire condensed into the crimson fire heart-ape sword. Such a display astonished all players, followed by intense envy. Broken wing dance. Songjian's body rushed forward abruptly, his dark red crimson fire heart-ape sword leaving a trail of crimson in the air as it swung towards the frontmost dwarf warrior. Before the sword could reach him, the dwarf warrior in the lead revealed a look of fear in his eyes. He had only ever seen such a fierce sword technique from level 20+ dwarf knights. By the time it reacted, it had already smelled the scent of death from Songjian's blade. There is great terror between life and death. It was just a guard of the dwarf commander and didn't want to lose its life here. Under this strike, it dared not continue to charge forward, immediately steadying its stance and guarding its chest with its warhammer. Its thick thighs, much like tree roots, stood firmly on the ground. Boom. A loud rumble echoed, and everyone around involuntarily covered their ears. Songjian's longsword and the dwarf's warhammer collided fiercely, the sword chi bursting forth. A sound of breaking bones echoed from the dwarf's arms. Power crushes, his strength can actually crush mine. The dwarf warrior's fear intensified, and he looked at Songjian as if he were a god or a demon. The dwarfs were known for their strength, but they never expected that this human could crush their strength, which was difficult to believe. Songjian's strength attribute had exceeded 20 points by now. Facing a dwarf warrior with a strength attribute of no more than 15 points, it was quite easy for him to inflict crushing damage. After the first hit, the dwarf endured the blow, with 110-point damage floating above its head. But it couldn't withstand the second attack that followed. The second stage of the broken wing dance sent it flying directly, its body soaring backward and crashing heavily into its 2 companions. As the 3 of them struggled to get up, Songjian swooped down like a majestic eagle, targeting the cattle and sheep on the ground and slashing at the dwarf warrior. A wave of chi was released from the crimson fire heart-ape sword, and the 3 dwarf warriors simultaneously lost control of their bodies, floating in the air. While they were suspended in the air, Songjian activated the rapid sword skill, and a flurry of sword shadows appeared before the 3 dwarf warriors. Sword silk. 3 strands of silver sword chi pierced their bodies directly, and without any resistance, blood soared out like arrows. Their vitality points rapidly decreased, making it seem like Songjian was not facing 3 level 15 elite bosses, but 3 level 1 small monsters. How could this be? This is completely crushing strength. These are 3 level 15 elite bosses, and there's actually a player who can suppress them like this? Am I seeing things? A spectating player blinked and muttered in a low voice. I feel like I'm in a dream, too. It's too exaggerated. Seeing that the 3 guards were about to be killed by this human, the dwarf commander became panicked and hurriedly held onto his scepter, wanting to rush over to help. At this moment, a giant desert scorpion beast illusion appeared out of thin air, swinging its massive stinger, and staring intently at the dwarf commander. Immediately, a look of hesitation appeared on the dwarf commander's face, and he stopped his steps. Just then, a A sorrowful scream rang out, and the dwarf commander's face turned ugly. He glared fiercely at Song Jian, fuming with rage. Chapter 310, Kion Xiahao Stop. The dwarf commander roared. However, Song Jian merely sneered coldly and, seeing that the three dwarf warriors were on their last straws, he swung his left hand violently and a silver sword chi of 3 meters long swept over them. Level 3 sword finger could cause about 100 points of physical damage and also carried 100 points of gold series damage. Physical damage could be mitigated by defense, while gold series damage could only be reduced by corresponding resistance. Damages appeared above the dwarf warriors' heads. The first damage was over 100, and the second was 100 gold series damages. Apparently, their resistance to gold attributes was 0. This single strike killed all three, leaving a piece of loot on each of their bodies, a level 10 warhammer and armor. Song Jian picked them up and saw that all three items were of white quality. He couldn't help but purse his lips and thought to himself, cheapskates. You dared to kill them. The dwarf commander's face was flushed and his hands gripping the staff turned white from anger. Didn't we agree to fight till death separates us? Song Jian looked surprised and couldn't help asking. At this, the dwarf commander fell silent, then roared angrily and turned to run away, even giving up the entrance to Imperial Dragon Demon Palace. The rest of the NPCs exchanged glances, a trace of relief in their eyes. It was fortunate they didn't rashly throw their fighters into the fray. This deity's power made him a match for a level 20 elite boss. Song Jian glanced at the other NPCs, all of whom gave him room to pass without a word, settling disapproving eyes on him. Seeing Song Jian swagger over, players in the back began to argue, some wondering if it were a test, defeat an NPC to upgrade their position. Some people got restless, but a level 15 elite NPC versus their own abilities was like getting doused with cold water from head to toe. Maybe we can gang up against an NPC? Speculated a player. But not one dared to try it out. Crack, crack! Suddenly a crack appeared at the mouth of the cave. The ground collapsed and everyone moved away. Imperial Dragon Demon Palace is about to emerge. An NPC hollered, his eyes gleaming. Just then, an oval-shaped portal materialized in the center of the abandoned factory, from which several people emerged. A team of more than a dozen humans, all above level 10, were made up of warriors, mages, assassins, and priests. Even facing an enemy several levels higher, there was no fear. At the forefront of the group was a handsome young man with a perpetual gentle smile. He gave off an unapproachable vibe, though his face was open to interpretation. Wearing a luxurious suit and devoid of any weapons, he looked around after stepping out of the portal, laughing. Dr. Mikura's locator isn't half bad. Very precise. You'll see a 30% increase in your research funding for the next quarter. The group headed straight towards the cave entrance, ignoring the surrounding NPCs and players. In comparison to the first group of NPCs, these people looked more like elite soldiers, where the first group of NPCs seemed more like a wild-ulling band. The son of Count Kion Dehai from the city of Sin, Kion Xiahao, proclaimed an NPC, recognizing the leading young man. The son of a count? Damn it, wherever there are benefits, there are these guys. I've heard that Count Kion Dehai is on his deathbed. Kion Xiahao is his only son, the title will surely be his eventually. Humphrey, that's not necessarily the case. I've heard Count Kion Dehai sold a core skill from their family inheritance. It's crucial, if he can't become the character from the legend, even if he is the Count's only son, he won't necessarily be Ji's successor. The city of Sin is a level 3 city, the power that Count Kion Dehai wields as a count is formidable. Kion Xiahao, being his only heir, commands respect despite not having total control over his family's affairs. Kion Xiahao looks like a playboy, but in reality his level had already reached 18. He has got 2 level 20 followers by his side, their power on par with a level 20 elite boss. Kion has recruited them himself as his loyal sidekicks. The city of Sin is far from Doomsday City and it's been less than half an hour since the appearance of the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace. Yet, in such a short time, Kion Dehai had received the news and was transported nearby. Clearly, somebody in Doomsday City must have tipped him off. Song Jian slightly frowned upon hearing the NPC's conversations. The name Count Kion Dehai was too familiar. Wasn't that the NPC that he had traded Sword Finger with? The core skill these NPCs were talking about was probably Sword Finger. Just then, an NPC with wings at his back approached, making a greeting at Kion Xiahao and said, "Young Master Kion, long time no see. Your messages are indeed swift. The Imperial Dragon Demon Palace hasn't appeared for half an hour and you've already had your transmission array set up. The preciseness simply makes one gasp in admiration." Kion Xiahao glanced nonchalantly at him, his smile not lessening. He casually returned the greeting, "If it isn't the Soka family's young master Fiu." I thought you were practicing in the wilderness battleground. How did you get here? Are your brothers aware of your presence here? Young Master Fi's face changed. The Soka family followed the law of survival, but at any cost, all family successors, after reaching adulthood, are sent away to fend for themselves. So, assassinations between brothers are common. As the ninth in line, Fi Soka had always claimed he was training in the wilderness battleground, but was actually sneaking into Doomsday City. If his older brothers found out, they would send a team of assassins after him. Young Master Kion, you joke too much. The Imperial Dragon Demon Palace is about to open, and why don't you stand next to me? Then, it would be easier to get the majority of the loot, young Master Fi suggested. Chapter 311, The Gate. As soon as young Master Fi spoke, the NPCs standing next to him began to secretly curse in their hearts. If you want to be a good person, why don't you use your own spot, but instead drive us away? However, when Kion Xiao's gaze passed over them, the NPCs all showed ingratiating smiles on their faces and automatically moved to make room. These were just the lowest level adventurers, who, by sheer luck, had been randomly sent to this city by the system. In terms of strength, they didn't dare to offend the son of a count from the city of Sin. Kion Xiao laughed and walked with his group toward young Master Fiu. Thank you very much, young Master Fiu. With Kion Xiao's arrival, the abandoned factory became even livelier. Songjian didn't care, as long as these NPCs didn't gang up on him, he would be in an unbeatable position. The more people, the better. The more people there were, the easier it would be for him to take advantage of the chaos. These NPCs seemed to know much more about the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace than the surrounding players. Even if they hadn't entered it before, they had heard many stories about it. Compared to the NPCs, the players seemed completely clueless, knowing only that there would be treasures inside. As for the specific situation inside the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace, they knew nothing. Time passed little by little, and more people gathered around, but everyone was quietly waiting without showing any signs of impatience. From the corner of his eye, Songjian saw young Master Fi seemingly whispering something to Kion Xiao, all the while glancing in his direction. The way Kion Xiao looked at Songjian was like a venomous snake eyeing its prey. Songjian's heart sank. Could it be that he had exposed his sword finger skill and had been recognized by this so-called young Master Fiu? Just then, the cracks in the cave grew larger and larger. Suddenly, another surge of green light burst forth from within, and the entire ground began to shake. The cave entrance finally split open enough to reveal a huge passage that could accommodate 3 people walking side by side, with a stone staircase appearing before everyone's eyes. All players received a joyful system message at the same time. System, the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace is now open. Entry time is 10 minutes, after 10 minutes, entry will no longer be possible. The Imperial Dragon Demon Palace will exist for 12 hours, after 12 hours, all players inside will be forcibly teleported out. Upon receiving the system message, everyone's faces changed simultaneously, and they rushed chaotically toward the cave entrance. There were only 10 minutes to enter. If they missed this opportunity, wouldn't their entire trip have been wasted? As soon as the stone stairs appeared, the NPCs near the cave entrance all swarmed in. Songjian didn't rush to the front, but instead waited for Kion Xiao and the others to enter before leisurely walking toward the stone stairs. No one knew what kind of monsters might be inside the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace, so it was better to let these familiar NPCs go in and scout ahead. Even if they found any treasures, Songjian could just snatch them back later. Walking down the stone stairs, everyone was surprised to find that they were incredibly long, spiraling down like a winding snake with no end in sight. It took more than half an hour to walk down these stairs, and the surrounding area was quite dim. Everyone proceeded carefully, fearing that they might fall from the stone staircase and plummet into the bottomless abyss below. Whether they were level 15 or level 20, such a fall would undoubtedly be fatal. Fortunately, no monsters appeared along the way, and everyone safely reached the end of the staircase. At the very bottom, a colossal bronze gate appeared before them. The bronze gate was adorned with 2 ferocious dragon heads, their lifelike expressions seemingly ready to devour anyone who approached. Surrounding the dragon heads was a series of intricate magic rune arrays, shimmering with the glow of the array, though their brilliance had become quite weak by this point. A few fast-running NPCs had already reached the bronze gate and were pushing against it with all their might. However, the gate remained firmly in place. Kion Xiao witnessed this scene and chuckled softly, saying, "The 2 bronze doors of the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace each contain the power of a dragon. One must possess an attribute of at least 15 points of strength to possibly move them." As he spoke, Kion Xiao gestured to several people behind him. Soon, several heavily armored warriors arrived in front of the bronze gate, intending to open it. All these warriors were level 15, with strength as their primary attribute. Qiyang Xiahao had also spent a good amount of treasure to elevate their strength attribute to over 15. In the end, their combined efforts only managed to slightly shake the bronze gate, leaving everyone present to change their expressions and direct their gazes at Qiyang Xiahao. How could this be? Qiyang Xiahao furrowed his brows. He had also been to the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace before. On those occasions, the gate had always been opened by several people with strength attributes over 15. Why was it different this time? Seeing the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace right in front of them but feeling unable to get in, people began to grow restless. Qiyang Xiao's face darkened, and he muttered under his breath, "Useless." At this point, one of his followers whispered in his ear, "Big brother, why don't I give it a try?" "Be careful, second brother." Qiyang Xiao nodded his head and said. The robust man smiled and walked one step at a time toward the bronze gate. With each step, he grew taller. By the time he reached the gate, he was over 2 meters tall, his whole body rippling with explosive power, and his armor seeming a size too small. He tore it off and threw it on the ground. He roughly swept away the people in front of the bronze gate, let out a loud roar, and his vitality and muscle surged, causing him to grow even taller. His whole body was covered in dense veins, and he looked like a monster. Song Jian drew in a sharp breath. This sturdy man was actually giving him a feeling of threatening his life. If they really fought, Song Jian would find it difficult to win. Another one of Qiyang Xiao's followers said excitedly, "It seems that second brother's God's descending skill has improved again." Qiyang Xiao also smiled faintly. These two followers were powerful with great potential. In order to win them over, Qiyang Xiao had even taken the oath of brotherhood with them. At this moment, the muscular man let out a beast-like roar and pushed against the bronze gate with all his strength. The immovable gate, which many NPCs could not budge, began to creak open under his force. However, as the gate opened, a cloud of black mist drifted out from within. It coalesced into the shape of a skull in the air, emitting a sharp howl as it pounced on the brawny man pushing the door. The muscular man, focused on opening the door with all his might, hadn't had time to defend himself and was quickly engulfed by the black mist, screaming horribly. This mist turned out to have an intense corrosive effect. The man's body visibly collapsed at an alarming speed, deflating like a punctured balloon. All of the people present quickly retreated, looking at the black mist with terror on their faces. Chapter 312, Gem. Looking at the burly man struggling in the black mist, Qiyang Xiao's face turned ugly as he murmured to himself, "Impossible, how could this be? The Imperial Dragon Demon Palace never had this black mist, why is it here now?" Qiyang Xiao had entered the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace several times before and had never encountered such a situation. Otherwise, he would never have let his follower push open the gate. "Big brother, the second brother." He. Another follower behind him looked at the burly man slowly losing his vitality, and tears welled up in his eyes. The black mist began to disappear slowly after it corroded the burly man. By the time everyone was sure that the black mist had dispersed and the danger was gone, they found that the burly man was already lifeless, his body dehydrated and shriveled up into the size of a 7 or 8-year-old child. The previous NPCs who had attempted to open the door were all relieved. Thankfully, they lacked the strength to do so. Otherwise, they would have been the ones turned into mummies. However, Qiyang Xiao's face looked terrible. While it wouldn't matter as much for the others, these two followers were his own recruits, not belonging to the clan's power. The loss of one of them made him feel heartbroken. The group waited again for a while, and when they confirmed that there were no abnormalities, they entered through the bronze gate. Inside the gate was pitch black, but there were twinkling stars overhead, as if they were outside. Depending on the starlight overhead, they could barely see their surroundings. By this time, the vertical pupil in Song Jian's forehead had quietly opened, scanning the surroundings. The vertical pupil had night vision, allowing him to see further and clearer than others in the dark. Behind the bronze gate lay a structure similar to an underground palace, which was the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace. Once Song Jian entered, he couldn't help drawing in a sharp breath. This underground palace was filled with corpses everywhere, humans, elves, dwarfs, trolls, beastmen, almost all races could be seen here. Moreover, Song Jian also saw numerous remnants of other creatures. The palace was extravagantly decorated, with coiling dragon pillars towering high. These columns were also shackled with mummies wrapped in iron chains. Each of these mummies was holding their heads high, their mouths wide open, as if they were constantly releasing silent roars. There were also obvious bite marks on these shackled mummies, some of their faces were even completely devoid of flesh. One must wonder what terrifying tragedy took place here. Just then, the mummies lying on the ground as if they had sensed the presence of the living, began to revive one by one. Even those on the coiling dragon pillars started to tear the chains that bound them. These iron chains were already decayed, breaking apart one after another. The mummies instantly regained their freedom. Hee howls of mutated zombies were emitted from the mouths of these mummies. One by one the corpses slowly stood upright and pounced on the group. However, seeing this scene, it appeared to be within everyone's predictions. All the NPCs drew their weapons and began battling these mummies. Damn, these mummies are all level 15 elite bosses, there are too many. This dungeon is a bit horrifying, isn't it? One of the players in the back screamed after checking the attributes of these mummies. Level 15 elite bosses? Impossible, how can there be so many? Damn, it's true. They are all level 15 elite bosses. Luckily we have these NPCs with us, otherwise no matter how many people we bring, we would all be wiped out. Charge, let's go. We just need to deal damage with these NPCs tanking for us. If we can kill one boss, we kill one boss. All of these are bosses. Hearing this man's roar, all the players were stunned for a moment, then started rushing towards the monsters. For a while, various attacks flooded over the crowd of mummies like a torrent. Various colors of energy beams even illuminated the surrounding hall. The players' powerful momentum gave the NPCs a good scare. Only when they realized that the players were attacking the mummies did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. After exchanging glances, all the NPCs began to be wary of the players behind them. Songjian didn't care about this. Apart from keeping the immortal sword body and morphing into dark cloud skills at hand and not summoning any creatures, he immediately launched full firepower, rushing towards the mummies. Broken wing dance. Songjian's crimson fire heart-ape sword swung out, emitting a dark red light. The third stage attack directly threw 7 or 8 mummies into the air. Sword finger. A silver light illuminated a large area around them in an instant. Qian Ziahao squinted as he stared intently at Songjian, who felt a gaze full of malice coming from the side. Turning his head to look, Qian Ziahao had a trace of a smile at the corner of his mouth, and he nodded slightly towards Songjian. Bang! A mummy fell to the ground, its vitality points reduced to 0. With a boom, a black flame rose directly, burning the mummy to ashes within seconds. Clang! A crisp noise resounded as a green gemstone the size of a fingernail rolled out from the ashes. Green gemstone, white, inlabel, use effect, can be inlaid on helmets, chest armor, trousers, gloves, leggings, physique attribute +1, use requirement, inlaid items level 10. A gemstone that can enhance attributes? Songjian looked at the green gemstone the size of a fingernail in his hand, a surprised expression appearing on his face. Songjian had acquired inlabel items before, but he had never seen one that directly increased attributes. Seeing the green gemstone in Songjian's hand, all the NPCs had greedy looks in their eyes. If it weren't for fearing Songjian's powerful strength, these people would probably try to snatch the gemstone directly. Gems, indeed, gems can drop in the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace. One of the NPCs stared at the gemstone in Songjian's hand in a daze, mumbling to himself. Haha, so many mummies, all mine, the gems are all mine too. Another NPC seemed to have been stimulated, breaking out his full strength and charging towards the mummies. Songjian took a deep breath. It seemed that these gems were indeed valuable, or else these NPCs wouldn't be so fanatic. Could the red gems required to upgrade the blood pool be obtained here? A sudden spark of inspiration stirred in Songjian's mind. Upon this thought, Songjian became excited, wanting to reveal all his cards and slaughter all the mummies. This mummy was killed by me, that gemstone is also mine. Why are you plundering my spoils of war? A not too distant NPC who was an archer pointed at a human NPC and shouted angrily. Just because you say you killed it means you did? I also contributed. As for the spoils of war, it naturally belongs to whoever grabs it. If you're too slow, who can you blame? The warrior NPC glanced dismissively at the archer and snorted coldly before throwing himself at a mummy nearby. Songjian looked around and indeed, nearly all the NPCs were unleashing their wide-range group attack skills. They didn't aim to eliminate all the mummies, but at least dealt damage to them and acquired the right to pick up the loot. Seeing this scene, Songjian smirked and couldn't help chuckling. Chapter 313, Snatching the Monster. Seeing the NPCs start to fight over the monsters, Songjian began to laugh. Seeing a mummy that only had less than a tenth of its vitality points left, Songjian immediately pulled out a self-destructing robot from his inventory and directed it toward the mummy. Vitnovelban. C.com for updates. The self-destructing robots moved on tracks, their speed was incredibly fast, and their compact size made them nimble among the monsters. As it reached the mummy, its warning lights started to flash urgently. Boom. A massive explosion resounded, causing a damage of over 200 points to all the monsters and NPCs within a 3-meter range. The mummy let out a roar and instantly turned into a pile of ashes. Unfortunately, it didn't drop any gems. Songjian gave a snort, his gaze shifted to other mummies. However, the explosion drew all of the NPCs' attention to Songjian. In particular, Those NPCs who were just attacking the mummy looked horrified. One NPC was even blasted by the self-destructing robot to the brink of death. "How dare you?" That NPC pointed at Song Jian, his face full of anger. "Huh, the experience points from the final hit are quite high," Song Jian said with surprise. "Human, your actions will provoke public outrage. Even if you're powerful, you can't possibly fight against so many people." A bull-headed beastman shaman, holding a bone wand, turned towards Song Jian. "What, only you guys can snatch the monsters, and others can't?" Song Jian retorted. The shaman priest was at a loss for words. Looking at the NPCs fighting over the mummies, he sighed and shook his head without saying more. The NPCs were not all on the same page. They belonged to different factions, some of them were even enemies. But because there were so many players, these NPCs felt pressure and nerves, forced to unite and form a loose alliance. However, this alliance couldn't hold up in the face of self-interest. Song Jian didn't care about that. Seeing another mummy was almost out of vitality points, he immediately let loose another self-destructing robot. Ba-ba-ba, the self-destructing robot rushed towards the mummy. At this moment, the NPC that had been hacking at the mummy saw its vitality points had fallen to half and immediately showed a drastic change in expression. Rather than being hit by the mummy, it rapidly retreated. The explosion radius of self-destructing robots was 3 meters. If it waited till the moment they worked their way over, it would be too late to escape. Boom. Another thunderous noise, the mummy with less than 100 vitality points was blasted into pieces. The surrounding NPCs scampered away in panic, none dared to get within a 3-meter radius of the mummy's corpse. Just then, Song Jian's eyes brightened. He seemed to see a red gem roll down from the mummy's body. Sword shadow step. A dark figure pounced at the mummy. Some NPCs seeing that Song Jian intended to snatch the gem began to attack him. Energy beams of various colors blasted at Song Jian all at once. Boom. Miss, boom. About half of the attacks were directly dodged. Song Jian was taken by surprise. He swiftly scooped up the gem and turned around. Like a shadow, he rushed towards the NPC attacking him that was closest to him. "Don't stop, one." The face of that NPC changed drastically. It hadn't expected that Song Jian would actually dare to fight it amidst so many people. Broken wing dance. Sword silk. A series of attacks followed, instantly killing this NPC who had over 800 vitality points. Leisurely picking up the items dropped by the NPC, Song Jian looked around. His eyes were filled with killing intent, and a hint of black shadows began to float around him, like tentacles of a devil. Qionzia House neared, ready to step forward and reprimand Song Jian, even thinking about rallying everyone around to kill him and see if he could burst out the sword finger skill. But he was held back by his last remaining follower, who whispered in his ear, "Young master, look at the black mist on him, that's the mark of an abyssal demon. He's been marked by an abyssal demon. If you kill him, I fear you will replace him, becoming the next target of the abyssal demon." What? How could he possibly provoke such a terrifying existence? Qionzia Hao's eyes were full of surprise. Staring at Song Jian for a while, there was struggle in Qionzia Hao's eyes. After hesitating for a long time, he finally sighed. He can perform sword finger, he surely possesses invisible sword chi, what a pity. After Song Jian had killed an NPC, not all NPCs were stunned by his actions. 2 of the level 20 NPCs snorted, about to step forward, but saw that Song Jian unleashed over a dozen self-destructing robots all at once that surrounded him. This moment immediately silenced everyone. Over a dozen self-destructing robots, each capable of causing over 200 points of damage. This many self-destructing robots could instantly kill anyone present. If Song Jian was heartless, he could even take a lot of NPCs down with him. "Human, what do you want exactly?" An elf NPC tightly clutched his battle bow, his face full of confusion as he asked. "I need 100 red gems." Song Jian replied with a slight smile. "Impossible. Not every monster here can drop a gem, and not every gem dropped is necessarily red. Your request is impossible to fulfill." The elf NPC immediately rebutted, angered. Shrugging, Song Jian said, "Well, I'll just farm for loot myself." "Is that farming for loot yourself? You're just stealing monsters, are you clueless?" The elf NPC was left speechless in frustration. If Song Jian continued causing chaos, everyone would have to reserve some energy while fighting monsters. When would they be able to kill all these mummies? "You have to understand there's more than just that in the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace. I can give you all the red gems dropped by these mummies, plus an extra life fruit. Regardless of how severe your injuries are, you can fully recover by consuming it. What do you think?" Song Jian hesitated for a moment. He only had a few more than 10 self-destructing robots left. Even if he could snatch every time and every mummy he snatched could explode with a red gem, he could at most obtain a dozen more red gems. If he accepted the deal proposed by the elf NPC, his harvest would naturally be larger. Will they listen to you? Song Jian glanced at the other NPCs. Seeming to possess high status, the elf NPC looked around, his gaze only lingered on Qian Ziahao for a moment. As Qian Ziahao nodded slightly, the elf NPC showed a smidge of smugness in his smile. This, I will certainly guarantee for you. Chapter 314, The Imperial Dragon Demon Lord. Song Jian laughed and nodded, agreeing to the elf NPC's suggestion. The elf NPC was quite generous, tossing a fist-sized red fruit to Song Jian. This was a life fruit from the Tree of Life, but it wasn't as precious as people imagined. It was at most equivalent to a full vitality potion that removes all negative status effects. However, sometimes such a fruit could save one's life. Song Jian nodded, put the life fruit into his bag, but didn't take back the self-destructing robots. They still surrounded him, glaring intently at the NPCs who were hunting the mummies. For a moment, all the players looked at Song Jian with admiration. He was a ruthless guy. He even made the NPCs work for him. Without the self-destructing robots causing chaos, the NPCs finally relaxed and started to focus on hunting the mummies. Clang! At the sound of a crisp noise, Song Jian turned to look. A red gem dropped from a mummy's body, and Song Jian couldn't help but smile, staring closely at the NPC who killed the mummy. The human NPC wore a conflicted expression. After picking up the red gem, he saw Song Jian's wolfish gaze and couldn't help but tremble slightly, shaking his head with a bitter smile as he tossed the red gem to Song Jian. If he didn't hand over the red gem, not only would Song Jian not let him go, but the elf NPC wouldn't spare him either. Although the red gem was precious, it wasn't as valuable as his own life. When inlaid on equipment, the red gem could increase one's strength attribute by 1 point, almost equal to a ring of strength. However, Song Jian wanted the red gems not for inlaying, but for upgrading his blood pool. Although the blood slaves created by the blood pool were currently weak, their potential was great and their levels needed to be increased as soon as possible. Soon, Song Jian collected more than 10 red gems, while the other colored gems that dropped were collected by the NPCs themselves. Those who dropped red gems could only blame their bad luck. One unlucky player who luckily managed to deliver the last hit and received a gem from a mummy found out it was a red gem. He reluctantly handed it to Song Jian with a mournful face, leaving Song Jian both amused and helpless. Soon, the 100+ mummies were all killed by the NPCs, dropping more than 30 red gems, all of which were pocketed by Song Jian. Without the interference of the self-destructing robots, the NPC's monster hunting efficiency was quite impressive. With the mummies no longer being a threat, everyone continued to move forward. Soon, a bronze throne appeared before everyone. This is it, the bronze throne. Whoever possesses it will get a chance to compete for one of the top 10 unique professions. Qian Ziahao's eyes gleamed. He had spent a great deal of effort to enter Doomsday City, all for the sake of this bronze throne in the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace. The elf NPC also wore an excited expression. Is this the key to the top 10 unique professions? It's so amazing, I finally see it today. Qian Ziahao excitedly rushed towards the bronze throne deep within the underground palace, but stopped halfway, his face full of doubt and suspicion. How could this be? Why is there still someone on the throne? It should be noted that the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace Qian Ziahao had previously entered contained only a bare bronze throne. Although he didn't have the qualifications to compete back then, he remembered every detail of the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace clearly. Could this be a trap? Qian Ziahao couldn't help but take 2 steps back, while the follower behind him wore a puzzled expression, whispering, "Young master, what's wrong? Why don't you go and seize the bronze throne? Something's not quite right." Qian Ziahao said with a frown. "Since young master Qian is not interested, I, Amagirl Star Moon, will take this bronze throne." The elf NPC excitedly lunged at the bronze throne. Song Jian calmly followed behind the NPC. Regardless of who obtained the treasure, he would always get a share. He had the confidence and ability to do so. The elf NPC charged toward the bronze throne and saw a black-robed skeleton sitting on it. Frowning, he tried to pull the skeleton down. The black robe on the skeleton was made of an unknown material. Even the iron chains on the coiling dragon pillar had rusted away, but the black robe remained brand new, as if it had just been made. The flesh on the skeleton had long since decayed, leaving only the pitch-black bones, which radiated a faint luster from their surface, like black crystals. Amagirl, just a small family of elves, dares to compete with me for the bronze throne, not knowing whether to live or die. Qian Ziahao sneered, with his hands crossed on his shoulders, standing aside, wanting to watch Amagirl mess up. As expected, the moment Amagirl reached out, the skeleton on the bronze throne suddenly had oil green light in its eye sockets. Slap! Amagirl's arm was grabbed by the skeleton. "The stench of the elves, I smelled it the moment you entered the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace." The skeleton raised its head, its eyes glowing with green fire as it stared at Amagirl, speaking in a hoarse voice. You are. Amagirl's face turned pale, only then did the name and attributes of the skeleton appear above its head. Level 15 Imperial Dragon Demon Lord, Vitality points, 5,000 out of 5,000, Spirit points, 800 out of 800. Special features, Undead, Super Defense, Ghostly Strike. Skills, Instant Slash, Soul Drain, Summon Guardian. A level 15 Lord Boss? Amagirl was startled and hurriedly tried to break free from the skeleton's grip, but the skeleton's palm was like an iron clamp, holding his wrist firmly. Whoosh! Amagirl suddenly felt a pain in his chest and saw a withered hand had pierced through it. His eyes were full of disbelief and terror. How is this possible? I have 860 vitality points, how could one serve as the nourishment for my resurrection? The Imperial Dragon Demon Lord let out a satisfied moan, wisps of red vitality flowing from Amagirl's body into the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord. In no time, Amagirl had turned into a mummy, his face still wearing a look of terror. At this point, the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord had fully regained his flesh, appearing like a man in his 30s with two huge dragon horns on his head and blue gem-like eyes. Seeing the NPCs and players gathered around, the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord's mouth curled into a cruel smile. Since you killed all my subordinates, you'll now become my subordinates. The Imperial Dragon Demon Lord laughed loudly, raising his right hand towards the sky. A dragon's roar echoed throughout the underground palace. Chapter 315, Attracting Hatred. The Imperial Dragon Demon Lord stood up from the bronze throne, and a pressure emanated from him. Everyone could not help but take a few steps back, their faces changing drastically. Is this the power of a level 15 Lord? How is that possible? Surprise appeared in Qian Xiao's eyes. He had only felt such a terrifying aura from those characters above level 30. As the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord stood up, he raised his hand. A dragon chant echoed throughout the underground palace, and from behind the bronze throne, a colossal bone dragon over 10 meters long slowly revealed its head. The bone dragon's entire body was devoid of flesh, leaving only stark white bones. Two clusters of green flames burned ferociously in its eye sockets. Gray auras surrounded the bone dragon, giving people a dangerous feeling just by seeing them. Qian Xiao's face changed, and he shouted softly, "Retreat!" Instantly, he and the follower retreated rapidly, heading towards the entrance of the cave. Adult members of the dragon clan were at least level 60. Even if they turned into bone dragons after death, their levels would not be lower than 55. Even if everyone present joined forces, they would be no match for this bone dragon, let alone a level 15 Lord-class boss. How could a bone dragon appear here? Qian Xiao's expression darkened with terror. He even ignored his subordinates and only led his follower, rushing towards the entrance of the cave. While running, the follower unintentionally glanced back, and suddenly froze. "Young master, that's not a real bone dragon." The follower grabbed Qian Xiao and whispered. Qian Xiao turned to look and saw what the follower meant. The bone dragon that had been summoned by the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord was not real. It was translucent like an illusion. Its second half seemed to be embedded in the wall behind the bronze throne, revealing only the front half of its body. 15, level 15? An ordinary quality monster? This. After closely inspecting the bone dragon, Qian Xiao didn't know what to say. Everything before him made Qian Xiao feel as if he had lost control. Why did this Imperial Dragon Demon Palace seem so different from any other he had entered? Rumble. At this moment, the entrance of the Imperial Dragon Demon Palace suddenly began to shake, and stones rolled down, sealing the bronze gate shut. A hideous smile appeared on the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord's face, as he roared softly, "All of you shall die." Speaking, the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord grasped at his right hand, and a huge demonic blade over 2 meters long appeared in his palm. He fiercely slashed forward, sending a black blade aura at the crowd. A NPC with a shield in hand shouted and stepped forward, grasping the shield tightly and smashing it into the ground. Shield wall. As the command was uttered, the shield's surface emitted a dense layer of white light, forming a huge wall made up of shields to block the path. Boom. The black blade aura shattered the white light's shield wall and viciously struck the shield. The NPC shouted, his forehead veins bulging, refusing to budge and firmly resisting the shield. Bang. With a loud noise, the NPC was pushed back by the blade aura, dragging him more than 2 meters away, as a damage number of more than 300 floated above his head. "We can block it." Surprise appeared on the face of the shield warrior NPC. Whoosh. A white light flew down from above and immediately boosted his vitality points by more than 200. "We can win. Everyone, let's fight together. This is a level 15 Lord-class boss, Defeating it will surely grant us silver, maybe even gold quality equipment. The shield warrior rallied the crowd, and almost all NPCs cheered in response. Qian Ziao's face became incredibly ugly. What the shield warrior did was what he should have been doing in the first place. But because he knew about the bone dragon, he panicked and wanted to escape the moment he saw it. His cowardice was apparent to everyone. Even if he rallied the crowd now, no one would respond except the people he brought with him. "Young master, what should we do?" The only remaining follower asked softly. "Fight, we have to kill it. Only then can we obtain the bronze throne." Qian Ziao gritted his teeth. "Understood, young master." The follower pulled a rifle from his bag and held it. The rifle was even longer than a regular sniper rifle and possessed a technological appearance beyond its era. Energy lights on both sides of the gun flickered continuously, seemingly always in a charging state. This Gauss sniper rifle, powered by electromagnetic acceleration rails, fired metal bullets with incredible speed. They were virtually undeterred within a kilometer, with almost no recoil, and its power far exceeded regular sniper rifles. It was a weapon that every sniper class player dreamt about. Be careful not to attract too much aggro. Qian Ziao cautioned before flicking his right hand down. The ring on his index finger burst into a sky blue light, and a lightsaber appeared in his palm. It resembled the lightsabers used by Jedi warriors in the real-world Star Wars films. The weapon's performance was also analogous, being almost indestructible and extremely sharp. The blade dazzled in a light show, making it highly visually appealing. In the game, as long as a warrior could withstand the boss's attacks, the demise of the boss was already deemed inevitable. Seeing that the shield warrior NPC could withstand the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord's assault, all NPCs' confidence surged. After all, everyone present possessed at least the strength of a level 15 elite boss. Surely all these people combined could kill a single level 15 lord, right? Moreover, with hundreds of players continuously attacking from behind, the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord's vitality points visibly plummeted. When the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord's vitality points had dropped by a fifth, it roared loudly. A strong energy wave erupted from its body, repulsing everyone who had been besieging it. Afterward, the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord strode back towards the bronze throne and slowly sat down. Astonishingly, its vitality points began to recover slowly, and in a short time, regained more than 100 points. Everyone's faces changed dramatically as they hurriedly charged towards it. As soon as someone came within 5 meters of the bronze throne, the enormous bone dragon illusion suddenly emitted a dragon's roar and spat out a grey dragon breath at them. Instantly, almost every melee class was engulfed by the grey dragon breath, causing their attributes to plummet by 30%. In addition, there was also a continuous damage effect applied to them. Panicking, the melee group retreated quickly. At this moment, the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord revealed a cruel grin, stood up from the bronze throne, leaped, and pounced on the crowd. Chapter 316, Focus Fire on the Bone Dragon. All melee fighters hit by the Bone Dragon's dragon breath were afflicted with an aging debuff, their attributes reduced by 30%, and their vitality points continually dropping. The debuff lasted for 3 minutes. At this moment, the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord had already come down from the bronze throne and charged at the melee fighters. 3 minutes was enough for it to kill all the melee fighters, making the situation chaotic. At this time, the Tauran shaman priest who had accused Songjian earlier suddenly started chanting loudly, sticking a thick, half-human height wooden stake into the ground. He bit his tongue, spraying blood onto the stake. In an instant, the stake began to vibrate, countless green powders fluttered off it, covering a 5-meter radius. All NPCs and players who entered the range saw their vitality points rapidly increasing. Melee fighters retreat, enter the purification totem range. The Tauran shaman priest bellowed. All melee fighters showed a look of joy and rushed towards the stake, entering the area covered by the green powder. In an instant, the aging status vanished, replaced with a 10% damage reduction status. For a moment, the melee fighters' confidence surged. As long as they could withstand the boss, defeating it was only a matter of time. Whoosh! A dark blade aura struck towards everyone. The piercing blade aura seemed to split the space in two, emanating a chilling sound. The shield warrior at the front changed his expression as he sensed that this attack was more than 10 times more potent than the ones he had endured before. Solid as gold. The shield warrior roared, and a faint golden bell illusion descended from the sky, guarding him firmly in the center. This was the shield warrior's ultimate skill, reducing 50% damage taken. It was his most potent damage reduction skill, but its cooldown was long, lasting 30 minutes. In most battles, it could only be used once. Clang! The blade aura struck the golden bell illusion, producing a deep resounding bell sound, starting with a low hum and becoming more and more piercing. The nearby people's expressions changed drastically, and they retreated one after another. Many of them began bleeding from their ears, unable to withstand the sonic attack. With a bang, the golden bell illusion was shattered by the blade, and the shield warrior NPC spit out a mouthful of blood. The arms holding his shield felt weak and numb. Without his firm will, he might have collapsed on the spot. Crack! A crisp cracking sound echoed, and the shield warrior's heart sank. A crack appeared on the surface of the shield he held, and its durability dropped to 12. I can't resist any longer. If I do, it'll definitely kill me. The shield warrior NPC had a gloomy expression, glancing at his vitality points. That attack had dealt more than half of his vitality points, even after reducing the damage by 60%. If he hadn't used his life-saving ability immediately, he would have been slain instantly. At this thought, the shield warrior felt a chill creeping up his body and slowly backed away. Although the healing from behind constantly boosted his vitality points, he dared not continue resisting the boss, letting other melee fighters take the front line. Songjian was also continually attacking, but his eyes were constantly scanning the field, watching everyone's actions. When he saw the shield warrior slowly backing away, his attack hesitated. The skill he intended to use stopped, and he started dealing damage with normal attacks. Just then, Keon Xiao's follower felt that the boss's aggro had mostly been attracted to the front row fighters and gritted his teeth, pulling the trigger towards the boss. In an instant, an eerie chill surged through Songjian's heart, giving him the illusion of being stared at by the death god. Before he could react, the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord let out a piercing roar. A large, bowl-sized hole appeared on its left shoulder, and countless black miasma poured out from the wound. Its vitality points plummeted, dropping by 15%. It could be said that the damage from this attack was higher than the damage dealt by others before. Almost all NPCs and players let out a triumphant cheer, but Songjian felt a chill in his heart. Such a terrifying attack would likely insta-kill even him if caught off guard. More importantly, the follower's shot was too fast, giving almost no time to dodge. How can there be such a terrifying attack? Songjian's eyebrows furrowed as he couldn't help but look at the follower. At this moment, the follower had a pale face, and only half of his vitality points remained. It seemed that unleashing that powerful attack also had a price, and he was unlikely to cause such terrifying damage again in the short term. Even with the power of just one strike, it's still terrifying. If he wants to assassinate someone, there's likely an 80% chance of success. Songjian thought to himself, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he looked at the follower. Because of the sword finger, he and Keon Xiao could never be friends. There was a high possibility that one day the follower's shot would be aimed at him. He wondered if he would be able to avoid the fatal blow when that happens. It's best to keep him here forever. Songjian's eyes flashed with murderous intent, but it vanished quickly. The heavily injured Imperial Dragon Demon Lord glared at the follower without pursuing, instead turning its head and walking towards the bronze throne. It's going to heal its vitality points again. Kill it, stop it. Someone shouted. They had already reduced its vitality points by 20%. If they let it recover again, all their efforts would be wasted, and everyone became anxious. As they glanced at the bone dragon next to the bronze throne, they couldn't help but feel uneasy, turning their gazes to the Tauran shaman priest. The priest sighed and said, "The purification totem still has 5 minutes of cool-down time." Upon hearing this, everyone halted their advance, watching the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord sit on the bronze throne and slowly recover its vitality points. "You all will die." The Imperial Dragon Demon Lord wore a cold smile, its eyes full of murderous intent as it stared at the more than 100 NPCs and players present, its voice deep and ominous. Songjian stared at it for a long time, then looked at the bone dragon illusion, which had only half of its body exposed. He suddenly shouted, "Ranged fighters, focus fire on that bone dragon." Chapter 317, Destroying the Bone Dragon. No one thought to attack the bone dragon since it was merely an illusion. Most people instinctively thought it was just a skill summoned by the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord. When everyone heard Songjian's yell, they were momentarily startled, their gaze shifting towards the bone dragon. An archer in the distance tried to fire an arrow at the bone dragon and surprisingly, it actually inflicted over 60 points of damage. It can be killed. This bone dragon illusion can actually be killed. Everyone was ecstatic as they watched the damaged bone dragon illusion with a blood meter appearing above its head. Whenever the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord is injured to a certain extent, it retreats to the bronze throne to restore its vitality points. Because of the threat posed by the bone dragon, no one dared approach, having to watch as the Demon Lord restored his vitality. If this continues for another half an hour, everyone's spirit points would be depleted. By then, the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord would wipe everyone out. Seeing hope, everybody burst into cheers. The Imperial Dragon Demon Lord snorted coldly as it rose to its feet and strode down from the bronze throne. Now, surprisingly, Songjian realized that the Demon Lord did not fully restore its vitality points. Instead, It only restored 5% before leaving the Bronze Throne. It also only restored by 5% the first time. Song Jian recalled the first time the Demon Lord restored itself. At the sight of the Demon Lord regaining vitality points, everyone was thrown into confusion. Plus, with the Bone Dragon threatening everyone, most people didn't notice how much vitality the Demon Lord had recovered. Maybe, it can only restore 5% of vitality points at a time. Song Jian speculated in his mind. After the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord descended from the Bronze Throne, numerous melee fighters started to resist despite their unease. Every time the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord stepped down from the Bronze Throne, it would emit a sharp black chi. Even the initially resilient shield warrior had to use his life-saving skill to survive. Everyone wondered whether they could withstand the hit. However, speaking of the shield warrior, where had he gone? Just as some melee fighters were looking around for the shield warrior, the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord suddenly let out a roar and charged forward. There was a chilling aura emanating from its body. All the melee fighters who made contact with it were thrown off their feet. Fortunately, though they were thrown, the damage was minimal. It somewhat resembles the warrior's charge. Someone muttered. On the outside, this technique indeed resembled the charging skill of warriors, but the warrior's charging skill wasn't this formidable. It doesn't have the power to send many people flying. Typically, the charging skill targets the first person it encounters, with the skill ending upon contact. Yet, the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord's strike had sent each melee fighter in its path flying, at least 7 or 8 combatants. Who is its target? After a moment of relief, the melee fighters suddenly became anxious. Behind them were all ranged fighters. If the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord charged into their midst, then there'd be no hope for survival. At this point, Song Jian wasn't too far from the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord and could feel the chilling wind against his face. Luckily, he wasn't within the Demon Lord's attack range. He just watched as the Demon Lord charged towards Qian Xiao's follower. As expected, its target is the follower. Song Jian's lips curled upwards. The damage dealt by the follower in the last round exceeded the combined damage of everyone else. This was why he didn't launch an attack in the first round and instead waited until the second. He was probably worried that he might draw the boss's aggro by inflicting too much damage. Unexpectedly, even after waiting a round of attacks, his damage was still substantial enough to attract the boss's aggro. Song Jian took a look at the others who were all swarming towards the boss while he himself rushed towards the bone dragon next to the Bronze Throne. It's just a regular level 15 monster. Killing it doesn't require activating the immortal sword body. It can be disposed of with a succession of moves. Song Jian thought to himself. Seeing Song Jian charging towards it, the bone dragon let out a roar, spewing out a dragon breath. Song Jian immediately activated Sword Shadow Step, rushing to the bone dragon. He wielded his Crimson Fire Heart-Ape sword, aiming it at its giant skull. Sword Silk. 3 silken strands of sword chi appeared out of nowhere. They explored momentarily in the air like tiny tentacles. Then, with a swish, all 3 collectively plunged towards the bone dragon. Thud. The long sword in Song Jian's hand brutally hacked onto the head of the bone dragon, himself also getting engulfed by the dragon breath. Suddenly, a feeling of weakness welled up from Song Jian's heart. However, a moment later, a cool sensation gushed through his mind, completely dispelling that feeling of weakness. The level 10 innate skill Thick Skin had robust resistance and even immunity to any negative effects. Although the bone dragon is a creature at the top of the pyramid, its level was too low at this time. It was not even an elite boss. Apparently, it merely bore the form of a bone dragon and lacked the kind of pressure found in higher beings. The Thick Skin skill easily immunized the aging effect. Without the aging effect, Song Jian didn't take the bone dragon's attack seriously. Each time, it could only cause damage less than 30 points to Song Jian. It couldn't even match his vitality recovery, so Song Jian's vitality points were always full. Broken Wing Dance. Rapid Sword, activate. Spiritual Sword Control Technique. A series of sword moves constantly struck the bone dragon's head. Just then, a mournful scream resonated from the distance. Song Jian turned his head to find the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord lifting his long knife. Skewered on its blade tip was an NPC. Upon closer inspection, it was Qian Xiao's follower. Qian Xiao's face turned terribly pale. To block the boss's attack on his follower, he had even forcibly ordered others to stop the boss. But contrary to his expectation, the boss's strength was so extraordinary. Despite being besieged by everyone, it effortlessly dashed in front of his follower and stabbed without hesitation. The Imperial Dragon Demon Lord looked at the convulsing human overhead and laughed heartily as blood gushed out. It was so refreshing. Bathing in the blood shower, a trace of intoxication appeared on its face. It even stuck out its tongue to lick the blood on its cheek. You all will end up like him. The hoarse voice of the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord sounded again. But just then, a mournful dragon's cry erupted suddenly from behind. The Imperial Dragon Demon Lord's face changed, and it abruptly turned its head. At that moment, Song Jian was leaping high in the air. His crimson fire heart-shaped sword flashed a red sword chi, mercilessly hacking toward the bone dragon. No. The Imperial Dragon Demon Lord's face showed a look of terror, emitting a furious roar. Crack! Song Jian harvested the last bit of vitality from the bone dragon. The massive bone dragon burst open with a bang, countless bones collapsing and quickly forming a small mountain of bones. Chapter 318, Restoring Vitality. The Imperial Dragon Demon Lord had charged too far away. Upon seeing Song Jian's final blow, he was riddled with fury, wishing desperately to rush to Song Jian to slice him apart. In the end, the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord could only watch helplessly as the bone dragon illusion turned into a massive bone mountain. Then, a gust of wind blew, turning the great mound of Bone Mountain into a pile of pale ashes. A dragon's roar echoed throughout the entire cave. A huge bone dragon illusion rose from Bone Mountain. At this time, the spiritual state of the bone dragon repeatedly charged towards Song Jian but could do no harm to him. The Imperial Dragon Demon Lord gritted his teeth in indignation, let out a roar, and gave a tremble with his long knife. The body of the follower hanging on his knife tip was instantly torn to pieces by his energy, scattering all over the ground. Although Song Jian had inflicted no damage on the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord, after defeating the bone dragon illusion, the Demon Lord's hatred had already locked firmly onto Song Jian. Die! Cried the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord fiercely, not caring about anything else and rushing towards Song Jian. Some NPCs, seeing the Demon Lord sprinting towards Song Jian, intentionally or unintentionally made way for him. Song Jian's heart tightened as he prepared for the looming confrontation with the Imperial Dragon Demon Lord. The giant bone dragon illusion kept circling around him, ceaselessly opening its mouth to attack Song Jian, but it could do nothing to injure him. At this moment, Song Jian felt that the black dragon hatchling in his pet space was emanating a restless mood. He quickly called out the black dragon hatchling. Upon appearing, the black dragon hatchling immediately raised its head and let out a tender dragon roar. Its pair of golden slit pupils were staring excitedly at the bone dragon souls circling around Song Jian. Seeing the arrival of the black dragon hatchling in an instant,